Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was raised and trained by Kakashi Hatake? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was one of those rather smudgy mornings. It was neither morning nor night. The sky was a slow-shifting picture of gray. Most of the people in Konoha were still asleep at this time, except for those selected for night watch and other mundane tasks. But the Sandaime Hokage was no ordinary ninja. He was the Hokage. Now the Hokage's job was to protect the village and make sure the village prospers. Usually, missions would start arriving when the sun's out, but it was also quite unusual for the mission to arrive by owl, with a disgruntled ANBU tailing it. The night-flying bird looked a bit harassed, and though it had an aura of bad temper, it gave the Hokage a small letter, made of parchment and sealed with wax, before hooting contentedly and departing from an open window. The ANBU, after making sure everything was all right, returned to his post. Sarutobi stared at the odd letter for a few moments before turning it over to read the address at the back scrawled in emerald ink. Sarutobi-san, Sandaime Hokage, the Professor Hokage's Tower, Konohagakure no Sato. August 18th, 1993. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was quite an odd letter, but Sandaime was used to letters like this from his eccentric friend from England. They had known each other for a long time now, and it was quite good to hear from Dumbledore, even in these uneasy times of peace in Konoha. Sarutobi turned the letter over again and carefully opened the sealed envelope. Inside were 3 pieces of parchment written in Dumbledore's hand, and as always, with emerald ink. My dear friend, it has been a long time since I had last wrote to you. However, something has recently come to my attention. Last year, the security of the castle had been broken, no matter how much we tried. I am writing to you now, Sarutobi, to help me with my apparent security concerns. It seems that somewhere in my school, there is a traitor who serves the Dark Lord. We had a near miss last year, and I would appreciate it that, if possible, I would like to hire a team of your finest to aid in the protection of my students and the discovery of said traitor. I am willing to pay whatever price you may demand, and I trust in your wise judgment of such matters. A trip to England will prove difficult for you, so I have taken the liberty of making the arrangements myself. The details of the trip are enclosed in this envelope. I would appreciate it if you would cooperate, not as business partners, but as old friends. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sarutobi reread the letter, and then nodded gravely to himself. Dumbledore was his friend, after all, and it would be impolite to refuse aid. However, since the recent war, they only had a few ANBU squads left. Most of those ANBU worked alone. However, it would be difficult to send them all, particularly because Konoha was never truly at peace. He could only spare 1 or 2 ANBU, but 2 was the most he could give. Still, Dumbledore's letter sounded grave. If he could only send 1, then he would send the best shinobi Konoha had to offer. Sarutobi met the ANBU captain right at the roof of the Hokage Tower. It was still that time of morning, but he knew that this particular ANBU would be up and about, no matter what time it was, to give his respects to his dead loved ones. This is a rather delicate mission, Sarutobi began, but he was cut off by a nod from the ANBU. Rank, the ANBU asked, voice muffled by the mask he wore. At least S-class. And even then, it's teetering over to unranked. You may not take it if you wish, but I would appreciate it if you did accept it. Sarutobi replied. This mission requires you to travel far, learn a new language, and even then, your present skills may not help you. Sarutobi warned. Whatever you ask, I will serve. The ANBU replied dutifully. I will be leaving when? Today at the latest. Pack some clothes, and bring only things that you need. You will need what is listed here in the supplies list, and the journey will be dangerous. Sarutobi spoke. He gave a list of supplies, a word list, and a mission briefing, both in parchment, to the ANBU. The ANBU wolf stared at the supplies list, then at the word list, running a finger over the unfamiliar English words. After a few minutes, he nodded. I will do as you ask. Saratobi nodded. Good luck then. Luck? Luck is for fools. What I need is skill. The ANBU quoted before giving the standard salute and bringing the list along as he left. That was your father's line. I do hope you succeed. Kakashi. Saratobi spoke. He then brought out his pipe and lit it. He puffed contentedly as he stared thoughtfully up at the face of Yondaime carved on the mountain. Hatake Kakashi was a good, proper ninja. Nearly perfect, but still, he was a good ninja. Now he had a mission, and he was going to get serious. It appeared, after much reading and rereading of the mission briefing that was in the letter, that he would have to guard one Harry Potter. Also, it was listed in his orders that he had to protect the whole school and weasel out the traitor to boot. ANBUs were not trained to babysit one 12-year-old boy. Harry Potter wasn't a very strong name. When Kakashi thought of the name, he thought of a scrawny little nerd with thick glasses. The question was why? Was this kid, this nerd, so important? It wasn't in Kakashi's place to know. It was his place to figure out how to get this Dark Lord's ass kicked and get himself killed in the process, in the worst-case scenario. It was all in the life of an ANBU operative. Kakashi mused. He mindlessly reached out to pick out a black ANBU hooded jacket from his closet and put it into a black military-issued bag. This mission may be his last, but Kakashi didn't mind. He was ANBU. It wasn't in his place to know why. The kunai looked normal, felt normal, and was as sharp as it could be. It looked nothing like what the mission briefing stated. It was supposed to be a port key. It would take him to a halfway point, somewhere in Egypt, the mission briefing said, then to London. From there, he had to go to Hogsmeade via Flipowder through a fireplace. Kakashi briefly wondered if the common words were supposed to be a code of sorts, but then, ANBU aren't supposed to know. He checked the position of the sun again and reread the letter. Travel to Scotland via port key. First port key, kunai, activates at 4:30 a.m. Konoha time. Second port key, clay pot, activates at 4:32 a.m. Konoha time. Route to Hogsmeade via Leaky Cauldron. Contact is Tom the Innkeeper. Password is Nitwit, Oddment, Blubber, and Tweak. Transport via Flipowder. ETA to Hogsmeade 5:30 a.m. Contact in Hogsmeade 1 Rubius Hagrid. Once more, Kakashi wondered if the name Hagrid was another codename. Then he dug out his watch and stared at the time. 4:28. He took hold of the kunai and with the other hand, put his ANBU wolf mask on and picked up his bag. 2 minutes later, he felt a tug at his navel, and he was jerked into a sort of highway filled with blurs of color, snatches of sound, and then nothing. Kakashi landed rather unceremoniously in a small, gritty hot room. The MBU scrambled up and quickly took a hold of the clay pot that was supposed to be a port key, just in case he missed the scheduled transport. His stomach was spinning, and he was slightly glad that he had only 4 pieces of toast in him. Otherwise, if he had eaten something much heavier, he would have puked by now. According to the mission briefing, he had 2 minutes to rest and put on the jacket that was supposed to keep him from attracting too much attention. 2 minutes later, he felt another tug, and nausea attacked him with the force of a bulldozer as he spun through the highway of swirling colors. Kakashi, having expected another bruising drop, had realigned himself as he fell down. He landed on his feet rather hard, but he didn't fall. All around him, people were brushing past, arms filled with groceries and things. A car angrily honked its horn at a slow woman with a cart. This horseless carriage surprised the Kapinin, but he didn't show it. People were about their business. Their eyes had registered him in his coat, but they were either too busy or were ignoring him deliberately. Kakashi picked his bag up once more and looked up at the building. It was an old thing with dusty windows and peeling paint. Kakashi approved of this sort of camouflage, as the sheer image of a ramshackle old bar would be perfect to hide a sort of gateway into the magical world. The ninja put a hand on the doorknob, turned and pushed the door inwards. The musty bar air and the scent of liquor invaded his nostrils immediately, and Kakashi resisted the urge to sneeze, as his extremely sensitive nose wasn't taking the smell of alcohol too well. There were a lot of people in the bar right now, but Kakashi's keen eyes singled out his contact in the leaky cauldron. He walked up to the bar and leant on the wooden countertop. He leaned forward until his ANBU mask was near the man's nose. Tom the Innkeeper? Kakashi asked in a low voice, heavy with his Japanese accent. The man looked old, and he had no teeth. Tom turned to face Kakashi as he polished a mug. Yes, the password is nitwit, oddment, blubber, tweak. Kakashi replied in his best English. I believe Dumbledore-san told you of my arrival? Tom nodded gravely. Aye. He told me that you are inexperienced with the manner of traveling that is flip powder. I'll teach you the basics. The landlord moved towards the fireplace. Kakashi followed, though he seemed a bit wary of the fireplace. Tom started a fire and took out a handful of what seemed like grave dirt. Now you sprinkle a bit of the flip powder into the fire, like so. The man sprinkled the fire with a bit of the dirt, and Kakashi was surprised to see it roar into a ferocious emerald bonfire. Now you go in and scream out the name of your destination. The landlord finished. Tom returned to his place behind the counter, and Kakashi looked at him in disbelief. You expect me to step into that? Kakashi spoke in mild shock. The landlord nodded. With an expression of disbelief, Kakashi followed and gingerly stepped into the fire. It was tingly, had a slightly pleasant feeling to it, and a gentle heat. Hogsmeade. Kakashi spoke, trying his best to pronounce the word. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness, and Kakashi was hurtled down a swirling tunnel of emerald flames. He kept his arms tucked to his sides by instinct, and he wanted the whirling to stop. Ambu Wolf landed with a loud thump onto a thick woolen carpet. He was in a building somewhere. It was nighttime outside. The Ambu felt his body for bruises, and when there were none, he took up his bag again and got up. Ah, so you here already? Good. A huge man, for that was what it looked like, helped Kakashi up. Aren't used to the fluida? It was imprecise English at best, but Kakashi managed to make it out and nodded. Yes. Hagrid smiled. Good. I'll show you around. Then I'll bring you over to Hogwarts so you could see Dumbledore. Kakashi followed him then, as the huge man pointed out shops and other things. But most of the time, Kakashi wanted the man to get it over with. It was nighttime right now, and Kakashi wanted to finish his job as soon as possible. And that meant getting to the castle, giant man or not. But finally, after the tour, Hagrid led him up to the castle. The whole place was simply intriguing, and Kakashi was glad for both the Ambu mask and his own black mask, as he simply gaped at everything in amazement. He would have fun wandering these halls, that was for sure. Everything was simply amazing, the way the paintings moved and the way the suits of armor seemed to have a life of their own. Everything here was simply breathtaking, and Kakashi felt regret that he wouldn't be able to explore most of the time. Hagrid led him to Dumbledore's office and promptly left after speaking the password. Kakashi stared at the moving staircase with curiosity as he rose up a level. The door was made of wood, and it had a brass eagle knocker on it. Kakashi made sure his mouth was closed, his Ambu jacket and mask firmly on, his black bag by his side, and then he raised a hand and knocked. The old man that sat on the chair behind the table with clawed feet reminded him of Sandame. They were both old after all, and both seemed to emit an aura of ease. However, Kakashi kept his back straight as he examined the room, half an ear listening to what the old man was saying. The large circular room he was in was filled with strange silver contraptions and other things. All of these caught Kakashi's attention, and he spent a few bit of chakra looked at everything with the Sharingan to see if there was any chakra flowing about. Good journey? The old man was asking, peering at Kakashi with his half-moon spectacles. Kakashi automatically nodded, tilting his head forward a bit before returning to his normal position. It took a while for Kakashi to notice that the old man, with the really long silver beard, was talking in Japanese. Good morning. I am Dumbledore-sensei, headmaster of this school, and the only one who seems to know your language in this school of mine. The old man smiled, eyes dancing. You are. Kakashi thought it for a bit, then gave the traditional Ambu salute and spoke in a cool voice. Hatake Kakashi, Ambu captain for the Foxtrot four-man team. Dumbledore nodded. And where are your fellow ninjas? Dead or away on a mission, take your pick. Kakashi replied rather rudely, but it was true. I was sent here solo, so you can't change the contract unless you break it. Dumbledore seemed to be sad for a moment, and then he smiled again. It is a minor inconvenience, but are you sure you can patrol the whole school by yourself, Hatake-san? Kakashi looked up for a moment, eyes in deep thought. Then he gave a casual shrug. I have my ways. Don't worry about it. My dear friend Sandame Hokage told me whom he was sending, he said, pointing one finger at a letter on his desk. He gave me permission to tell you of your mission, and for me to see your face, as we don't trust those who cover their faces nowadays. Kakashi frowned, but he obeyed. He removed the small, thin, nearly invisible thread that held his mask to his face and removed the wolf. Mismatched eyes stared at the old man in front of him. A vertical scar crossed over his left eye. The Sharingan seemed to make the old man uneasy from the look of it. Kakashi put the wolf mask on the arm of a squishy chair and settled into it. The mission? Dumbledore nodded, eyes dancing. He spoke, seemingly decided to just get straight to the point. As you know, Hogwarts is a school for magic. Magic and chakra are nearly the same, only your usage is different from ours. I'm here for the mission, not a lecture. Get on with it. I don't like to waste my time. Kakashi interrupted. He had deducted that much, as he had his Sharingan open as he had examined every nook and cranny he could see on the way here. Dumbledore didn't seem insulted. An eyebrow came up, the corners of his mouth lifted in an amused smile. I was getting to that, the old wizard said. He leaned forward, blue eyes solemn over his spectacles. 13 years ago, he began, a dark wizard by the name of Voldemort. As Dumbledore went on with the tale, Kakashi listened carefully, analyzing his charge's personality as the old man told his tale. Harry Potter is currently a student, the old wizard informed him. Over the last 2 years, he has been the target of numerous attacks carried out by Voldemort. As we are concerned with his safety and that of the schools, we've decided to hire you. Kakashi nodded. So all I have to do is to protect this Potter? He asked, disbelief evident. 1 whole year to be wasted on guarding a little brat. Of course, but that in... Dumbledore paused, eyes dancing. For undercover purposes, I advise you to take on the position of Assistant Defense against the Dark Arts teacher. Kakashi frowned at this. He was no Jounin sensei. But if it were for the mission, he'd leap off a cliff, if that were what it took. Phoenix. Dumbledore smiled and rose from his chair. Then it's decided. Tomorrow you may wander about the school. My deputy, headmistress, will lead you to your room. And tomorrow, she will also explain about the Potter boy, as he is of her house, and about the castle itself. The whole hall was jam-packed with little kids in black cloaks and little pointy hats. Kakashi, for show, had conjured 3 bunchins and had them hinge into his AMBU team members. The bunchins were positioned carefully so that the whole room could be monitored. 2 were up behind the head table, and Kakashi and his other bunchin were positioned at the door to the hall. The little brat's chatter was annoying, but Kakashi forced himself to endure. He had managed to silence a few by simply staring at them, sending the poor first years into tears. Most of the students were staring at Kakashi and his bunchins, trying to see what lay beyond the masks and failing. One table, full of little snobby brats by the look of the majority of them, was glaring at another table across the room. From the look of this other table, Kakashi deducted that the 2 groups, or houses, as the stern-faced woman informed him once, were either at war or simply hated each other. Kakashi looked over the hall again, then at the head table. One particular teacher drew his attention. By the way, he looked young, but old in his years. It reminded Kakashi of his own childhood self, as he himself was only 18, and yet he was doing what children or teenagers should have been doing at this age. The singing hat earlier had intrigued Kakashi even more. He even had a look at it with the Sharingan. He could see the chakra, or was it magic, flow and ripple about the old worn hat. It sang of teamwork, of unity between houses. It seemed that the hat's only purpose, Kakashi figured, was to sort the little newbies into their proper houses. A group of red-clad Gryffindors entered the hall and sat down at the table. They too stared at Kakashi briefly, before murmuring and talking to each other. At that moment, the headmaster stood up and cleared his throat. Welcome, Dumbledore said, arms spread wide. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as 2 of them are very serious, I think it's best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast. Kakashi and his bunshins stood at attention at this. He and his bunshins were clad in the uniform of ANBU, those who were undercover anyway. A black hooded jacket covered everything above their waists, and only Kakashi's silver hair and their Yanbu mask stood out from the endless black that was their uniform. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. As you will all be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban and a few Aurors, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. Fortunately, they will only be here on occasional visits, such as the days when you will be in Hogsmeade. On those days, they will be stationed at every entrance to the grounds, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. He paused for a moment. Professor Kakashi Hatake has agreed to be a guest professor. He will be joining in with Professor Lupin, who is your new defense against the dark arts teacher. He will take over when Professor Lupin is not feeling well. Kakashi looked around the hall again, and then the old man continued. And of course, I come to those who have caught your attention during dinner. Dumbledore spoke. Kakashi stiffened, and his bunshins snapped to attention. As the Dementors and the Aurors will only be visiting occasionally, I have taken it on myself to hire these guards. He gestured to Kakashi and his bunshins. They have all the skills that top Aurors have, and they will be patrolling the entire school to ensure your safety. Their leader has notified me. At this, Dumbledore paused again. That his four-man team would rather kill first and ask questions later. The silence that followed seemed to be a far cry from the bustling, noisy crowd earlier. Only a few people were talking now, and Kakashi quickly found his charge. As he had imagined, the boy had glasses, though the boy's glasses weren't that thick. Later, after the feast and the mass exodus from the hall, Kakashi and his bunshins stood with the teachers who had stayed behind. One looked like he was having an eternally bad day. The other was the peculiar man he had seen a while ago. Dumbledore was there, and Professor McGonagall. That was a good instruction for the little gawkies. Kakashi spoke in his best English. His words had a slight accent, but it was an improvement. The black-clad man looked at Kakashi and sneered. Kakashi didn't even need the Sharingan to know that this man hated him from the start. Foreigner. The man murmured acidly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this. He raised both hands to form the tiger seal, and then said, "Okay." The bunshins vanished in a puff of smoke. Some of the teachers looked surprised at this. Where are your other members? I thought you had 3 others with you. Dead, or on a mission. Kakashi spoke rather calmly. The peculiar teacher made up some excuse to go somewhere else, and soon, Kakashi was left with the deputy headmistress. Your food will be in your room. McGonagall spoke. Will you be patrolling tonight? I will, Kakashi replied. McGonagall nodded and left. When he was alone, he took out a scroll from his belt pouch and unrolled it. He bit his thumb and ran the bleeding finger through all the names listed in the scroll. He then quickly formed several seals, calling their names in turn. Usabuta, Inu, Tori, Saru, Ohitsuji. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, sheep. Kakashi rolled the scroll again and slammed it on the floor of the Great Hall. Small chains emerged from the scroll and into the ground. Kuchiyose no Hutsu. Kakashi said. There was a massive cloud of smoke, then silence. When the mist cleared, dogs surrounded the cloaked man. The dogs had collars that had metal plates with a carved-in leaf symbol. Small jackets adorned the dogs. The jackets had symbols on them, and the symbols formed a face. Kakashi at that time had taken off his ANBU jacket. He stood now in the hall, clothed in the ANBU uniform, with a bone-white armor and in a black skin-tight sleeveless shirt. The long gloves of the ANBU also had its own bone-white plates, and the black ANBU tattoo rippled as Kakashi stretched and gave a slight yawn. Yash, patrol the entire school tonight, then report back to me in the morning. Kakashi instructed. Go for stealth. Should an enemy appear, run away and inform me. Any student out of bed, rip off a part of their clothes. The Neen dogs nodded. Each dog went on a different path, each to his own patrol area. In which tea leaves spoil the mood. With morning came the various parts of cloth that had once been pajamas. Kakashi stared at these for a long time, wondering why the little brats had even tried to get out of bed, with his mean dogs on the loose. 3 he had sent to guard the other house entrances. The remaining 5 he had sent out to patrol the various floors. Kakashi himself had been up on the last floor, the one that was host to the Gryffindor Tower. It was his job to protect the Potter brat anyway. Kakashi patrolled himself and had caught 2 little brats on the way out. Their heads were the only parts out of the strange portrait hole that served as the gateway, but Kakashi didn't want anything to slip past. Immediately, he had sent a shower of kunai and shuriken that barely missed the little brats and took off a few red hairs from their heads. The result had been 2 sets of feet clambering back upstairs and a hastily shut portrait hole. Sometimes it was good to be ANBU. This morning, after getting a small snatch of sleep and swallowing a pill made by Tsunade for him before she left Konoha, he was ready to go. The pills gave a great feeling that he actually slept the whole night. Having no memorial stone to remember his loved ones by, Kakashi had decided he would go by the lake for a few hours, think of home, and then teleport back to Hogwarts Great Hall just in time for the early rising Gakis to see him. The weather at Hogwarts was colder than what he had anticipated. He had put on his standard issue ANBU jacket, but he was still cold. He stared at the lake's clean, glassy surface for a few minutes, wondering what was happening back home. His newly found eternal rival was back home too, and Kakashi briefly wondered what would the green spandex-clad Chunin do now without Kakashi to pester. Sure, Mato guy was a bit annoying, but it made Kakashi feel good that he had someone to talk to. It made him feel human, not like a lifeless shinobi tool. Not like what he was doing now. What would Obito do when he found out that Kakashi had left? Kakashi had stayed with the memorial stone for a few minutes, though he had given a very short, abrupt apology before heading out to the waypoint where the portkey was. Kakashi felt it wasn't enough. Yondame's name was on the stone too, back home. It had been only a few months after Kakashi's sensei died, and the wounds were still fresh. And Rin, his precious Rin, she died too, when Kyuubi attacked. Now Kakashi was the only one left in their famed Team 7. He felt colder now, and he hugged himself in a pathetic attempt to stay warm. It was around early morning when Kakashi had vaguely realized the cold he felt had come not from the weather, but from his heart. When the Potter brat and his friends entered the hall, they found themselves laughed and jeered at. Kakashi was given the impression, from his position next to the door, that the Potter boy was hated by that little blonde brat surrounded by what seemed to be his mob of buttsuckers. When the Potter boy took his seat, Kakashi moved forward until he had stopped right next to the Potter boy. The Potter boy seemed afraid, and the whole hall was silent for a few minutes. Everyone had seen the guard move. Hands in his pockets, Kakashi tilted his head slightly to the right, where the blonde ass was. "Trouble?" he asked, word heavy with his accent. He was like that in the mornings. It usually took him a few kunais to barely miss him to wake up. Harry Potter glanced at Malfoy for a moment, and then he swallowed and shook his head. Kakashi thought this odd. If the boy was to be protected, why not set the ANBU on the little blonde brat? It was quite odd, but Kakashi nodded and returned to his position by the door. Breakfast began, and Kakashi's stomach grumbled. He thought it best to eat, only when most of the school had gone to class. From what the stern-faced woman told him, McGonagall-san, Harry had his first class at the top of the North Tower. When the Potter boy had left, Kakashi walked up to the Gryffindor table and sat down on the bench before taking 4 pieces of toast smeared lightly with jam. The remaining few students watched him fearfully. Kakashi thought it was best not to let any of them see his face, so he just ate the way he did when he was on the run from the enemy. The 4 pieces of toast vanished in the blink of an eye. Kakashi straightened his mask and wiped off a little blot of jam that had gotten on his white porcelain mask, and then stalked off to the North Tower, leaving wide eyes behind. 5 minutes later, Kakashi was resting lightly next to the wall. The ones who had made it here early watched him, and Kakashi was nearly tempted to raikiri their asses straight to give the impression he hated being stared at. But he kept standing still, arms to the sides and hands in his pockets. He would wait for the Potter brat to get here, though the spiral staircase he had simply run up might have discouraged the little Gaki and his apparent fan club he called friends. No matter. He was ANBU. He wasn't supposed to know why. 8 minutes later, the Potter boy had arrived. He first glanced at Kakashi and retreated, murmuring something to his friends. It suspiciously sounded like an insult, and Kakashi was given a good reason to Raikiri the brat's ass. But he was a good ninja. He would endure this. The immense amount of perfume that had wafted down on them, as the silvery ladder popped out, was enough for Kakashi to call the mission quits. He hated perfume. His extremely sensitive nose, specific to the Inuzuka and Hatake clans, could smell his quarry 3 meters away, and the perfume made him want to gag, or in the worst-case scenario, vomit. But Hatake Kakashi, genius ninja and copy nin of Konoha, was a good ninja. He had faced death before and had lived. A huge stuffy room with an old hag with huge glasses, for that was what Kakashi had pictured when McGonagall-san mentioned the teacher, would not make the copy nin feel afraid now. He was ANBU, Konoha's elite of the elite. All the students by now were inside the room above. Kakashi gripped the first rung of the silvery ladder and was assaulted even more by the horrifying stench of sickly-smelling perfume. It was bad enough to smell it from far away, but now the putrid perfume was making Kakashi feel nauseous. He let go of the ladder and retreated somewhere downwind of the sickly perfume. On second thought, maybe he could wait here. After Professor Trelawney's speech, Harry had done as he was told, and now he gave his cup to Ron for a rather detailed analysis of his assured future. The Weasleys stared at it for a moment and was speaking, but Harry was feeling rather sleepy and didn't listen until Trelawney stopped by and read his cup. "Let me see that, my dear." The woman spoke, relieving Ron of Harry's unhappy cup. The whole room went quiet. The woman was rotating Harry's cup in her hands. "The falcon. My dear, you have a deadly enemy." Trelawney began. "The candle. You will have an ally by your side. The cigar. You will have a new friend. The club. You will have an attack. The skull. Danger in your path." Quite suddenly, Trelawney dropped the cup with a shriek of pure terror. Kakashi heard the shriek from below. Quickly, he made the seals for teleportation and disappeared with a puff of smoke. Assaulted by the putrid smell of perfume, Kakashi was already in a battle stance, hand near his kunai holster, one hand on the shaking teacher and one sandaled foot crushing the remains of a teacup. Tea leaves splattered everywhere. "Problem," Kakashi spoke, voice thick, slurred, and heavy with accent. The perfume was making him gag, though he fought the impulse to do so. "My dear boy, my poor dear boy, no, it is kinder not to say no, don't ask me." The woman was murmuring. One boy, clad in Gryffindor red, asked what was wrong. The rest switched from staring at their teacher to staring at Kakashi, eyes wide in shock. "My dear boy, you have the Grim." Kakashi looked puzzled. "Grim? Was that like the QB?" Struggling for his voice, the ANBU wolf spoke again. "Bijou?" he asked in the only word he could think of. "The what?" Harry asked. The teacher looked at Kakashi and Harry with wide eyes. "The Grim, my dear. The Grim, the giant spectral dog hat haunts churchyards. My dears, it is an omen. The worst omen of death." Except for Kakashi and the girl with mouse brown hair. Everybody stared at Harry, horrified. The ANBU almost laughed bitterly. A Grim? There were far worse things than the Grim. Death was in his future, not this boy's. All he loved had died, his father from his own insanity, Obito from his foolish thought of sacrifice, Yondaime from his own jutsu, and Rin from the stone's hands. "Don't be ridiculous." The girl with brown hair and unusually large front teeth snapped. "I think I will leave the lesson here today. You may all go," the woman said in her mistiest voice. After divination, Kakashi walked behind the Gryffindors as they made their way to Transfiguration. Most of them still glanced at Kakashi warily. The rest seemed shocked that Harry had gotten a Grim. Entering the classroom, Kakashi went to stay in the corner and listened with half an ear to what McGonagall-san was saying. Most of the time, he was staring at Potter, who was squirming in his chair as if someone had trained a spotlight on him. Kakashi eyed McGonagall with amazement as she turned into a cat and back. Even Yondaime-sensei, for all his created jutsus, could not achieve that. He made a mental note to look at such a transformation with his Sharingan later. Perhaps he can copy that technique later. "Really, what has gotten into you all today?" said the professor. "Not that it matters, but that's the first time my transformation's not gotten applause from a class. You would have gotten some from me." Kakashi thought. Transformation was odd, but if he could take a peek with his Sharingan. Everybody stared at Harry for a moment, even Kakashi. The mouse brown-haired girl said something about divination. McGonagall-san replied with a frown. Tell me, which of you will be dying this year? Everyone stared at Harry again. During lunch, Kakashi was going to his usual post by the door when he stopped suddenly. He had sensed this a while ago, and had even smelled it as he walked nearer. It was quite an odd thing. It was a dark pink, round, and a slight smell of dung hung about it. There was also the slight aura of cloaking magic. He stared at it for a few more moments, and then carefully, so as to not let it explode, kicked it away with one sandaled boot. It collided with the table of the brats, with the snake crest. The bomb exploded, spreading the scent of dung everywhere. The Slytherins quickly vacated their table, some screeching in indignation. The blonde brat was screaming about telling his daddy and that Kakashi would be fired post-haste. His bodyguards had been hit directly, so the stench was all around him. Around the Gryffindor table, there were sniggers and whispering. All around the hall, people laughed as the Slytherins scattered. Even the Potter boy laughed, though two boys, twins by the look of them, stared at Kakashi in amazement. After lunch, Kakashi and the Gryffindors went up to their care of magical creatures, which was headed by the giant that Kakashi had met when he first came here. It had rained yesterday, but now the sky was clear. The grass was slightly damp, and Kakashi noted to deliver his sandals over to the house elves for cleaning later. Potter Boy's group seemed to be distracted today. Kakashi stared at him for a few moments. Hands in his pockets, Konoha's finest walked to care of magical creatures. Hagrid-san had gotten unique creatures today, Kakashi decided. These creatures were half eagle, half horse. They were in several colors, and Kakashi immediately took a liking to a stormy gray one. "Gee, up there?" Hagrid-san roared, yanking the chains that were connected with the thick leather collars around the hippogriffs' throats. From what Hagrid-san was saying, the hippogriffs were proud that he should bow first and not blink. That meant showing his face at some point. That would not bode well, but Kakashi was rather fond of animals. Maybe when he was not busy following the Potter boy around, he can inspect these creatures more closely. He watched the Potter boy ride the hippogriff, watched him fly about the paddock. That was another thing why he wanted to inspect the creatures. When the herd was divided, Kakashi found himself with an inky black one. Kakashi admired its coat for a moment underneath the mask, then without further thought, slid his mask a bit to the left and bowed to the hippogriff, revealing part of his face. Kakashi felt rather defenseless, but he bowed and stared at the hippogriff's amber eyes, unblinking. The inky black paused, but bowed back, bending scaly forelegs in an unmistakable bow. Kakashi slid the mask back to place. He then walked forward and stroked the black's feathers. A scream sounded in the paddock, and Kakashi turned in time to see the blonde Slytherin brat fall down, blood blossoming from his arm. The gray hippogriff reared, claws flailing as Kakashi hurriedly moved forward to access the boy's condition. "Hagrid-san, continue the class, please." Kakashi spoke. "I will deliver this boy to the infirmary." He lifted Malfoy, who was screaming dramatically about his arm, and heedless of the blood soaking into his jacket, carried the screaming boy up to the castle. The Sharingan had copied the technique, he was sure about that, but he was slightly unsure how to perform it. The Mediwitch had used her wooden stick to heal the boy up in a matter of seconds. With him, he had one such stick, but it was a curious little stick. Magic flowed about it, crowding about the center. He didn't see how the medical jutsu worked. His name was Malfoy. He had heard the boy screaming his father's name as he carried him to the infirmary. The boy was now eyeing the blood on Kakashi's jacket. The AMBU stared at the dark patch of blood on his jacket and hands for a moment, then politely asked, "Poppy-san, can I use the sink in which an attacker gets owned? Come in." Dumbledore spoke, looking up from his book. Kakashi stood at the door, hands in his standard AMBU jacket. He looked unsure, though at the same time bristling with excitement. Dumbledore raised one silver eyebrow. "Yes, Kakashi?" Kakashi cleared his throat and took out his wand. It was a fine thing, made of supple holly, 12 inches, and with a core of dragon heartstring. Dumbledore-sensei, I am curious as to what the use of this stick is." Dumbledore smiled, blue eyes twinkling. "Perhaps it is time for you to learn." A A while later, Kakashi stared disapprovingly at the three brats in front of him. Steel wire was wrapped around the three. One end of the wire was tied to one of the kunai he had thrown at them, and the other end was wrapped around his finger. They all looked scared, tied together like that. All three were staring, transfixed in horror at the armored figure in front of them. Kakashi blinked, tightening the wire. The porcelain mask on his face looked demonic as it reflected the lights from a nearby torch. He had heard them even before he had seen them. The little brats were noisy, as they had walked downstairs, seemingly confident that there was no guard at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Kakashi proved them wrong. He had let them walk further, just until they were clear of the portrait hole. Then he sent a wired kunai towards them, along with several other shurikens. The result? 3 trapped gakis. One he was supposed to protect, and the other 2 his friends. It was a shame, too. He had hoped for better opponents. Not 3 little gakis. One, a brown-haired girl, even then had begun to sputter out an excuse. Save your excuses. He began, cutting the brown-haired girl off. You don't want to get killed, don't walk around at night. I protect this school. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, letting silence hang about a bit further. All those who act suspiciously will be killed promptly and painfully. What are you 3 doing out here? The red-haired boy, who had been staring at Kakashi in fear, slowly mumbled something about visiting and Hagrid. The other 2 nodded their heads. Kakashi blinked. Visiting Hagrid-san? In the middle of the night? Kakashi almost laughed. Those excuses were like Obito's. Lame, and yet making sense. You 3, Kakashi began, are nuisances to what I do. Tell me, Kakashi murmured dangerously. Any of you Gryffindors have a pair of trousers with holes in them? That's Fred and George, the red-haired boy yelled. The girl next to him nudged him sharply, and the boy's mouth closed as he stared fearfully at Kakashi, realization kicking in. Kakashi almost smiled. He settled for a small smirk and tilted his head slightly. Fred and George? Do tell. The red-haired boy looked sheepish. Kakashi tugged on the steel wire. Well, since I've caught you out of bed, I must report you to a... Here, the ANBU paused, seeming to listen only to something only he could hear. Quite suddenly, he cursed and shoved the 3, still tied, up together, away as a rain of kunai and shuriken descended from a broken window. Close your eyes, and whatever you do, don't open them. You'll regret it, Kakashi hollered. Kakashi bit back the cry of pain that he was holding as 2 shurikens hit him. Quickly, faster than the blink of an eye, he had taken out his own shurikens and threw them at his enemy. Twirling a kunai around his finger, he raced forward and seemingly vanished, only to appear behind the enemy, kunai around his throat. As he slashed, however, the man turned into water. Kakashi cursed. Mifubunshi no jutsu. Turning, he saw that the man had dashed towards Harry and the others. Without thinking, Kakashi ran after him and threw a kunai. It buried itself deep in the man's leg, and the man fell down. Once the man was down, Kakashi leapt on him and slit the man's throat without further notice. Blood splattered on the walls, on Kakashi, and some even reached the children. The demonic mask had now become even more frightening, as there was now blood on it. There was a small gurgling sound. The man Kakashi had killed was trying to breathe. Kakashi, without any mercy, took a step forward and put pressure on the dying man's throat with his sandaled foot. A small amount of blood had made it on Kakashi's silver hair, and the ANBU reached up with a clean left hand and tried to wipe the blood off and failing. Kakashi was alert again, and he dodged another set of shurikens. A second man clambered through the window, while his companion ran forward, intending to kill Kakashi with one stroke. Oshi, Uzaji, Saru, ox hair monkey. Lightning crackled in Kakashi's hand. The sound it produced alike to the chirping of 1,000 birds. Kakashi twirled the kunai in his other hand and ran forward, ducking the other ninja's stroke, and he then proceeded to slash this one upward, kunai cutting through flesh and muscle, blood spraying everywhere. Sidestepping to avoid the falling body, Kakashi made a mad dash to the one on the window. Kakashi's fist, cackling with lightning, cut through the second man's abdomen, the fist cutting through flesh, blood, and bone. More blood splattered on the ANBU. Raikiri, the second man, seemed to writhe, seemingly trying to get Kakashi's arm out of his body. There was a slight sound of someone gasping, and the other ninja fell forward dead. Kakashi tugged his arm out of the other ninja's body and flicked the remnants of organs off his gloves. A drop of blood, aided by gravity, fell off the tip of the wolf mask and landed on the floor. Hermione, Ron, and Harry vomited. There was only the sound of blood dropping to the floor in little crimson beads. Kakashi turned back to his captives. He cut the steel wire and nudged them with the hand that had the less amount of blood on it. Reaching a hand up to his mask, Kakashi spoke. "Look here." He tilted the mask to the right and opened his left eye. The three stared, transfixed on the blood-red eye. Sharingan. The three tomos rotated clockwise, luring the students into a sense of false security. Kakashi kept his left eye open as he spoke. The three students' eyes had a glazed sort of look in them. "You will not remember any of this incident until time is seen fit for you to remember," Kakashi intoned. With a snap, he closed his eye and flipped the mask back into place. The hypnotism technique had partially succeeded. They would see flashes of that memory, but until they saw fit to remember, they wouldn't. "Go. Teachers are coming," Kakashi warned urgently. The three quickly complied, scrambling up as they fled. Kakashi stared at the hidden passageway, where he knew, he could hear, the teachers were coming from. "He saw us in the dark. It was as if he has eyes everywhere." Hermione spoke. The half-giant was soaking wet. He had dove his head in the water barrel a while ago to sober himself. Hagrid was about to shoo the three off when Hermione began talking about Kakashi. The half-giant blinked. "He did?" he asked, shocked. "Why? I was the one to escort him here." But even then, he trailed off. The bloke felt funny. Harry sipped at the cup of tea Hagrid had offered him. It was like he didn't belong here. For one, he didn't have a wand. Ron nodded in agreement. "He creeped me out. The way he's so heartless. Imagine using steel wire on students." Ron massaged his hand where the wire had held him bound. "Hermione sight." And Dumbledore hired him. Hagrid stood up and herded the three outside. "Now, don't go and doubt Dumbledore. Why don't you ask him why he hired the bloke? Explain yourself." McGonagall's voice echoed in the blood-splattered hall, filled with rage. Kakashi stiffened, but kept silent. He merely rubbed off a bit of blood from his porcelain mask. Several other teachers, who had come in with the deputy headmistress, had immediately gagged upon seeing the mess Kakashi made. "I found intruders. Had to deal with them." The AMBU wolf spoke gruffly. "I'm not just any shinobi, McGonagall-san. I am ANBU. Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushibutai. Assassination Tactics Special Squad." The usually stern-looking witch's face was now filled with anger. "But to do that in Hogwarts," Kakashi cut her off with a raised hand. "If my services are no longer needed, I will go to Dumbledore-sensei to break my contract. I will receive my payment, and your Potter boy will not be protected. But if I should go, unpaid, my village will slaughter this school and raze it to the ground." Kakashi turned to stare at the body of the one he stepped on. These men came for the boy. McGonagall seemed torn, but she finally spoke after a moment's silence. "The contract is still in effect," she said. "But next time, if any of them are left alive, take them as prisoners." Kakashi nodded. "Hi." "And McGonagall-san," Kakashi called out as Gryffindor's head of house turned to leave. Harry Cohen went to visit Hagrid-san. "Don't worry about him." McGonagall nodded before leaving the scene. Snape scowled. Kakashi scowled back, though it was unseen. The potion's master stared at Kakashi with loathing for a moment before departing. Kakashi took out the strange stick Dumbledore-sensei had given him. This stick was called a wand, if he could recall. The only difference was that ninjas had hand seals to use chakra/magic, while wizards had their wands. Dumbledore had given him extra info upon his request, and now Kakashi knew a few spells too, no matter how weak. For one, he would clean up. The movement Dumbledore-sensei told him to do was to swish and flick. He tried that without the words. Was he swishing and flicking right? It seemed so. The imbu decided to try it with words now. Clearing his throat, Kakashi did the movement. Scourgify. Soap suds emerged from the tip of the wand. The suds flowed up to the blood, and to Kakashi's mild amazement, cleaned up the splatter, leaving the floor clean as if no one ever died. So this was what it was like. Dumbledore-sensei had pointed out their likenesses. That chakra and magic were the same, and that Kakashi could technically be a wizard himself, if he wanted to. After casting Scourgify a bit more, to clean the blood off himself and his surroundings, Kakashi hauled the bodies outside to the courtyard and proceeded to burn the bodies with Katon. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Once he was sure he wasn't being watched, Kakashi formed a seal with his hands and concentrated. Gakebunsin no Jutsu. 4 identical Kakashis appeared. The original Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Dumbledore-sensei was right after all. Even after casting a spell, he could still do ninjutsu. Your task for tonight is to patrol the house entrances. Kakashi began. His clones nodded and made a seal, except for one. Henge, a puff of smoke, and now Kakashi's other clones had become his fellow ANBU. They stood in the moonlit courtyard, animal masks shining. Hawk, cat, sheep and wolf. The Kage Bunshin scattered. Kakashi bit his thumb, summoned his Nin dogs again, and gave them instructions to patrol the castle as well, in which the Baga kills Kakashi twice. Note: Merry Christmas. Extra chap today. For the nth time, Kakashi wanted to stuff that greasy-haired Git's head down the nearest cauldron, preferably the Longbottom Boy's cauldron. Upon first seeing the potion's master, Kakashi was given the image of a combination between an Uchiha, bloody Gits, and a slimy newt. Upon mentally imagining such an image, Kakashi's shoulders shook in silent laughter. The overgrown bat that was. Snape glared at him for a moment before telling the Potter boy to skin something. Orange, Longbottom. Orange, said Snape, ladling the potion up and letting it splash down to show everyone. While Kakashi himself was indifferent to Snape's glares, the aura of loathing the man sent his way caused the unfortunate Longbottom child to assume the worst and wilt like a cut flower. It was Kakashi being glared at after all. Tell me, boy, does anything penetrate that thick skull of yours? Didn't you hear me say, quite clearly, that only one rat spleen was needed? Didn't I state plainly that a dash of leech juice would suffice? What do I have to do to make you understand, Longbottom? Snape snapped, glaring at the entire class, but most of his glare lingered on the silver-haired ANBU. It seemed that this man, or was it a kid, was impervious to all of Snape's attempts of loathing. It nearly drove the man mad. The guard had been standing nearby, hands in his pockets as always. While Snape had heard from the other house heads that they had their own guards with their funny quirks, Snape felt that the Potter brat's house guard was the worst of them all. He was flippant and ignored Snape's clear superiority. He caught the students' attention when they were supposed to be studying, and in turn, they disregarded Snape completely. Snape was not used to being part of the wallpaper. He found it most annoying, so much that he wanted to rip off that mask and wipe off that clear smirk off the man's face with Avada Kedavra. Impudent little brat. Why, he'd bet that the annoying guard was younger than him, quite possibly a child. Such disrespect was inconceivable. How dare he treat the teacher with disrespect? He was only a guard. The Longbottom boy was pink, trembling, and on the verge of tears. Kakashi felt that it was quite unfair. So far, the Longbottom boy had tried so hard. Kakashi waited until Snape turned his back somewhere else. Then, without thinking, he stepped up to the Longbottom boy and put one hand on his shoulder. Instead of getting the usual result of such a gesture, a small smile, the Longbottom boy simply froze up and stared at Kakashi in horror. The ANBU thought it best to retreat, withdrawing the supposed comfort he was offering the Longbottom boy. It would not be proper. He was ANBU. He was a guard, nothing more and nothing less. Did you see that? The guard actually put a hand on Neville's shoulder. Ron spoke rather loudly. Harry nudged him sharply. The said guard was behind them. He was staring at Ron. Ron's eyes widened, and he quickly snapped his mouth shut. Kakashi tilted his head, seemingly amused at the boy's attempt to take back what he said. Lupin-san was late, like Yondaime-sensei before. Kakashi used to count how many minutes he was late, while Obito was busy making bets with Kakashi, who really didn't care how much more minutes. Their sensei would be late, while Rin would only cross her arms and roll her eyes upward with a sigh. Kakashi had always won in those bets. Usually Obito would be too busy challenging Kakashi with several bets while the silver-haired ninja would already see their sensei rushing from a short distance away. Those were happy times then. Sensei was always telling Kakashi to lighten up, to act like his age. Obito would always try to see what was under his mask, and Rin would only laugh. No, don't think of it anymore. They're all dead. And then the war came. The academy's standards were lowered to allow more children to become child soldiers. Sensei's Team 7 was sent out on missions, barely getting any rest. Many times they were almost killed. Obito was crushed under a rock, killed by a stone ninjutsu. He had lost one precious person in that gruesome war. Rin was never the same again. She would only rarely smile, much less laugh. Kakashi would spend most, if not all, of his time at the memorial stone, buried deep in guilt. Sensei was selected as Hokage, and he became distant, too busy with the village's problems to even recognize his own students' symptoms of depression. Then Kyuubi attacked. Rin was sent immediately to heal everyone injured, hands covered in blood. Sensei was cramming for that specific jutsu, throwing valuable books aside haphazardly. Kakashi was busy distracting Kyuubi, barely making it in time to dodge a blow from one of the 9 tails the Kyuubi had. Rin was smashed against a building, thrown there by one of Kyuubi's tails. Sensei was falling from his summit's back, soul consumed by his own jutsu. He had lost 2 precious people in that savage attack. There was no more Rin to comfort him, to tell him that he was only human when he failed to complete a mission. There was no more Sensei to remind him, to tell him that he didn't need to be the perfect shinobi when he was sent to the hospital on the cause of exhaustion. Kakashi would spend his mornings with Obito, his afternoons with Rin, and his evenings with Sensei. He was barely healing from Sensei and Rin's death when they asked him to join ANBU, to throw his soul away and become a lifeless shinobi tool built for the kill. He accepted. Why would he show emotion now? He was getting soft, comforting the long-bottomed boy. He was jerked out of his haunted musings by Lupin San's arrival. The man eyed him warily before turning to the class. He was shabby as it was, and he seemed a little healthier. Good afternoon, he began. Bring out your wands and follow me. Today's lesson will be a practical one. Kakashi blinked in surprise. In all the lessons he had ever been, following the Potter Brat, he had only stayed in the classroom. A new location, possibly outside, meant that he would have to put on extra effort to protect the Potter boy. Kakashi scowled, but made no noise. He simply nodded and followed them out. Kakashi had decided long ago that he never did like Peeves. The troublesome poltergeist tried to play a prank on him the moment he entered Hogwarts. Kakashi was walking with Hagrid-san when the troublesome thing arrived. What's this? A stranger in Hogwarts? Not an ickle first tie. The poltergeist laughed, throwing a water balloon up and down. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Hagrid-san had wandered off, mumbling something about paintings, leaving Kakashi with Peeves. A guard, Kakashi murmured in reply. This spirit was quite interesting. Peeves blew a loud, wet raspberry. So what? Ickle, childish guard. Go back to your mother. Peevesy here doesn't care. You kids are all the same. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the insult. He never knew his mother. In some dim memory he knew he had asked his father where was his mother. Hatake Sakumo had simply ruffled Kakashi's silver hair and told him gruffly to go to bed, eyes distracted, looking at something that Kakashi didn't know. I don't have a mother, Kakashi murmured in a distracted way. I never knew her. Peeves didn't seem to understand Kakashi's tone as he said it. He stared at Kakashi from between his legs. Ickle guard, coming to a wizard school, and yet not a wizard. Useless, he cackled as he flung the balloon at Kakashi. By instinct, Kakashi caught the balloon and was mildly surprised when it burst, spilling water everywhere. Peeves cackled, wiggling his toes as he took out another water balloon from somewhere and threw it at Kakashi. The ANBU simply sidestepped as he narrowed his eyes at the poltergeist. Don't you have anything else to do? Kakashi asked, irritated. Peeves cackled again. No, why would I find something else to do? This is fun. At the word, he flung more water balloons at the ANBU, breaking out into song. Kakashi narrowed his eyes again. He now had a good reason to. Raikiri the poltergeist's ass. Performing the seals. Lighting burst from Kakashi's gloved hand. Peeves stopped singing. What's this? Guard can do this. Peeves asked, eyes widening. This shiny, white light. Shiny white light indeed. Kakashi thought morbidly, grinning. Let's see how you do. Kakashi thrust his hand through Peeves' body, Raikiri easily cutting through the mist that made up Peeves' corporeal form. Loony, loopy lupin. Loony, loopy lupin. Peeves sang, doing a cartwheel. This is a useful little spell, Lupin-san told the class. Kakashi opened his Sharingan, taking note of everything. Please watch closely. Lupin-san raised his wand to shoulder height and pointed at Peeves. The result was a screeching, cursing Peeves retreating and a piece of bubblegum, which Peeves had used to try and block a keyhole to one of the caretaker's closets, firmly lodged on the wall. The Sharingan had copied the spell. Kakashi closed Obito's eye and followed the class as they walked towards the staff room. Snape the overgrown bat was there again, and Kakashi automatically scowled in dislike. The man spoke of Longbottom, and Lupin-san's reply seemed to infuriate the greasy-haired git. He left in a huff, glaring at Kakashi for a few moments before leaving. The wardrobe wobbled, banging off the wall. Kakashi's hand was automatically hovering near his kunai pouch. A few others leapt back in alarm. Nothing to worry. Lupin-san spoke. There's a boggart in there. He seemed calm, but even his calm features did nothing to remove Kakashi's worry. A boggart? What was a boggart? It didn't sound like a Bijou name, but still. Two Gryffindors, one was the Longbottom boy, still seemed worried. Lupin-san told them of boggarts, how the things like dark spaces. Kakashi scowled in intense dislike as the brown-haired girl told them that the boggarts were shapeshifters, and that they took form of what scared them most. Potter Boy answered the next question, that they were in large numbers and therefore, the thing would be confused on what form to use. Kakashi scowled even more at the solution to a boggart. Laughter. Kakashi rarely, if ever, laughed. When he did, it was only a small snicker. Never a fully fledged laugh like what Sensei used to do. Lupin-san was giving instructions, and he spoke of the spell word that would force the boggart into a form that was funny. Kakashi couldn't think of anything remotely funny, even without the boggart. The Longbottom boy admitted he was afraid of Snape. Kakashi could see why. Lupin-san spoke of more instructions, and then told everyone else to back off. Kakashi did so, and was staring at the wardrobe. Lupin-san counted to 3, and then the wardrobe burst open. Snape stepped forward, scowling. Are ridiculous. Longbottom squeaked. Kakashi almost laughed. Almost. You weren't supposed to laugh. The overgrown bat was dressed in the most absurd clothing he had ever seen. The only emotion Kakashi let everyone else see was his shaking shoulders. Students stepped forward, each trying the spell on the boggart's ever-changing form. It wasn't until Lupin-san's boggart whizzed around the room as a balloon that Kakashi realized everything wasn't funny anymore. The boggart landed right in front of the ANBU, and Kakashi, for all his control, almost broke down right in front of everyone. The boggart turned into one of his fever-induced dreams. The dreams, which had been so far-fetched, had come back to haunt him. He felt alive, seeing them all. There in front of him were Sensei, Rin, and Obito, all 3 alive and smiling at him, figments of the past long sealed. Obito was grinning, fingering the goggles over his eyes. Sensei was smiling, ruffling Obito's head. Rin was laughing, shining eyes staring at him. Kakashi almost allowed himself a smile as he reached out to them. And then he died again. The boggart had turned into his worst nightmare. His heart crumbled into useless dust. His knees gave way as the boggart gave him his worst fear. Obito suddenly fell down, blood spilling, as his body, even without the boulder, seemed to react to pressure on his right side. Several people screamed. Kakashi choked, his hand falling down, palm hitting the floor. Rin was screaming as she fell down too. Her body was burning, flesh crinkling into black as invisible flames burned her alive, her spilled blood boiling on the floor. More people were yelling. Kakashi only looked on, hands curling into fists. And Sensei simply dropped dead, his body hitting the wooden floor with such a solid sound that Kakashi felt it was that moment all over again. At that moment, Kakashi broke. He simply screamed. He screamed until his throat was raw. He ignored Lupin-san, ignored everyone else. The man was nudging him, telling him it wasn't real. Kakashi's mind knew it wasn't real, that it was only an illusion, but his heart argued in turn. He missed them, all three of them. He missed Obito for his unfailing humor and loyalty, Rin for her patience and kindness, and Sensei for his endless wisdom and his support. He missed them all. His heart was still too young to let go of their memories. He felt dead again, a ruthless, mindless, and emotionless shinobi tool. He felt like he was when he sold his soul to the ANBU. Broken, battered, scarred, suicidal, lifeless. A simple shinobi tool used to kill. Crack. The Boggett's appearance changed, and it was Snape again. Neville spoke the spell word, and the Boggett vanished in a puff of misty smoke. Silence reigned in the room. Most were too shocked by the amount of blood that spilled. Others eyed Kakashi with pity. The Potter boy and his friends were one of the latter. One even put a hand on his shaking shoulder. Kakashi closed his eyes and stood up. "I am sorry." His words were heavy, slurred with newly reawakened grief. "For causing a scene in which Harry gets left behind." News of the guard's Boggett spread like wildfire throughout the school. Half of the student body pitted the guard, even gathering up enough courage to gingerly pat him to express their condolences for the deaths of those they didn't really know, but who seemed to be important to the guard. He avoided people as much as possible within the scope of his duties, clearly uncomfortable of the idea of being pitted by the students. The Slytherins, on the other hand, made as many references to that incident as possible. At least they did, until he finally lost his temper. It happened one September morning. The Slytherins had been gossiping about the guard. This being the straw that broke the camel's back, Kakashi tied them up by their underwear upside down from the highest point. That wouldn't exactly kill the little brats in the Great Hall by chakra strings, giving them the equivalent of a gravity-induced wedgie. Still clearly annoyed, Kakashi stalked off, leaving the Gryffindors snickering at the Slytherins' overly loud vocal complaints. Malfoy, especially, ranted that his father would hear about this, right before McGonagall lost her temper, irritated by the Slytherins' lack of compassion and basic courtesy, and docked them 50 house points to Severus Snape's great annoyance. On the other hand, the Slytherins' head of house could hardly blame the guard for losing his temper. After all, whether he liked it or not, Snape knew as well as the next man that his students had clearly been out of line. When they finally got Malfoy and his cronies down, the brat refused to stop ranting about how undignified the punishment had been and threatening to have the guard removed, which Kakashi ignored. The brat could threaten all he wanted, he couldn't change Kakashi's job. After all, Dumbledore had hired him, not Malfoy, whiny little brat that he was. Harry and the other Gryffindors glanced at the usual spot the guard occupied worriedly. It had been 2 days since the incident with the guard's Boggett, and Harry was sure the wounds that had been savagely reopened were far from healing. They had not seen the guard since that incident with Malfoy hanging upside down, and one of the other 3 foreign guards now took the place of the guard, whose familiar visage had often given them a sense of security in these troubled times, with Sirius Black on the loose. Once, they had to force the guard to go to the hospital wing right after his anguished scream woke up half the castle in the middle of the night. The guard, it seemed, had been keeping his emotions bottled up too much, mayhap from a combination of embarrassment, a general desire to keep his dignity and do his job, maybe even a fear of seeming inadequate to do his duty. The emotional tsunami had let itself loose that night. Harry had heard his scream, even from Gryffindor Tower, and he had been one of the few that had seen the teachers assisting the shaking guard to the hospital wing. From his hiding place, Harry could see that the guard hadn't gotten much sleep since the Boggett incident. His movements were dulled somehow, and the guard had an air of sadness about him. Days passed, and the guard was still missing from his post. Harry by then had firmly decided he was no good in divination, was bored with care of magical creatures and sucked in potions. The only subject that had become his favorite had been defense against the dark arts. Lupin, despite his looks, was an excellent teacher. At the start of October, the guard was still missing. Harry by then had grown worried, as well as several other Gryffindors. It was not only because they had no guard, but also because the man's presence was comforting. It appeared that he had helped several other Gryffindors in their homework, though he had seemed rather stern. Regarding cheating, Seamus had been the one the guard had caught, and the Gryffindor had thought the guard would report him, as he had done on Fred and George's second time out of bed. On that rare moment, the guard had actually talked. If you're going to cheat, look for the correct answers. That's actually asphodel right there, the guard had remarked, pointing one gloved hand on a spot in Seamus' potion essay. And it's spelled asphodel with a P, not ashadol. He then walked away, seemingly hiding a small smile. And refine your cheating skills. Not everyone will be as lax about the method that you get your answers as I am. Assume that they will be trying to catch you at all times. Look underneath the underneath. There was a stunned silence as Seamus looked at the guard's back. Apparently, he wasn't going to tell on them. With October came the Quidditch season, and Harry was pleased to note that the familiar guard was back on duty. The guard seemed a little subdued, however, and he was prone to stare at something that wasn't really there. He still did his duty as well as he had done it before. However, there were times wherein he would shake and promptly ask permission to leave. As Harry was listening to Oliver Wood's speech, he couldn't help but notice that the guard was shaking again, and he was glancing left and right, a sign that was commonly known in Gryffindor as his way of asking permission to leave. Wood, however, was not in the mood to be interrupted. He went on, giving praise to everyone. The guard seemed to twitch for a moment, and then he relaxed. Quidditch practice began, and Kakashi stared at the players in curiosity. They were mounted on broomsticks. The broomsticks were flying. He himself was still on the ground, hands in his pockets, as the early morning chill reminded him every day of that moment by the lake on his first day here. A red and gold Gryffindor scarf, borrowed from McGonagall's sand, was wrapped around his neck. The bright colors were a great contrast to his black AMBU jacket. The weather was getting colder and wetter, the nights darker. Kakashi returned with the Potter boy after practice to the Gryffindor common room, only to find a lot of people looking at something on the notice board. Potter boy asked what happened, and his friend simply replied that there was going to be a Hogsmeade visit. The Potter boy seemed sad as he sat down near the fire, no doubt to try and warm himself. Kakashi himself was damp, having been an unfortunate victim of a sudden light shower of rain. But he kept standing, the fire's warmth barely reaching him where he stood. Kakashi shivered. Raindrops fell down Kakashi's mask. The Potter boy looked up and tried to be kind. Why don't you sit near the fire? He asked, trying to look friendly. Kakashi simply stared. No one had minded him until now. Why be kind now? It's just 'cause you're damp. You might catch a cold. The mouse-brown-haired girl put in. The red-haired boy simply nodded. If they had been Slytherins, they would have mocked him by now. Slowly, the guard sat down on the floor. Harry supposed this was as close they could get for now. He didn't press the issue. After a few minutes, the girl's cat came running, a large dead spider dangling in its mouth. The red-haired boy was complaining on how the cat was after his rat. Then he finished his homework and shoved it toward Harry. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this, but kept silent. Without warning, the cat pounced. Kakashi's hands streaked forward, grasping the cat even before it could land its insanely sharp claws in the boy's bag. Instead of murdering the red-haired boy's rat, Kakashi found his ANBU mask and arm guards clawed viciously, shallow streaks appearing on the porcelain. Meanwhile, the red-haired brat was yelling about how his pet rat, Scabbers, needed rest as he held the rat up by the tail for the brown-haired girl to see. The brown-haired girl then replied that it was normal. There's something funny about that animal. The red-haired boy, Ron, yelled angrily, brandishing his rat like a flag. This reminded Kakashi of something. The rat in the boy's hand smelled funny, somewhat like a normal rat, but the gut feeling didn't diminish. That rat is strange and must be watched, his gut feeling told him. Stuck with the Potter brat and his friends in herbology, Kakashi found nothing else to do except have a staring match with the venomous tentacula. Once that activity lost its shine, Kakashi settled on dodging the seeds that the Weasley brat threw the wrong way. The next was transfiguration. McGonagall-san did her transformation again, and Kakashi was sure he had copied that particular jutsu. After the subject ended, Kakashi found himself listening to the Potter boys' losing conversation with his head of house. Maybe if he said I could go, or Maybe even bring the guard along? Harry tried, desperate. McGonagall paused, hands in mid-shuffle of the papers, but her decision was clear. No form, no visiting the village, Potter. She spoke pity in her gaze. The Potter boy's friends tried cheering him up. Weasley even suggested that they use the invisibility cloak. Kakashi was around the corner. The brown-haired girl, Granger, replied it might work. So Kakashi followed his charges as usual. But when it came for them to depart for Hogsmeade, Kakashi had made it quite clear the moment they stepped out of the grand staircase that he could sense them. It happened just as everyone was leaving. The three Gakis blended into the crowd. Kakashi was separated from them by a group of Hufflepuffs, tailed by his own Hinge Kagebunshin, until he managed to see them lurking under that cloak and stepping out of the room that held the staircases. Kakashi blinked. Were they stupid? Didn't they know he could still smell them and hear them, despite having vanished? Without further notice, Kakashi stepped forward and, taking a firm hold of the cloak, ripped it off their grasp. Three surprised faces looked at him. Honestly, if I wasn't your guard, I would have killed you, Kakashi warned, grasping the cloak. I will be taking this to Dumbledore Sensei for confiscation. Until then, you two, Kakashi pointed to Weasley and Granger. You two may go to Hogsmeade. Potter Gaki, you're coming with me. Kakashi tailed the boy everywhere that day. Irked, the boy had stared at him and asked why it was him that was being tailed around, not the majority of the Gryffindors in Hogsmeade. Kakashi simply replied that he was alone, the only Gryffindor left in the school that was worth killing. Potter Gaki was quiet after that. What are you doing? Lupin-san asked Harry, keeping his tone kind. Kakashi glanced at him. There was a strange smell hanging about Lupin-san. About Lupin-san, there was a vaguely humanish smell, though greatly covered by the canine scent. Lupin-san, you handle dogs? Kakashi asked, hands in his pockets, tone cool, though really he was interrogating the teacher. Lupin-san wasn't very good at hiding the expression of surprise. He froze up, and then simply nodded, dumbly. Kakashi found this odd. Why would Lupin-san freeze up like that? Lupin-san invited them inside for tea. The smoking goblet that arrived a while later was intriguing. The smells that hung about it vaguely resembled the scent Lupin-san bore, with a dash of rotten eggs and cabbages. Kakashi nearly gagged, but he kept a straight face. He had long drunk the tea that was offered, much to the surprise of Lupin-san and the Potter Gaki. He watched as Lupin-san consumed the offending drink and grimaced. Lupin-san was drinking poison. Kakashi was so sure of it. He was mildly surprised the teacher didn't drop dead. The candies that were in the Potter boy's lap were making him drool. These sweets smelled strangely nice, and Kakashi was sure they tasted nice. The Potter boy even offered him some, and Kakashi accepted, holding up the fizzing Whizbees up to light. He gave muffled thanks and put the sweets into his pocket for him to eat. Later, the Great Hall's atmosphere was festive and jolly. Candy-filled pumpkins floated everywhere, some with little greedy first eyes hanging off the brim. There were also so many orange streamers that Kakashi had thought the world had turned into a shade of pumpkin orange. The food smelled nice. He sat down next to the Potter Gaki, filling his own plate with food. His Kagebunshin seemed hungry as well. They were grabbing food off the table. When the feast ended, Kakashi escorted the Gryffindors upstairs. He was also the first to see the mess that was once the fat lady's portrait. A stolen kunai was still jammed on the portrait's wooden frame. He knew it was stolen because there was a foreign scent to it, and that the person who had used it was obviously not used to handling kunais. There was a spot of blood where the kunai's blade met the bandaged handle. Any self-respecting shinobi would have avoided that particular spot of the kunai. The shredded remains of the fat lady's portrait were hanging pathetically off the frame, in which Professor Hatake appears. Dumbledore Sensei sent all the Gryffindors back into the Great Hall, where every other house joined them there 10 minutes later, each with its own guard tailing after them. The other guards reported to the Gryffindor guard, and together the four set off to speak to Dumbledore in the room where Harry had first been detained to before being sorted into his house years ago. Kakashi disengaged the Kagebunshins, sighing as he showed them the bloody kunai he had taken from the fat lady's portrait. The teachers were all looking at him suspiciously, except for Dumbledore, whose calm expression seemed to be disappointed. Whoever used this kunai was not shinobi. Kakashi began. There's this particular part of the kunai wherein blade meets handle. Most novices tend to cut themselves on this point. He twirled the kunai on his finger briefly before showing it to the teachers, blade first. There was silence. Then Dumbledore nodded. We must search the castle. Can you watch over the children in the Great Hall? Kakashi almost grimaced behind the mask. He had hoped to be out there searching as well. But he nodded. But I will help you in a way. Forming seals, Kakashi bit his thumb and ran the finger over a scroll. He rolled the scroll up, made a few more seals, and then slammed the scroll on the floor. Ninpu, Kakashi murmured. Kuchios Doton, Tsuga no Jutsu. Small chains emerged from the scroll, digging into the marble floor. Smoke clouded the senses as the 8 nin dogs appeared. Several teachers were mildly surprised to see 8 dogs, each wearing the forehead protector and bearing a blue jacket. Hagrid almost yelled. The NBU seemed to be amused as he stared at them. These are my cute nin dogs, he explained. One nin dog, a huge bulky bulldog, was definitely not cute. Though by the way Hagrid was shaking, he was itching to pet the huge bulldog, and he even had a most disturbing sparkly look in his eyes. Duh. One nin dog, a small pug, spoke. What's the call up for? The AMBU nodded and showed the small pug the bloody kunai. The pug sniffed at it for a few minutes, then watched as Kakashi passed the kunai about, each nin dog smelling the air. Yash, Kakashi spoke. Find me. A few minutes later, Dumbledore appeared to tell them all that they needed to search the castle, and that the 4 guards would be staying with them as the teachers left for the search, each teacher following a nin dog. The familiar sight of the guards patrolling in the Great Hall comforted them somewhat. The Potter brat and his friends had retreated to a corner, tugging along what seemed to be 3 purple sleeping bags. Kakashi eyed them for a moment before turning his back on them and watching another red-haired Weasley scold everyone else. Kakashi knew this castle now, like the back of his own gloved hand. He knew that one could not apparate inside the school, nor can one sneak past the Dementors, who had arrived for the Hogsmeade visit as per contract. Was Black a shinobi? But if he were, he wouldn't get his hand injured on the kunai in the first place. There was also the issue of the Weasley boy's rat. There was also a vague, very well hidden old scent of human on the boy's rat. The human smell was different from the Weasley boy's own scent, which made Kakashi even more suspicious of the rat. McGonagall-san's transformation had inspired Kakashi to learn more of that specific jutsu. In the days he had been missing on duty, he had devoted his time to learning that jutsu, as it appeared after many frustrated attempts that the jutsu was user-specific. So he had dug in a Hogwarts library and had come up with the hand seals, after much guesswork, to perform the said jutsu. Lupin Sand's smell had gone from vaguely canine to vaguely human. Also, he seemed even more tired and constantly under pain. Kakashi wondered why. Was the man a Jinchuriki? But then again, if he were, he would have given off a large amount of chakra as the days grew. The lights went out. Kakashi stared at Dumbledore, who was making his way towards him. Kakashi saluted as Dumbledore stopped in front of him. Nothing yet, Kakashi asked. They'll work hard. It's just that they all have their little quirks. Kakashi was talking about Paquin, who had been paired, as it was, with Snape. No, it's not about that. Dumbledore frowned. The knife on the portrait frame, was that one of yours? Kakashi nodded. In the darkness, he turned and looked straight at Harry. When you 3 are done using the toilet, go back to sleep. Kakashi spoke. The purple sleeping bags moved, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione soon crawled out of it and excused themselves. Kakashi turned back to Dumbledore. Yes, it was one of mine. It was stolen. There's a foreign scent about it. Dumbledore frowned still. I've found a temporary guardian for Gryffindor. There's no point in moving out the children tonight. For the next few days, the school talked about nothing except for Sirius Black. That, and on how annoying the new Gryffindor guardian was. Even the Gryffindor guard appeared annoyed. There were many kunai and shuriken marks on the portrait's frame. Sir Cadogan was very noisy at night, and Kakashi had often lobbed him a few shuriken or kunai to keep him quiet. Under Dumbledore's orders, Kakashi tailed the Potter boy everywhere now, keeping one hand holding a kunai in his pocket. McGonagall had informed Harry Cohen that if he took the guard along, he could go to Quidditch practice. The weather steadily worsened as the first Quidditch match drew nearer. The Gryffindor team trained harder still. Upon the return of his Neen dogs the next day, only Packen had managed to sniff even a small whiff. There's no doubt about it. There's an intruder in the castle. The small pug spoke, looking at his owner. Kakashi nodded. I know that. Thanks for the help. He saluted. The pug saluted back, lifting up a small paw. The 8 Neen dogs disappeared in a puff of smoke. When the Potter boy had heard that Gryffindor was playing Hufflepuff instead, Potter was shouting furiously that there was nothing wrong with the blonde brat's arm. Silently, Kakashi agreed. He was the one who saw that particular jutsu anyway. The boy's arm was working fine. The day before the match, Kakashi had been approached by McGonagall-san. She was holding a red and gold scarf and offered it to the guard. The howling winds were cold, she knew, and the guard's attire beneath the jacket was questionable. Wordlessly, Kakashi accepted the scarf and wound it around his neck. The rain fell harder, and at one point Kakashi was forced to stay indoors, barred from visiting the lake in the mornings due to the freezing rain. The Malfoy brat was being dramatic about his arm again, and the Potter Gaki seemed to be infuriated by the excess drama. He had a Quidditch match tomorrow, and he had no room for small incidents that would put his mind off the game. As the Potter boy's guard, Kakashi was in charge of shooing off pests, Malfoy, killing or capturing Sirius Black, and the removal of certain elements, Oliver would. The first time it happened, Kakashi had been nearby. He took this as a small chat, as they were walking to herbology. But when Harry was clearly 5 minutes late, Kakashi took matters into his own hand by wordlessly grabbing the Potter boy and pulling him to the greenhouses. Now his Kage Bunshin was tailing the boy. Lupin-san had excused himself, saying he was sick today, so Kakashi was forced to substitute, and that meant producing another Kage Bunshin to follow the Potter boy around while he taught class. Currently, Kakashi was thinking. He had decided, in the small room that served as his bedroom in Hogwarts, to disguise himself to teach class, but whom to hinge into. The logical choice would have been Sensei. But he was in his boggart. Kakashi still flinched at the word, and the whole school knew Sensei was dead, so Kakashi decided on a mix. He thought of Rin, Obito, and Sensei, and tried to combine certain traits from them into his transformation. Hinge no jutsu. There was a puff of smoke, and Kakashi stared at his transformed self in the mirror. Obito's black hair spiked in many different directions. Sensei's left cobalt, I stared at his reflection, and Rin's green right, I glanced at him. A pair of goggles hung around his neck, and Kakashi fingered it gingerly. He paused for a moment, staring at his reflection, but then he turned and put on the black cloak he would have to wear over his Jounin uniform, for Dumbledore-sensei had told him he could wear anything under the black cloak. It was time for him to teach. Lupin-san had given him a basic outline, but Kakashi decided to make a new kind of activity. Kakashi hung the 5 silver bells on his belt and left the room. After being tugged by the guard to escape wood, Harry hurried to Defense Against the Dark Arts, only to find a hastily scrawled note on the blackboard and most of his fellow classmates' bags scattered haphazardly. Go to the school grounds, leave your bags here, and bring only your wands. The note said. Harry pulled out his wand from his pocket and hurried to the grounds. There, he found the rest of his classmates still waiting. Sitting on the grass, the teacher was not anywhere in sight. He joined Hermione and Ron nearby. Do you think Professor Lupin's sick? He told us he'd be lecturing us today. Hermione spoke worriedly. Well, I'm about to find out what that new teacher is going to do. Ron replied, settling down on the grass. At that moment, there was a puff of smoke and their teacher appeared. Clad in a strange green flak jacket, navy muggle clothes, and a black cloak with a silver fastener, their teacher was strange. His black hair was unruly, like Harry's. He had mismatched eyes, one green and the other blue, and a permanent grin on his face. There was a pair of goggles hanging around his neck, and there were 5 bells tied to the belt around his waist. In one hand was a wand, and in the other was a small orange book. On its cover was a man chasing a woman. Don't, the teacher said, grinning. For now, I am your defense against the dark arts teacher. You may call me Professor Hatake, though you may also use my first name. The Slytherins frowned at this eccentric teacher, but the Gryffindors were curious. He was wearing muggle clothes after all, but he held a wand. Hermione raised her hand. The teacher nodded. Yes, Miss Granger? Hermione stood up and asked, What are the bells for? Kakashi laughed. Ah, sharp aren't you? These bells. He held them up, tucking the book somewhere in a pouch strapped to his belt. Are your assignment today? I will be grouping you all into 4 six-man teams, 3 from each house. Everybody groaned. Gryffindors did not mix with Slytherins. Ever. Professor Hatake frowned. No complaints. If you fail my test or refuse to participate, I'll fail you for defense against the dark arts. Shocked faces stared at him in horror. Hermione dropped the book she had brought along. Smiling sheepishly, Professor Hatake scratched the back of his head with a gloved hand. No need to look like that, it's quite easy. All you need to do is to get these 5 bells from me. There was a spark of hope in everyone's eyes. Malfoy appeared disgusted. But Professor Hatake raised one finger. I only have 5 bells with me. One of you will most certainly fail. Everybody groaned again. Kakashi looked at them sheepishly. However, he spoke, smiling slightly. You may use any spell against me. Curse, unforgivable, jinx or charm, whatever it takes for you to get the bells. But Accio is banned, obviously. Malfoy eyed the teacher. Any spell? But won't you get injured or hexed? He asked, incredulous. Kakashi shook his head. Try me. He smiled. I'll be calling your teams now. So listen up. The teacher took out the book again and stared at a small slip of paper on a page. Team 1, Gryffindor. Potter, Weasley, and Granger. Slytherin, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Malfoy and Ron glared at each other. Hermione looked nervous and Harry stared at Malfoy. Team 2, Gryffindor. Thomas, Patil. Team 1 to me. Kakashi spoke, finally closing the small orange book and tucking it into his kunai pouch. Remember, you can't get the bells without approaching me with the intent to kill. Kakashi began. It's a free-for-all, except for Accio charms. And start when I say. He was cut off when Malfoy pointed his wand at him and shouted. Stupefied, Kakashi stared at the jet of red light. There was a satisfied look on Malfoy's face. Hermione panicked. Ron launched himself at Malfoy, and Harry tried to hold back Crabbe and Goyle by himself. Kakashi raised his wand. Protego Maximus. A magical barrier appeared, bouncing back Malfoy's spell. Kakashi then teleported to where Harry was. He reached out and grabbed Crabbe and Goyle by their collars, hoisting them up in the air. Kakashi reached out with his foot and kicked the Malfoy brat's wand out of his hands. This all happened in a matter of seconds. The whole class stared at him like he was Voldemort himself. I didn't say start yet, in which everyone hates the course. Kakashi stared at Malfoy, displeased. Clearly, the boy was a complete and utter brat. Even the Pottergaki was halfway decent. Compared to Malfoy, the Pottergaki was a piece of cake chocolate, in fact. Briefly, Kakashi wondered what this Lucius Malfoy was teaching his son. Perhaps he was teaching his kid how to antagonize every living thing within a 5-mile radius. Or maybe he was teaching his kid how to whine like a little girl. Kami-sama, this kid was annoying. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as the Malfoy brat stared at him in awe and rubbing his sore hand where Kakashi had kicked him. Why you? I'll tell my father of this, he screeched. Kakashi rolled his eyes and sighed. Now Malfoy, how about I tie you to a tree in the middle of the Forbidden Forest at midnight for disrespect? Malfoy paled. You can't do that. My father will hear of this, he yelled, taking up his wand. Kakashi had a sort of evil grin. I'll just dock 20 house points from you then. On your next offense, I'll dock you 50. Malfoy cursed. Kakashi sighed and dropped Crabbe and Goyle onto the grass. Keep going and your father will hear of how you whine like a little girl. The whole class snickered, except Kakashi and Malfoy. All right, Kakashi began. You have 1 hour to take these bells from me. If you can't, you will do it again and again until you figure out how to do it. And I'll keep failing you each time you don't get the bells. Hermione flinched. Kakashi figured it was because she was touchy about failing. Kakashi smiled a bit. If you do get the bells, you'll get a perfect grade for this exercise, the privilege of access to some of the restricted areas of the library, additional lessons if you wish, and 25 house points for your house. Harry gripped his wand tightly. Yash! Start! Malfoy pointed his wand at Kakashi a second after he had finished his sentence. Ricta Sempra! Din Sajo! Ron spoke, keeping his wand on Kakashi. Petri Ficus Totalis! Hermione, after a moment, yelled. Locomotor Mortis! Harry, after a split second, yelled, pointing his wand at the teacher. Crabbe and Goyle simply rushed forward in an idiotic attempt to pummel the teacher with their fists. Kakashi smiled. He simply teleported behind Malfoy, crouched, clasping his hands together so the index fingers were pointing out. Sensei had done this in his bell test, and Kakashi was unusually looking forward to use it. The Malfoy Gaki deserved this. Konavakureiden, Taihutsunohi, Senengoroshi. Kakashi yelled, jamming his fingers up Malfoy's ass. Malfoy went flying, gripping his ass. His scream was a mixture of rage, embarrassment, and pain as he went flying. Ron stared in shock at Malfoy. Everyone stared as well, and soon every Gryffindor was laughing. Malfoy landed on the grass, clutching at his ass. My father will hear of this, he yelled in a voice that was at least 2 octaves higher than normal. He gripped his wand and pointed it again at the teacher. There was a puff of smoke at the end of Malfoy's wand. Kakashi tried very hard to keep from laughing, only to fail miserably and laugh the way Sensei used to. You'll need force of will to do that. Even if your puny spell hit me, I doubt that I'll even get a nosebleed. Kakashi spoke, flipping his own wand. Now, I'm sure you all know this, but a wizard has 4 main spells. These are Curse, Charm, Conjuring, and Transfiguration. Kakashi flipped his wand once more. Lesson 1. The best defense is not being there when the curse hits. Every time I sub for Lupin San, you will go into active defense against the dark arts, which means not only will you learn of the dark arts you can face, but you will also learn of possible countermeasures, some combat spells, and how to dodge the spell itself. That means Kakashi used his one to point at Crabbe and Goyle. You two will finally learn how to run fast starting now. Do 5 laps around the lake. Feel free to practice your spells on the local wildlife, as long as you don't hit anything that can talk back. Crabbe and Goyle paused. Kakashi sighed, massaging his temples. On second thought, just run. Pocketing his wand, Kakashi performed a few hand seals and summoned the huge bulldog. This dog will chase you as you run. I suggest running fast. If the dog catches you, well, let's leave it to your imagination. It doesn't seem to like you very much. At that point, the bulldog growled at the unfortunate Slytherins. Crabbe and Goyle ran for their lives, or for at least the sanctity of their trousers. Kakashi smiled. Right, let's get on to lesson 2. Even if you learned all the spells in the book, they won't do squat if your opponent can pull their wand out faster than you. This he directed at Hermione and Harry, both of which had paused to think a while ago. You two seem to have a bit of brains, so I'll just have you two practice on pulling your wands out as fast as you can. Lastly, Kakashi looked at Ron and Malfoy. The glares they gave each other a while ago had not missed the copy nin's attention. He knew the two hated each other, so in a moment of extreme deviousness that matched even Marino Ibiki, he tied them together, arm to arm and leg to leg, with a strong rope and spoke, turning to the entire class as he did so. Lesson 3. If you fail to complete the mission, you are trash. But those who turn on their own comrades are less than trash. If you want to be treated with respect, be sure you deserve that respect. Bloodlines do not command respect on the battlefield. Actions do. No one is going to care if you're a Malfoy or a Mudblood when you're on the battlefield. No one will even be able to tell. On the battlefield, what matters is competence. If you don't have it, you die. Kakashi glared at the two rivals tied together. Everybody dies. I'm only here to make sure you die of old age, not by a random hex. He ended, crossing his arms. You are to finish this obstacle course that I made. This course requires the both of you to work together. If you fail miserably, you can expect that I will make you do this exercise again and again until I can drill into your stubborn heads that you need to work together. Get up. Malfoy cursed viciously at the professor under his breath and glared venomously at Ron. The Gryffindor grit his teeth and proceeded to try and do his job. Unfortunately, his attempts at getting his job done were sabotaged by the fact that Malfoy simply could not stop bitching about his father. Kakashi was tempted to hex him so badly as he judged their performance on trying to get up, which was sabotaged by Malfoy's flailing arms and legs, Malfoy's wailing, and Malfoy's various death threats and unimaginative slurs on Weasley's bloodline, which finally provoked the long-suffering Gryffindor into trying to throttle the Slytherin, which resulted in the undoing of all of their work, and from being halfway to a standing position, they landed flat on their butts and rolled about like a pair of scuffling cats in a bag. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Mentally, he gave the Gryffindor plus points. Nostalgically, he remembered Obito and his stubbornness. Taking out his wand, Kakashi pointed it lazily behind him. Several items, commonly used for army training, appeared on the grassy ground behind Kakashi. The course, it turned out, was a track with a flag at the end and a baton right in front of the two. Apparently, Kakashi wanted them to take the baton to the flag, all the while going through a set of tires. Go! Kakashi ran through the rest of the teams, pointing out their strengths and weaknesses. Those who were weak, which was all of them, he sent to do exercises. As defense against the dark arts wound to a close, Kakashi gave a small smile. By the way, you all fail for now. Next time try harder. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs ace this experiment. This Saturday, whether you like it or not, you will all be sorted into four-man teams, with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. I'll be drilling the meaning of teamwork into your heads even if it kills you. Oh, and Lupin-san told me you all were to make an essay on Hinky Punks and turn it in next time. On the good side, this new substitute teacher was the best they've had on practical terms. Harry could really see the applications of his teachings in his personal fights against Voldemort. On the bad side, he made them work with the Slytherins, which was self-defeating since technically the Gryffindors knew that 50% of the Slytherins would join the Dark Lord anyway. Ron thought that the new teacher was sort of cool, but he thought that the new teacher's practice of assuming that Slytherins were not evil was so wrong in so many ways. But at least Ron was remotely willing to work with Malfoy if it meant he would get good grades. Kakashi cleared his throat. Okay, class dismissed for now. I'll see you all on Saturday. If not, failure to attend will result in docking of house points and severe punishment, in which rain spoils the game. Note, 5,900 hits. Thanks a lot, guys. Kakashi couldn't sleep at all that night. The howling winds outside were too loud in his bedroom, and the coldness of his room, even under the blankets, were making him shiver. Instead of resting like he was supposed to do, he summoned up his Neen dogs and Kage Bunshin and told them to patrol the whole school. It was maybe around halfway until 1 in the morning. Kakashi decided to go outside. He bundled up with the red and gold Gryffindor scarf McGonagall-san gave him and quietly sneaked out into the grounds. The full moon's light was reflected on the lake's pristine surface. Kakashi stared at the full moon thoughtfully. It had been a full moon too when Kyuubi attacked. Some said that the full moon awakened deep aggression in animals. There was a slight sound of a wolf howling, but it was different at the same time. For one, this howl was hoarse and vaguely human. This howl was strained and seemingly came from far away. He knew how a wolf howled because his father was famed for it. He could summon a huge white wolf. Kakashi froze and turned. There was something running across the grounds, something quadruped and furred. The smell of wolf came to Kakashi's nose, mixed slightly with the scent of human. Two yellow-gold eyes stared at Kakashi as the creature came to a stop in front of the ANBU. The thing looked vaguely like a wolf, but it was as tall as a man, with the human build of a man. The wolfman howled and leapt at the ANBU. Kakashi cursed and backed away. The guard looked apprehensive today. Harry observed him from the Gryffindor table. His leg had a slight limp to it, and he seemed exhausted, but overall, he seemed like he had tried to wrestle a hippogriff. There were rips in the fabric of his jacket, and beneath it Harry could see small gashes in the bone-white armor that the guard wore underneath. Kakashi observed the Potter boy as he gasped, breathing for air. The wolfman hadn't hurt him, as far as Kakashi was concerned. His armor had taken most of the abuse, and he needed new arm guards, the old ones the wolfman had ripped off. Eventually, he had used the Sharingan to escape, luring the wolf man into a jinjutsu to get his attention. At this stupid animalistic state, the wolf man couldn't possibly realize the difference between reality and an illusion. The jinjutsu would wear off in the morning. For now, Kakashi was resting against the wall. He briefly took out his wand and pointed it at his jacket and armor, murmuring the spell word softly. Reparo. The armor patched itself up as Kakashi stared at his jacket. Black threads realigned with each other and melted into one, pulling each side closer to cover the rip. He felt exhausted, to be sure. But it was the Potter Gaki's game today, though Kakashi wasn't sure if he'd be able to play. The sound of thunder rumbling overhead confirmed that suspicion, as well as the pounding of the wind against the castle walls. The Potter boy looked at him, worried, piece of toast halfway to his still open mouth. Kakashi almost laughed at how stupid the boy looked. "You okay?" the Potter boy asked. Kakashi nodded and rested against the wall. He only needed a breather. He'd left the wolfman chasing some imaginary stag in that jinjutsu. Potter boy's Quidditch team arrived downstairs. Kakashi put his hands into his pockets as the rest of his hinged Kagebunshin turned up. He'd have to cancel today's ADA, what he'd taken to calling his Saturday lessons. He felt too tired from wrestling with the wolfman. Then he'd have to guard the Potter boy during today's Quidditch match. The match had begun. Kakashi held the large black umbrella against the furious wind with both hands. He felt cold now, but he kept his eyes on the Potter boy. The rain pelted his mask furiously, droplets of water streaking down the porcelain like tears. It was this mask that was the reason that Kakashi was able to see in this rain. He'd cast the impervious spell on it right before stepping outside. The rest of his body, he had let a small amount of chakra flow out of his tenkutsus, creating a thin but waterproof wall of chakra, preventing him from getting wet from the rain. The umbrella was just for show. He was ordered not to reveal his true abilities until the last moment. The Potter boys' Quidditch captain ordered a timeout. Kakashi pointed his wand at the umbrella he was holding and murmured the spell word. Engorgo. The umbrella grew twice its size, and Kakashi was able to shelter the whole Gryffindor Quidditch team under it. They talked of strategy. The wood boy was telling Potter to get the snitch quick, while Granger arrived and did the same spell Kakashi did on his mask on Potter's glasses. The timeout ended, and Kakashi was once again left standing alone on the sidelines of the field. The first thing Kakashi noticed was the huge black dog that was staring at the Potter boy. His Kagebunshins positioned on each and every tower. The rain was too thick for the majority of the school to even notice that the guard had suddenly multiplied, had passed the word on to each other until one Kage dropped down and told him. Kakashi gave the umbrella to his Bunshin, told him to keep the umbrella for a moment, and quickly formed seals. Kakashi ended his jutsu with the bird seal. His hands were pointed in the general direction of where the Kage Bunshin had told him the black dog was. They had left a kunai with a special jutsu on it as his guide. Sonsin no Hutsu. He felt his surroundings warp for a moment and found himself in front of the black dog a second later. Kakashi took out his kunai and ran after the dog. The dog turned tail and ran down the stairs. It was quite obvious the dog wasn't actually a dog. Being around dogs his whole life, Kakashi knew how a dog acted. For one, this dog didn't bark or growl at his appearance. It simply ran away. Another thing was this dog didn't smell quite like dog. There was a vague human scent on it. Even if a human touched the dog, it would only last for a few minutes, then fade as the dog's natural smell took over. This dog was not a dog. Kakashi took out 4 shuriken from his holster, took precise aim, and then threw the throwing stars accurately, while his other hand took out the makabishi, throwing spikes, and threw them in front of the dog. The 4 shuriken lodged themselves deep in all 4 of the dog's paws. The makabishi had successfully stopped the dog from going any further, and the trapped animal made no sound as it tried to squirm out of the shurikens, despite the pain. Kakashi positioned the kunai carefully near the dog's throat. "You're not a real dog," he spoke accusingly. The dog squirmed. Kakashi pressed the sharpened edge of the kunai on the dog's black furred throat. He gathered up the makabishi and put the spikes back into his pocket as he positioned himself in front of the dog. "There's no use trying to act like you're a dog. I found it out. You smell like man." The dog convulsed and transformed into a man. Kakashi was mildly shocked, but he knew this jutsu. It was McGonagall-san's jutsu. This man was an animagus. The man was soaking wet. Broken chains were on his wrists, the four shurikens deeply embedded in his hands and feet. Black and white striped clothing made it clear that the man was a prisoner, and the elbow-length hair made him even more like the prisoner he clearly was. Sirius Black. Kakashi spoke. Wanted for the murder of 13 people with a single curse. Cleared for the Dementor's kiss. The man glared at him with savage eyes. I didn't kill those people. This statement amused the ANBU. Denial only made the lie worse. Sure you didn't. What are you doing here, Black? Kakashi asked, voice hard. He dug the kunai closer to Black's throat. Who are you anyway? Black's rude question nearly startled him. You're not using a wand. Kakashi smirked behind the mask. Why do you want to know? The Black had the guts to shrug in his position. I just wanted to know why a guard of Hogwarts uses puny knives, but not a wand. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at this reply, but he kept silent. After a few seconds, he cleared his throat. You have no name. You have no feelings. You have no past. You have no future. Kakashi paused, remembering the adage of the ANBU, the one that was the slightly edited version of one of the disbanded ANBU branches. Sirius Black was still. What you have is your mission, that which supports the great tree of Konoha. Unseen from within the ground is our organization called ANBU. Black stared at him for a few moments, then blurted out rather loudly. But that doesn't answer my question. Kakashi almost smiled. It answered your first one. Black scowled. I'm only here to commit the murder I was imprisoned for. Let me go, he growled. Kakashi looked at him and withdrew the kunai, twirling it around a finger and tucking it into his kunai pouch. Maybe, maybe not. Kakashi tilted his mask to the side, letting Black see his closed left eye. What are you doing? Black asked suspiciously. Kakashi gave a grim chuckle. It's one of the many ways that I have at my disposal. Kakashi opened his eye. The blood-red eye of the Uchiha clan gazed into Sirius Black's blue eyes. The three Tomos turned, spinning in a hypnotizing circle. The last remaining Black stared deep into the crimson eye. With every second he spent staring at it, he was drawn deeper into the hypnotic gaze of the Sharingan. Tell me, Kakashi's voice began. Tell me everything. Black's mouth moved, and Kakashi found himself listening. On how he knew James Potter in school, abruptly, Kakashi was disturbed by a wave of cold descending on him. He felt the freezing ice that gripped his heart for a moment before the feeling passed away. Kakashi let go of the still hypnotized convict and turned around in a state of cold panic. Dementors. He had been told of them. These were the shadowy beings that guarded Azkaban. Dumbledore-sensei had told him Patronus would keep these away, but no one knew how to kill these things. Kakashi turned back to Black. The convict was shivering. It appeared the Dementors affected him too. Kakashi pulled out the four shuriken and ran outside. Were the Dementors here for the Potter boy? Dumbledore had told him that the Dementors fed on happy memories, that these things seemed to like it when their prey was squirming, screaming their hearts out. From Potter boy's background, Kakashi thought that the Dementors love him especially. Another cold feeling came over him. Icy hands as cold as death gripped his face. A Dementor was holding his face with its rotting hands. It appeared in his distraction. It had managed to sneak up on him. That's enough. It's okay, Kakashi. The right side of my body is almost smashed. There's no feeling in it. Obito. It's okay, Kashikuin. I know I'm dying. I've worked so hard, healing the living, that I've forgotten that I was too tired to dodge. Rin, the village, has to see that Uzumaki Naruto is a hero. Do you understand that, Kashi? Don't hate him because I'm going to die. Sensei. Their voices, over and over again, repeating in his head like some sick and twisted echo from a faraway bell. Then his own voice, filled with pain, shame, and regret. What kind of commander? What kind of jounin am I? He knew when he had said that. Obito was dying then. In panic, Kakashi's hand formed seals. Even as the Dementor neared his own face, the icy cold gripping him like never before. White lightning gathered in his hand, the chakra flowing in it, waiting to be unleashed. Kakashi finished the last seal, even as the final voices of his dead comrades reached his mind. It's not useless baggage, it's the Sharingan of mine. Kakashi, don't hate me for what I'm going to do. There's no point in trying to put out Kyuubi's fire. Don't cry, Kashi-kun. Raikiri, Kakashi screamed, driving his fist right into the Dementor, in which Harry falls. Note, so sorry I'm late. The internet died over here, but Chapter 10 is well on the way. Raikiri, momentarily, the storm's hazy curtain of rain was clear, and through the mist, the whole school vaguely heard the chirping of 1,000 birds. Those closest to the empty tower saw a white blur concentrated purely in the guard's hand. They in turn also saw the Dementors, how the dark beings were cut through by the guard's attack, the white lightning eating through the darkness. Though they couldn't see his face, his mask was encrusted in ice from the Dementor's touch. The guard slashed through 4 more Dementors in midair, a white aura enveloping him. The chirping came from the lightning in his fist, now unleashed to cut through anything that it touched, and then their attention was to the Gryffindors, and their now falling seeker. More Dementors, at least 100 followed Harry Potter in his dangerous descent. The guard, it seemed, had seen Harry, for his hands began to move to form strange shapes. In a flash of lightning, the guard was beside Harry. The distance crossed. The guard moved himself below Harry, seeking to cushion him from his inevitable fall. They were nearing the ground now, the Dementors following in a black swarm of cold. Lucky the guard caught him. I thought they were dead for sure, but he didn't even break his glasses. Harry awoke to voices and blurry figures in crimson red clustered around his bed. Someone handed him his glasses from the side, and Harry's vision finally cleared up. The whole Gryffindor Quidditch team was by his bed, as well as Ron and Hermione. The team was crusted in mud, and Harry's 2 friends looked as if they climbed out of a swimming pool with their clothes on. A bed away, the guard's familiar figure didn't move. "Harry, are you okay?" Fred asked him, face white underneath the mud that hid most of his face. "We thought you were a goner. How are you feeling?" Harry rubbed the back of his head where he had landed on the guard's chest plate. "I have a massive headache, but I feel fine everywhere else." George's face broke into a smile. That's good." Harry blinked and rubbed at his arm. He knew he'd be getting a bruise there soon. "What happened? Did we win?" There was silence. The only sound that was heard was the guard's labored breathing. Realization dawned on Harry, and his eyes widened slowly. "We lost." Diggory got the snitch. Fred said. He wanted a rematch, but Wood said they won fair and square. "Where's Wood?" Harry asked upon not seeing the Quidditch captain. "Still in the showers," George replied. "We think he's trying to drown himself." Harry took his head into his hands. Fred and George launched into a discussion regarding Gryffindor's chance for the Quidditch Cup. They were there until Madame Pomfrey shooed the whole team out of the hospital wing, leaving Ron and Hermione to explain. "Who caught me?" "I felt something grab my collar." Harry asked, looking up. "It was the guard, mate." Ron replied. Hermione continued for him in a quaking voice. "Dumbledore was really angry. I've never seen him like that before. He ran out into the field as you both fell, slowed you both down. You landed on the guard. He took most of the fall. Then he pointed his wand at the remaining Dementors, those that the guard didn't kill, and shot some silvery stuff at them." Ron handed Hermione a piece of tissue. From the growing pile in Harry's wastebasket, she had been crying for a while. "Then he magicked you both onto 2 stretchers and walked to school with you 2 on. Everyone thought you were—" Ron's voice faded. Harry hardly noticed. He was staring at the guard's bed. On the guard's bedside table were his wand and his mask. The mask was propped up on a bottle of painkiller. Only now Harry realized the snarling paint on the porcelain mask resembled a wolf. Staring at the guard's now unmasked face gave Harry some insight on the guard's real face. He looked no older than 17 or 18. It seemed as if the guard had a secondary mask. This was now bunched up underneath his chin. His face looked slightly boyish, but even in sleep his mouth was in a permanent frown. A hideous vertical scar cut through his left eye. A shock of white hair cascaded down his head, covering his right eye in a shower of snow. Ron caught Harry's gaze and nodded. "Surprised, aren't you? He's barely a day older than Wood." Harry nodded. Where's my broom? Ron looked uneasy. Oh, I'll tell you tomorrow. All right? Just rest, Harry. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey shooed Ron and Hermione out, and a few minutes later, Dumbledore walked in, bearing a bag. Harry pretended to be asleep. The old headmaster put the bag at the edge of Harry's bed, and then he approached the guard's bed. Harry's body was facing the guard's bed, so he opened his eye a crack and listened in. Dumbledore took out his wand and pointed it at the guard. With a murmured spell, the guard was groggy, but awake. He sat up and rubbed at his head. Dumbledore Sensei, what happened? The guard asked, groaning slightly as he squinted at the Hogwarts headmaster with one eye, which was coal black. He kept his left eye shut. Dumbledore took out a pill from the bottle of painkillers next to the guard's bed and offered it like he would a lemon drop. Wordlessly, the guard popped it in his mouth like a piece of candy, grimacing at the bitter taste. That was an admirable thing you did, cushioning Harry from the fall. Dumbledore began. How do you feel? No broken bones, I trust. The guard scowled. It was my job. Dumbledore Sensei, how do I combat those dementors without Raikiri if I run out of chakra? Dumbledore's blue eyes must have twinkled then, as Harry saw his shoulders were shaking in amusement. You've only woken up, and yet you're eager to find out how to do your job even more effectively. The Sandaime Hokage was right to choose you. The guard scowled even more. I will not tolerate this weakness of mine. Weaknesses are for lesser shinobi, not ANBU. Dumbledore nodded. So I see. Another letter has arrived, bearing your name. Should I read it to you, or should I just leave it here? I don't feel like reading anything, Dumbledore Sensei. Read it to me. The guard snapped. If only the spinning in my head would stop, I would read it myself. Dumbledore chuckled. He cleared his throat. Harry chose at this moment to listen very carefully. He showed the letter briefly to the guard, who scowled. He turned the letter over to check the seal, and Harry spotted some bit of writing. Ambu Wolf, Jounin of Konoha, November 9th, 1992. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A minute later, the guard turned the letter over again and handed it to Dumbledore, who broke the seal and read off the paper. Kakashi, Guy will come by this Christmas break to give you the latest news, as well as your Christmas presents from your comrades herein. Konoha, give Guy your report. He'll hand it to me. Enclosed is the new set of explosive notes Asuma promised to give back to you. Enclosed also is a kunai belonging to Shiro. He died this morning on a hospital operating table. Whatever you're doing to cloak the fact that your team is fractured, remove Hawk and put in AMBU Weasel. Itachi cannot make it there as of yet. Continue your previous assignment. Sandaime Hokage. Hokage's Tower. Kanegakure no Sato. Dumbledore put the paper back into the envelope. He seemed sad. I'm sorry for your loss. Dumbledore spoke, slipping the paper underneath the bottle of painkillers. The guard waved a hand. Go on your way, Dumbledore Sensei. The headmaster of Hogwarts nodded and left the room. After a few minutes, the guard stared at Harry directly with one eye. How long have you been listening in, Potter? Harry stiffened before sitting up. It was useless to try and pretend. After all, the guard had done it once. Long enough. What's a Keanaha? Harry asked, looking at the guard. What's a shinobi? Who are you anyway? Your name is oddly similar to that of the new Dada teacher. After a moment of silence, the guard chuckled. Harry stiffened. An oddly shaped knife narrowly grazed his cheek, drawing forth a thin line of blood as it landed on the headrest of Harry's bed. It's no use hiding from you anymore, damn Gaki, prying his head into something that might bite. Harry suddenly felt a burst of fear. This guard, even though he was just as old as Wood, had seen death. He was a child soldier, trained to kill. Harry shivered. The guard narrowed his one eye as he opened his left a crack. Immediately, Harry felt slightly sleepy. The moment the guard closed his eye again, Harry felt fine. Let me elaborate, Kakashi began. I'm only here to guard your school. Nothing more, nothing less. Dumbledore Sensei isn't paying Konoha for me to babysit you brats. Frustrated, Harry blurted out in a harsh whisper. What is Konoha? The guard glared at him angrily. Harry winced. A few minutes later, the guard spoke, his voice harsh. It's pronounced Konoha Gaki. It is the very reason that the Fire Country is the #1 shinobi country of the Great Five. Shinobi means ninja. Ninja is a tool to kill. I am the elite of the elite, the cream of the crop. I am the ANBU wolf, tracker, assassin. Harry braced himself. Murderer. Kakashi growled. Now that you know so much, I'll have to erase your memory. Harry winced, looking at the guard. Was he going to obliviate him? He braced himself to scream for help. Before the Potter boy could even open his mouth to scream for help, the guard's left eye snapped open. Sharingan, in which Expecto Patronum is taught. Note, thank you for a near 100 reviews. Just give me 3 more reviews, and we'll have a 100. Thanks for the support. So let me get this straight. You really don't remember what happened right after the Quidditch match. You only remember the guard casting some sort of foreign spell and killing the Dementors. Hermione repeated, looking at Harry oddly. They were in the Gryffindor common room that Sunday evening after Harry and the guard had been discharged out of the hospital wing, their backs to the fire. Nearby, the guard was sitting in his own squishy armchair, looking very uncomfortable, as if he was not used to sitting in a squishy armchair. Ron's eyes hadn't returned to their normal look. They were still wide and disturbingly sparkly at the thought of the incredibly cool spell the guard had performed. He had bothered the guard a few minutes earlier, but he had been shoved aside as the Weasley twins wrapped their arms around the guard and began to badger the guard in a relentlessly happy manner. "Well, my man, I never knew you had it in you to cast a spell like that," Fred began, shoving the guard playfully. The guard looked disgruntled. Obviously, he was not used to being treated like a squish toy of sorts. He felt quite similar to those things they called teddy bears. Speaking of which, he wondered if the fourth son would like one. They were oddly cute, maybe a more masculine animal, but not a fox. Definitely not a fox. Foxes bought bad memories. The lack of response annoyed Fred and George. As a result, they became a bit too touchy-feely, which did not make the guard happy at all, after he'd snapped out of his wondering. Finally, the guard had to push them off him, unable to give an answer due to his shinobi ethics. The guard attempted to retreat to the portrait hole, looking rather wistfully at the hall beyond. By then, every soul in the common room was looking at him, mostly because they were discussing what he had done earlier and had only caught sight of him now due to Fred and George's persistent peskiness. The guard looked like a cornered rabbit, his unseen eyes flickering, looking for an escape from the relentless gazes of his charges. This didn't do him much good. The guard attempted to avoid the questions by answering abruptly that he wasn't allowed to talk about it unless given clearance by Dumbledore or one of his superiors. This led to a most disgruntled group of Gryffindors who saw their chance to learn new spells slipping away like the guard did, as stealthily as a shadow sneaking away to the portrait hole. After a few hours outside the portrait hole, Kakashi exchanged his place on the 7th floor with one of his hinged Kage Bunshins, with him patrolling the 4th floor. It so happened that the Malfoy brat had his father in tow, probably regarding the Buckbeak incident. Kakashi caught sight of them, and suspicious of their motives, decided to keep an eye on them while they were there, which was considerably easy because Malfoy apparently wished to talk to him as well. "Well, hello there," he drawled. "May I congratulate you on your swift rescue of one of the students?" Kakashi noticed that he didn't refer to the Potter boy by name or by house. Apparently, this fellow was as bigoted against people not of Slytherin as his son was. Now Kakashi could clearly see where Malfoy's arrogance came from. "Don't mention it," Kakashi replied gruffly. Malfoy cleared his throat. "My name is Lucius Malfoy. This is my son Draco, and your name would be?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Kakashi thought of it, and then he replied shortly while tapping his mask. "Wolf." Malfoy's eyebrows both rose. "Are you named after your mask, or is that your rank?" Kakashi smirked to himself behind the mask. "No." This left Malfoy with more questions. Had the guard said no to the first question, or the second question, or both? But the guard did not seem to be too talkative, so Malfoy decided to try and take another approach and change the topic of the conversation. "Was that type of magic you cast yesterday common among your people?" he asked mildly, seemingly interested in an academic manner which did not fool Kakashi at all. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He did not like this man. "I am not allowed to discuss such things without clearance from my superior officer." Kakashi replied shortly. "You were on your way to Dumbledore's office, weren't you? Who is your superior officer? Malfoy asked, deliberately ignoring Kakashi's last question. Kakashi thought of it for a moment, and then he shrugged. Dumbledore for the time being. Malfoy apparently did not know how to break off questioning. Why for the time being? I am hired to protect Hogwarts. Kakashi replied. I am not allowed to give further information regarding that unless you have permission from my normal superior officer. And who is your normal superior officer? Malfoy asked. Sandaimu Hokage-sama. The befuddled look on Malfoy's face was entirely worth it. Behind his mask, Kakashi was smirking again. And how do we get in contact with this Sandaimu Hokage-sama person? Malfoy struggled to pronounce the title. Kakashi winced at the mangling of his language and curtly replied with a mental grin. The highest-ranking operative already here, or the operative that will be sent here carrying further instructions? Kakashi deadpanned, but his lips in a maniac grin behind the mask. He will arrive here during Christmas break. Malfoy wondered briefly which of the operatives here, since it seemed there were 5 people speaking this man's language. It was this guard, the other 3 guards, or the dad-ass substitute teacher. Maybe it was this new operative arriving this Christmas. When Lupin arrived in the classroom that day, he certainly looked ill, tired, and gray. However, his face brightened when he saw Harry and the Gryffindors. They burst out in varied sentences, complaints, compliments, and uproarious laughter as they discussed the more amusing parts of the lesson last meeting. I can't believe he made us work with the Slytherins. He kept rambling on and on about teamwork. We had to learn to work with them. Really, Professor, I don't see the point. But he was so cool. Lupin laughed and cleared his throat. Since the Dementors are attacking everyone indiscriminately, the disapproval was clear in Lupin's voice. I will for now teach your entire class how to cast a decent Patronus to drive the Dementors away. I know that some of you would prefer the other spell our friend has demonstrated before. Lupin gestured to the guards standing at the back of the classroom. But unfortunately, I don't have the spell our friend here used to kill Dementors. I can only teach you how to drive it away, and I hope it will be enough. The incantation is Expecto Patronum. This magic is way beyond OWL level, so don't be disappointed if you don't get it the first time around. The guard looked most disgruntled as Lupin kept referring to him when he obviously wanted to be kept out of the discussion completely. However, Kakashi listened to Lupin Sand's discussion intently, and the first time Lupin Sand did his Patronus, a shining silver horse, Kakashi was so sure he had copied it with the Sharingan. All right, now all of you please think of a happy thing. Lupin spoke, gesturing to them all. Each and every one of the students scrunched their faces up in thought. Kakashi fingered the wand in his pocket. He'll try it with the Sharingan first. Maybe it'll work? And then recite the incantation, with wands this time. Kakashi took out his wand. The rest were still taking out their wands as Kakashi pointed the wand somewhere near the corner of the classroom. Expecto Patronum. A puff of silver smoke appeared. Kakashi looked at the end of his wand quizzically. The Sharingan was supposed to be able to copy any technique, save Bloodline. Did this mean this was another jutsu similar to that of McGonagall-san's? User-specific, perhaps? Kakashi thought hard. It had been so long since he had felt remotely happy. Finally, he decided on his graduation day from Academy, student to Genin. But then again, his father killed himself on the same day. Kakashi locked the memory up once more and thought of another one. When he became Chunin, perhaps? That day was fun. It was the day when Rin and Obito were so angry at him for going ahead, and Sensei decided they needed more teamwork and gave them 8D rank mission babysitting the Hokage grandson. Kakashi chuckled. Those nearest to him looked at him, disturbed. Kakashi waved a hand in dismissal. Holding his wand, he tried it again. Expecto Patronum. This time, he was so sure something came out. The silver being ran about the classroom, carrying other students as they tried to dive out of the way. Lupin looked at him, shocked at the fact he was able to master the Patronus charm so early. Kakashi chuckled, watching his Patronus playfully nip at some Slytherin's feet. The Patronus dove about, yipping happily until it came to a stop at Kakashi's feet. It was huge, maybe as big as his father's summoned creature. It had maybe white fur, as it was difficult to tell with the silver mist about it. 2 misty yellow-gold eyes stared at him. and Kakashi found himself reaching out to touch it when it vanished in a puff of silver smoke. "Bravo, well done," Lupin called out, clapping his hands. "That's the first time I have ever seen the Patronus charm mastered in one day. Brilliant display of magic, my friend." He pat Kakashi on the back, smiling. "That's a Patronus for you all. Here's homework. Please fill out an essay wherein you will tell me the importance of knowing what spell to use on a hinky punk." Kakashi shivered out in the Quidditch pitch. It was an early December morning, with the Gryffindor Quidditch team out, practicing. With his last accident, Kakashi felt he was getting weaker with all this waiting. With Guy coming around this holiday season, Kakashi felt relieved. At least someone would check up on him. He wasn't just an ANBU stuck in a boring school somewhere. They cared at least. Maybe with Guy around, Kakashi could finally put his taijutsu to use. Practice ended, and Kakashi escorted the Potter boy back to the school. He would be staying this Christmas? Kakashi asked, his mask abandoned on the arm of the chair. Dumbledore nodded in reply. They were in Dumbledore's office, partly on the headmaster's invitation. Kakashi had long finished the mug of hot cocoa in his hand, to Dumbledore's surprise. "And you?" Dumbledore asked, eyebrows raised, blue eyes twinkling. Kakashi looked to the side before nodding. "It's my job. Beside, one of my comrades will be arriving. Have you organized transport?" he asked, setting the mug aside and scratching gingerly at a spot under his chin where his mask bunched up. "Of course. I will be using portkeys," Dumbledore replied. Kakashi saluted, put his mask back on, and left the room. Snape entered as Kakashi left. From his build, he's too young. Snape growled darkly. "He's like what?" 18, Cerberus. Dumbledore replied. "But you saw how he killed those Dementors." Snape grimaced. "Yes, I did. And I tell you, it was dark magic." Dumbledore smiled. "I'll keep an eye on him then. He is bound to us with a contract." Snape frowned. "But it's breakable. I have doubts on your relationship with this." "Hokage." Dumbledore laughed. "It's Hokage Cerberus, and I trust the third with my life." A Hogsmeade trip meant that Dementors would be stationed at the castle entrances. Kakashi knew this and made a note to tail the Potter boy. But there was no Potter boy. He looked everywhere, the common room, the Great Hall, even asked Lupin-san where the boy went. But Lupin-san said he hadn't seen him lately, and Kakashi was beside himself with worry. Forming seals, Kakashi summoned Pakin. "I can't find the boy." Kakashi growled. "I hate this weakness. Can you find him?" Kakashi shoved a tie in Pakin's direction. The Neen dog sniffed the tie and then ran off. Kakashi followed. If this boy was lost somewhere. Kakashi hated to think what Konoha would do if the contract was broken, in which Kakashi tells his childhood. Kakashi was beside himself with worry. He had only left the Great Hall for a few minutes to head up to the headmaster's office, but the Potter boy had already shaken him off. He was ANBU. Losing his charge meant the failure of the mission. Kakashi was not one who could stand failure. It was not an option to him. Kakashi hurried through the halls, hand-forming seals even as Pakin ran in front of him, sniffing out the Potter boy's scent. He felt chakra running through him, as spiritual energy and physical energy combined. "Kuchiyose no jutsu." Kakashi yelled and halted momentarily to slam his hand on the floor. There was a puff of smoke, and 7 more Neen dogs appeared. Kakashi scratched the huge bulldog behind the ears for a moment before he let them sniff the Potter boy's tie. "Call me if you find a trail." Kakashi spoke. "He'll probably be in a public place, so try to howl somewhere discreet." The 7 Neen dogs nodded and disappeared. Pakin ran back, looking for the reason why Kakashi stayed behind. "Calling for backup?" he asked, scratching his ear with his leg. "We have a lot of ground to cover." Kakashi nodded mutely. "We have to hurry." Pakin nodded and ran off, Kakashi behind him. One of the Neen dogs' howls came some 20 minutes later. Kakashi and Pakin had been in the Gryffindor common room when the unmistakable howl of a Neen dog pierced the cold winter air. Kakashi formed a seal and nodded to Pakin. "Round up the others. I'll find Kiyoshi." The small brown pug nodded and disappeared. Kakashi finished molding his chakra and concentrated hard on one image. Sensei, Obito, and Rin. Hinge no jutsu. Another puff of smoke, and Kakashi the teacher stood in the common room, goggles on his face, and a black winter coat over his Jounin uniform. Noting the weather, Kakashi snatched some Gryffindor's red and gold scarf before walking over to the window, mismatched eyes, blue and green, looking for the village of Hogsmeade where he was sure Kiyoshi's howl originated. He quickly leapt out of the window and, molding chakra to his feet, stuck to the walls as he ran down the castle wall. Kakashi found Kiyoshi in an alleyway between the three broomsticks and a small shop. Before him, Kiyoshi was sitting down obediently, tail wagging as he stared at his master with his mouth wide open. Kakashi gestured vaguely to the three broomsticks, watching as Kiyoshi's head bobbed up and down. The yellow-haired dog barked happily, wagging his tail harder. Kakashi gave a relieved smile. From what Kiyoshi was saying, the Potter boy was in the inn. He felt relieved now. The contract wasn't broken. He scratched Kiyoshi behind the ears as well before sending him off in a puff of smoke. Kakashi adjusted the goggles on his face slightly before winding the Gryffindor scarf around his neck. He puffed on his hands for a moment, regretting the fact that he didn't have any gloves on. He rubbed his hands together for a few seconds before heading out of the alleyway and entering the inn. It never snowed in Konoha, so Kakashi wasn't used to the cold weather. He rubbed his hands together and then looked around. There was a roaring fire in the fireplace, with a nearby Christmas tree covering a booth. Kakashi noted movement underneath the table, but made no move to investigate. Professor Hatake. McGonagall-san's voice caught his attention. Kakashi waved sheepishly. The Transfiguration professor waved at him from the bar. "Do take a seat." Beside her were Flitwick-san, Hagrid-san, and an oddly dressed little man in a weird outfit, meaning who in their right mind would wear a lime green bowler hat. Kakashi nodded and took a seat. There was a small gasp somewhere behind him. Kakashi figured it was the Potter boy. There was a pretty woman who was behind the bar. She smiled at him, probably finding his borrowed image attractive. Kakashi gave a small, timid smile. Hi. Can I have?" Kakashi thought hard of a drink. The third years were talking about it lately, Kakashi decided to try it. "A tankard of butterbeer, please." Madame Rosmerta giggled and blushed slightly as she turned away and went to get the drink. There was a slight cough beside him, and Kakashi found himself staring at the four people beside him. McGonagall-san, Flitwick-san, and Hagrid-san were smiling, while the Minister of Magic was snickering as he drank his red currant rum. When he had been with Sensei, he had often asked why the local girls would always blush and giggle when they saw Sensei. Kakashi knew Sensei had reserved his heart for the lady who always visited during the training sessions to talk to Sensei. He acted like a good sport and flirted back to the girls. Sensei had called it his own special charm. Kakashi figured that even if he had only borrowed Sensei's face, it still damn worked. Kakashi shrugged like Sensei used to and gave a sheepish smile. That always happens. When Kakashi's drink arrived, the others had by now resumed their conversation earlier. Kakashi simply listened in as he finished his drink in a flash. The heat of the butterbeer ran down his throat, and he gave a small, satisfied sigh. "Quite the double act, Sirius Black and James Potter," said Rosmerta. Kakashi listened intently. He could have told them about his own encounter with Sirius Black, but he chose not to do so. After all, only Dumbledore or the Third could make him talk. They went on about Sirius Black until McGonagall set down her glass. "You know, Cornelius, if you're dining with the headmaster, we'd better head back up to the castle." Fudge agreed. McGonagall paid for her drink and stared at Kakashi. "You're not coming?" Kakashi glanced behind him. He was sure the Potter boy was here now. He could smell him amongst all the other foreign smells. "I'll stay behind," he whispered and gave a smile. "Have a good evening, McGonagall-san." The other teachers and their guests left. Kakashi paid for his drink and turned as he got up from the stool. He picked up the Christmas tree and set it aside, and he didn't need to look down to find the Potter boy. His friends were stooping down to talk to him. Apparently, they didn't hear him come. Ahem. Kakashi coughed, bringing one hand to his mouth. "Did I interrupt anything?" The two of them lifted their head up so fast the red-haired one, Ron, hit his head on the table. Kakashi chuckled and kneeled down to Harry's level. He grabbed Harry's collar with both hands and lifted him up clear off the ground. "You have some explaining to do." Kakashi lugged Harry by the collar all the way to Hogwarts. He managed to distract Filch with a minor genjutsu, so they passed through the so-called security check without any further mishaps. He made it all the way to the doors of the entrance hall until he dropped the Potter boy. You could have been killed. Kakashi spoke softly, imitating the way Sensei used to scold them. It was the cold and painful disappointment that came from Sensei that made them regret whatever they had done wrong. Apparently that way worked on the Potter boy too, who was sulking but obviously listening. Look, I know Sirius Black betrayed your parents. I know that you feel angry at everyone for not telling you. At this sentence, the Potter boy raised his head, unshed tears shining. Kakashi cleared his throat. But they think it's for your own good, so that you can stay out of Black's way, since they think you can't take him down before he kills you. They're just trying to look out for you. Personally, I think you had to know some time. No matter what you decide, I just want you to know that we're all here for you, to support you. Just promise me you will think before you act. If you feel sad, your friends are here for you. Kakashi gave a sad smile. Be thankful for that. Not everyone has that luxury. The Potter boy gave a small nod. Kakashi ruffled his unruly hair in the way Sensei used to. Fatherly and affectionate. Good. Kakashi's mood brightened. If you're in Gryffindor Tower in the next 10 minutes, I never saw you in Hogsmeade. Got that? At the three's nod, Kakashi smiled. Now go. After the three left, Kakashi put his hands in his pockets and hummed a small tone. The butterbeer was surprisingly addictive. He decided to get another one. After all, the Pottergaki needed a head start. The next morning, most of the students were home. Only a few stayed behind in Hogwarts. Harry saw the guard relaxing by the fire. Apparently, he was getting used to the fact that he could sit permission or not. The guard gave a small nod at Harry's arrival, but turned his head back to the fire, as if expecting to see something to come out. Hermione had spread her homework on 3 tables, and Ron was currently swallowing a peppermint toad. Where is everyone? Harry asked, looking around. Ron smiled as he massaged his stomach. It's the first day of the holidays, remember? They're all gone. Harry grinned. Hermione smiled in relief. I'm glad Professor Hatake talked to you. Harry's grin faded a bit, but he nodded. Yeah, me too. His voice sounded like the tone was faked, and he slumped into a chair next to the fire. Hermione and Ron stared at him, worried. Even the guard had craned his head over to look at the 3 of them. You don't look well, you know. Hermione spoke, looking at him anxiously. Harry opened his mouth to reply, but the guard cut him off. You clearly do not look fine. Kakashi put in. The Potter boy scowled and finally snapped. What do you know? You don't hear your mother screaming and pleading to her killer. You didn't find out that someone betrayed your parents. Bad move. Kakashi felt his temper explode. He felt himself shake. This boy did not know true pain. This boy had the guts. He had the damn guts to tell him he didn't know anything. You're telling me about your mother and your parents, how she saved your life, how they were betrayed by their best friend. I'll tell you something about my own parents. My mother died in childbirth. Kakashi paused, willing himself to talk. The shock in the 3 Gakis' faces was evident. My father killed himself when I was 5. My country was at war in that time, so I had only graduated from the academy when my father killed himself, and I came home to find the body lying on the floor. And then I joined a 3-man cell. I was learning new things, you know. Kakashi trailed off, letting the suspense hang. The girl, Hermione, opened her mouth. And then, Kakashi allowed himself a grim smile behind the mask. I killed my first man. He was older than me. Actually, he was quite stubborn. Gave me my first scar, you know. It was huge, ran from my shoulder to my chest. Quite a deep cut. And let me tell you something. Killing your first man is nowhere near as easy as you expect it to be. Vengeance or no vengeance. It takes something out of you each time, like a part of you dies. If you keep killing, you become a monster like Voldemort himself. So it's better not to take the first step. Let me take the burden for you. I'm used to it anyway. Harry tried to protest. But what if he kills you? Won't your friends miss you? Kakashi gave a grim laugh. All my friends are dead. My closest friend died protecting me, and all I have left of him is this eye. Kakashi tilted the mask to the side to show his closed eye and the long, jagged scar running through it. He was crushed under a rock bigger than he was, a trap rigged by an enemy. By then, I had lost my left eye. Later, I was able to kill the person who set the trap, but it didn't bring my friend back to life, and it didn't make me feel any better. It won't make you feel any better either, and it won't bring the people who you love back." Harry was quiet. Kakashi gave a small nod. "I thought so." Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at the guard in shock. The silence stretched on for a while until Hermione managed to speak. "I'm sorry." Kakashi reclined further into the armchair. "Don't be. It had nothing to do with you. Anyway, it's been 5 years since his death. I think I've gotten over it as much as possible. Why don't you three go outside? It's a lovely day." Harry, despite all the pain he felt yesterday, was not inclined to leave the guard alone quite yet. He could see all too well how upset the guard probably was, and he could feel an odd sort of kinship with him because they were both orphans. He swallowed a bit before speaking awkwardly. "I'm sorry I bought it up." Ron looked awkwardly from the guard to the door, as if asking what to do. The guard waved a hand. "I'll be fine." Awkwardly, the three left the common room, murmuring amongst themselves about the new information, glancing back every so often as if to reassure them to see if the guard was really all right. "Why don't we visit Hagrid?" Hermione suggested, still uncomfortably attempting the conversation to less depressing matters. In which Guy makes a dynamic entry. Note: 13,030 hits and 120 reviews. "Thanks a lot, guys." Kakashi squirmed in bed. The sun had risen. His throat felt hoarse once more, probably because he had been screaming in his sleep again. Raising a hand to cover his Sharingan, Kakashi reached over to unscrew the top off a bottle placed on his side table. It had been his ritual ever since he joined ANBU. Kill people and go to sleep, scream and wake up feeling like Gamabuntis sat on your throat. Pop the pills in your mouth and wake up to a new day full of death. Kakashi popped a few pills in his mouth, winced as it tasted bitter, and reached over to grab the goblet of pumpkin juice he expected. He had made a deal with the house elves of this castle, that when he woke up, he expected to find a goblet of something he could drink by his bed. Kakashi drained the goblet and yawned. It was Christmas Day today. Kakashi didn't know what in the world Christmas was, but he expected it to be some sort of event. After a few minutes, Konoha's copy, Neen, rose from bed and made his way to the bathroom. After taking a bath, brushing his teeth, and combing his unruly hair, not that it made a difference, Kakashi finally grabbed the note that had been sitting by his windowsill, probably delivered by Owl. "Professor Hatake, please take over for me today. I am feeling very ill today." "Professor Lupin." Kakashi formed a seal, created a Kage Bunshin, and instructed the Kage Bunshin to head to the side chamber that once housed the first years before sorting. Kakashi dressed, put his mask on, and walked out of his room. Overnight, the halls had been decorated in the most absurd manner Kakashi had ever seen. After making sure his mask was on, Kakashi had casually stepped out of the portrait hole that guarded his door, only to find the halls decorated in festive green and red. Kakashi almost threw a kunai as he had only walked out of his room when he had seen a suit of armor, festively decorated with a wreath of holly around its neck, shine with unseen mysterious lights. Kakashi had decided he did not like this holiday. It was full of surprises. Kakashi hated to be surprised. As he made his way to the Gryffindor common room for a nice relaxing seat beside the fire as he waited for the Potter boy to wake up, Kakashi chuckled at the paintings. Some of the painted people were drunk, and often when people were drunk, they made complete fools of themselves. Kakashi stopped in front of the Gryffindor common room. The knight in the portrait waved a tiny sword at him, and Kakashi wanted to stick a kunai through the canvas, but he kept a straight face, said the password, and entered the common room. No one was awake yet. Kakashi gave a small sigh of relief and reclined on a particularly squishy armchair. It was closest to the fire. He knew this would make him lazy, but he couldn't help it. After all, the squishiness of an armchair was God's special blessing. The girl came first, yawning as she walked down the stairs into the common room. Kakashi gave a slight nod. The girl rubbed at one eye sleepily, squinting at Kakashi from eyes still murky with sleep. Apparently, she saw that he was familiar, because she nodded back and sat down on the carpeted floor next to the Christmas tree. She picked out her own presents and set them aside as she eased herself into an armchair and curled up. A while later, the two boys came down, both yawning. Harry was cleaning his glasses on the front of his shirt. Ron was tugging on his sleeve. "Oh, presents!" he yelled, giving a wide grin. Ron ran forward, taking Harry along. He stopped at the foot of the tree and began sorting his own presents before ripping off the wrapper. "Another sweater," the boy groaned. Kakashi looked at the tree. Beneath it, there were still a few more parcels, wrapped in bright festive green and red. Kakashi reached and took two out and read the card taped to the wrapper of one of them. "To Gryffindor Guard from Mrs. Weasley." Kakashi blinked in surprise. No one had given him things like this before. Filled with uncertainty, Kakashi showed the gift to Ron. The red-haired boy read the card for a moment before shoving it back into Kakashi's hands. "That's for you. It's from my mom." Ron gave a small smile. "Merry Christmas." Harry gave a smile too, and Kakashi found himself nodding. Kakashi blinked behind the mask before ripping the wrapper carefully. Ron gave a small whistle and commented it looked better than what he got. Harry grinned. Hermione smiled as well as she unwrapped her own presents. It was a navy blue sweater with long sleeves, made probably from cotton. Kakashi lifted it out of the remaining wrappings and held it in front of him. It felt nice, and it would certainly be warm. On the shoulder of the long sleeves was a very detailed Hogwarts crest. Kakashi felt his face burn up with embarrassment. This woman didn't even know him, and yet she gave him a present? Upon opening the other parcel, Kakashi noted it was from Mrs. Weasley again, and upon opening it, found a very big fruitcake. "Figures," Ron muttered. "She must have heard of you from Fred and George and thought you were thin." Kakashi opened his mouth to complain, but quickly shut his mouth again. "Tell her thank you." Kakashi spoke, smiling slightly. Upon opening the others, he found that some came from those who had tried to divulge Raikiri from him, such as Fred and George Weasley. From the twins, he received a near hit from a packed dung bomb to his face, while his hands took out the real present. It was nice to have a Gryffindor scarf. Other presents included a pair of boots from a rich Gryffindor, a pair of gloves, and a small handkerchief. Harry got a firebolt. Later, all four went downstairs for lunch. At some point, Kakashi abandoned the three and headed into the side chamber. His bunshin was waiting, and the clone quickly ran out to follow the Potter Gaki and his friends. Kakashi formed another seal and thought of Sensei, Obito, and Rin. In Hinohutsu, the Great Hall had been decorated just as lavishly, and Kakashi hurriedly made his way to the one table in the room. The house tables were propped up against the walls, and only a few people were sitting down. Dumbledore Sensei was passing a dish of sausages to a first year when Kakashi arrived. "Oh, Professor Hatake, do join us," Dumbledore called out loudly, tipping his hat to Kakashi, the huge stuffed vulture on top tilting slightly. McGonagall-san turned to address Professor Trelawney. "See, Sybil, we're 14 now, so you can relax." Kakashi gave a sheepish smile as he took a seat at the table. He quickly helped himself to some food and was only starting on sausages when there was a loud bang like a gunshot, and huge, billowing clouds of smoke appeared, concentrated on one spot in front of them all. And from that great big green cloud came an obnoxiously loud, flamboyant, extremely mentally traumatizing shout. Dynamic entry. From the smoke emerged something that could only be barely called a man. He wore green spandex, flamboyantly day-glow orange leg warmers, and he held his hand out in a heroic thumb-up pose. And you could literally see the shine in his teeth and the sparkle in his eyes, and watch the light reflect off his shiny bowl-cut helmet-shaped hair. It was horrible. It was like watching a train wreck. It made you sick and really nauseous and horrified you. But you could simply not look away. "Ah, my eternal rival. I have come these many leagues to give you our beloved Hokage's instructions and your Christmas presents. I hope you like them." He held out an extremely bulky, oddly shaped package, which was wrapped in acid green wrapping held together with great amounts of tape, and was that a scraggly bush? No, it was a ribbon, only discernible from the bush by its violently offensive orange shade. Kakashi buried his face in his hands. "Oh no. Please make it go away, Makai, go away, damned him, wailed Kakashi's poor mind, currently humiliated beyond belief. Unfortunately, the green hallucination did not dissipate, and his prayers were never answered as Konoha's beautiful green beast pointed a bandaged finger at him. Oh, my eternal rival, why must you hold your head in sorrow? Ah, I perceive that you have missed me. Have you not? For lo, our score is currently 39 to 40, and I know that you eagerly await the chance for our next challenge. And since I picked the agenda last time, it is your turn, my eternal rival, to choose the challenge I shall meet. Silence reigned in the hall as everyone turned and stared in shock at this abomination of fashion, in which they play rock, paper, scissors. Note, 15,790 hits. The views suddenly spurted when Guy came in. My eternal rival, I have been gloriously informed that you have taken some new students. Come, introduce me to them, that I may judge the brightness of their flames of youth. Surely my eternal rival's treasured students will be worthy of the honor of their teacher. Come, show me your jutsu. Somewhere outside Hogwarts, crickets chirped, and somewhere in the back of Kakashi's head was a voice that was currently crying out for mercy. It sounded remarkably like his own from the old days, when Obito was around and still determined to drive him stark raving mad. Morosely, Kakashi wondered what he had done to deserve this. Speaking of which, my eternal rival, it is your turn to decide the challenge we shall undertake. I eagerly await your decision with the burning brightness of youth. Frantically, Kakashi tried to think of a challenge. Any challenge that would get Guy out of the range of his senses, any challenge that would get Guy out of his sight for a day or for the rest of the week, if he was lucky. Suddenly, it hit the copy Nin like a thrown shuriken. Kakashi gave a small, debatably evil smile and stood up from the table. He had the perfect plan. It was a plan worthy of Uchiha Itachi. Somewhere in the wilderness of the Earth Country, Itachi sneezed. Oh, Sasuke must be talking about him again. Foolish little brother. He was going to get nowhere if he kept ranting about his brother instead of training. Oh no, Guy-sensei, I have thought of a challenge. Kakashi took a hold of the collar of Guy's Chunin vest and hauled him out of the hall as fast as he could without seeming suspicious, which, given the fat guy had apparently dumbstruck the entire hall, was very, very fast, since no one in the right mind would want to be with Guy longer than necessary. As the door closed behind them, the hall returned to life. Bloody hell, that fellow was weird, Ron yelled. That bloke's totally nutters. Harry gave a vigorous nod. What can that green abomination possibly want with Professor Hatake? Hermione wailed, blinking as she removed her hands from her face. Apparently, she had been covering her eyes. Albus, Professor McGonagall began. Dumbledore chuckled and raised a hand. There is nothing to worry about. That is Professor Hatake's comrade. He will be staying here for a month before returning to their homeland. Harry, Ron, and Hermione paled. Professor Snape flinched. Professor Trelawney began murmuring of bad luck. There was a loud shout from behind the doors, and then Professor Hatake burst out, behind him a very, very hyper guy. The green spandex-clad Chunin pointed a finger at Kakashi. So it is decided, my eternal rival. We will fight tomorrow morn, in front of the most glorious expanse of water, in the most honorable duel known as rock, paper, scissors. The whole table was staring at Guy oddly. And then came the uproarious laughter. All right, it's certain. He's gone bonkers. This came from Ron. Is this normal behavior for your friend? This came from Hermione, who was fighting to keep a straight face. Harry simply laughed. Snape flinched from the sudden explosion of noise, then stared in shock at the violently green man, torn between laughing his head off or smirking viciously or covering his eyes, because the very sight of this abomination burned his eyes. Trelawney broke into tears. I, Mato Guy, will fight with the sublime power and supreme heat of the flames of youth. You, my eternal rival, will wilt in the magnificent flames of Kanehagakure no Sato's beautiful green beast. Snape's eye twitched. What the heck is Kanehagakure? No Sato supposed to be? He wondered as he was supposed to be spying for Lucius Malfoy. Clearly Malfoy had been misinformed. This idiot could not possibly be the guard superior. That left 5 candidates, the guards and the teacher. Snape would bet good money that it was the teacher, since the others seemed to be subordinates. Voldemort must know of this. Speaking of such matters, what possible approach could they take to get the teacher on their side? Maybe bribe him, but with what? Art, maybe, or gold. If not money, then women? Slave, maybe? rare artifacts or animals or maybe knowledge. But what could a man who knew wandless magic be bribed with if it would be knowledge that he wanted? Well, it wasn't his problem anymore. It was Malfoy's. Snape smirked an evil smirk at the thought of Lucius Malfoy attempting to negotiate with the complete imbecile in green, the meddling, seemingly mute guard, or the absolutely infuriating teacher who seemed to be too presumptuous for his own good. Good riddance to bad rubbish. How dare you mutate the name of our beloved home? You who do not burn with the fire of youth. You who are clearly in the winter of your discontent. How dare you judge one such as I, Konoha's beautiful green beast? Guy yelled out, pointing a finger at Snape, the flames of youth burning behind him in a brilliantly violent orange and red background. How the heck did he do that? Was it some kind of demented spell? If Snape was the type, he would have covered his face in his hands and whimpered incoherently as Kakashi was currently doing. Heh, Snape smirked again, happy to see that the big-headed teacher was suffering. It was almost worth the green spandex-induced mental trauma. I'm sure he meant no offense, Dumbledore said cheerfully, raising a bowl of lemon drops to offer it to the new arrival. Lemon drop? Apology accepted, Guy yelled, and gave thumbs up number 552. All is right in the world. Of course, Snape mused moodily. Dumbledore would get on famously with the new arrival. They clearly had the same revolting fashion sense. The stuffed vulture on Dumbledore's hat said that much. Not to mention the radiantly mismatched rainbow, sparkly robes. Kakashi moved toward Guy. His composure was now serious. Nagai-sensei, let's do the duel now. Guy smiled, the light from the windows shining off his teeth. Ah, my eternal rival. You have finally mustered the courage to do the challenge so early. Listen up. If I do not defeat you with my burning flames of youth, I will run 500 laps around Hogwarts. Kakashi, with a look of complete seriousness into his face, moved into a martial stance as Guy mirrored him. Looking at each other with eyes as cold and sharp as steel, the two proceeded to speak. Rock, Kakashi murmured, flexing his hand. Paper, Guy yelled, giving thumbs up sign number 421, and then pulled his hands behind his back. Silence echoed in the hall. It seemed like an hour before the two yelled out together. Scissors. Kakashi thrust his hand out just as Guy thrust his left hand. Guy's hand was shaking. Scissors. Kakashi's hand was closed in a fist. Rock. Guy lost again. Poor sod. In which they go into the forest. Note: 194 reviews and 19,252 hits. Thanks a lot, guys. Kakashi knew it, and he knew the Potter boy knew it too. They both knew Hermione had meant well about the Firebolt's confiscation, but that didn't stop the Potter boy and his other friend from hating the girl to the point she stayed in the library most of the time. The situation reminded him of one of his fights with Obito, and he mentally chuckled. That day, Obito was impatient as usual, and Kakashi was just as indifferent. They bickered for a while, and then they began insulting each other to the point that Obito had kicked Kakashi in the shins. In response, the son of Konoha's White Fang pinned Obito to the ground until the Uchiha began to curse in a very colorful language. At that moment, Rin was trying to get them to stop, and then Sensei arrived. The usually happy-go-lucky Jounin was frowning, and he instructed Obito and Kakashi on the lesson of teamwork, which resulted in a few laps around the training ground tied to one Uchiha Obito. Kakashi smiled behind the porcelain mask. This called for Professor Hatake Kakashi. It was about time he taught them about teamwork. Hermione rubbed at her left eye, which had been watering. She felt saddened that Ron and Harry wouldn't talk to her, but she couldn't help it. She only wanted to keep Harry safe. She had done the right thing. The library door opened, but Hermione paid no heed. She leaned closer to the book she was holding so as to hide her face. Maybe it was Ron coming to tease her, or maybe Harry. She felt like crying again. The sound of footsteps stopped near her. Hermione looked up from her book. Professor Hatake was leaning on the heavy oak table, grinning in a mischievous way. "Duh," was all he said, hand raised in greeting. Hermione blinked. The teacher faltered momentarily, but smiled. "You're supposed to smile, you know." He gave a wide smile. "I heard about the firebolt." Hermione sniffed and nodded. I suppose that Harry and Ron are still mad at me? Professor Hatake thought of it, one hand supporting his chin. After a while, he smiled and spoke. Listen, you know about what I said on teamwork, right? Hermione nodded, blinking. Professor Hatake smiled again and put two hands on his waist. Well, I think it's time for a certain trio to learn that one small mishap won't kill their friendship. Come on. Professor Hatake put his hands in his pockets and spoke in a simple tone. Walk with me? Hermione paused and gave a small smile as she nodded and stood up. After rounding up the Potter and Weasley boys on the pretense of a lesson in defense against the dark arts, Kakashi led the two of them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where they met up with Hermione. Kakashi gave a grin. Yash, today, I will teach you three on teamwork, since you three seem to complement each other's skills greatly. This lesson will last for a whole week. Ron groaned. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. And you four will eat, sleep, and live in the Forbidden Forest until next Sunday. Hermione's mouth was open in an O of horror. Harry was staring at him like he was crazy, and Ron paled, mouth quivering. Kakashi smiled sheepishly again and then conjured 3 packs filled with survival gear. The 3 backpacks dropped down onto the grass. With a small thump, Harry, Hermione, and Ron looked at Kakashi with fear. The teacher thought of something for a moment before conjuring 3 winter cloaks, 3 pairs of boots, and 3 pairs of gloves. Wear these. It'll help, Kakashi encouraged. The 3 did so. But aren't there werewolves in there? Ron murmured in fear, eyes wide. Harry and Hermione gave vigorous nods. And who's the 4th? Kakashi gave a smile. He coughed importantly and spoke. Wolf. There was a puff of smoke, and the Gryffindor guard appeared carrying a survival pack on his back. ¿Qué es eso? The guard murmured, nodding. Kakashi grinned. See, Wolf will be accompanying you during your brief stay in the forest. He will look out for you. He'll help you if you need help, but mostly he'll watch over you to make sure you people can make it through. As much as possible, I want you 3 to start relying on yourselves. After all, we adults will not be there to guard you always, and you need to learn self-reliance. Ron gulped. With her? But. Kakashi frowned. No buts? Bronad. You may need her knowledge, especially when it comes to the edible plants. Kakashi left it at that. You mean we can't even take food with us? Ron yelled out, appalled. There will come a time, Ron, when there will be no house elves to cook for you. Your mother will not be there. If what Dumbledore is saying is correct, there will be a war. There will be no more fancy pastries or good food during a war. In wars, you have to fend for yourself, and the more you learn about it now, the more prepared you will be when, say, Voldemort attacks your home and burns it to the ground. Kakashi smiled, seemingly unaware of how Ron's face paled even more. The faster you learn how to fend for yourself, the more likely you will survive in the face of such an attack. I know you don't like to think about it, but as your teacher, I have to make sure that you are ready in such an instance so you can save yourselves and those you care for. Harry nodded, understanding. Wolf made a sort of coughing noise behind the mask. Kakashi blinked and smiled sheepishly. I suppose you'll have to leave now. Oh, and I've hid 3 bells in the forest. If you get those bells and bring them back by the end of the survival training, I'll give Gryffindor 100 house points. Use whatever spells you deem necessary. Kakashi trailed off, an evil gleam in his eyes. You'll need it. Ron did not look too happy. He was pale and shaking, but when Wolf gestured for them to be off, he picked up his bag from the ground and followed Harry and Hermione into the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Kakashi the Kage Bunshin chuckled, and he then disappeared in a puff of smoke. The first day began eventfully. Ron's eyes kept shifting about, looking at the shadows suspiciously in a heightened state of panic. He was very scared, and he kept looking back and forth from the guard to Harry. He felt comfort in the fact that the guard would not let them down. He jumped at the slightest noises and with a tight grip on his survival gear. But what if the guard was afraid of spiders too? No, he didn't look the type. Harry single-mindedly looked around for sources of possible danger as they went deeper into the forest, as well as things they could use or possible campsites. He understood quite well the importance of this exercise and felt somewhat proud that he and the others were getting special training. Ha! Beat that Malfoy. He'd his newly confiscated broomstick that Malfoy wouldn't last 10 minutes in this forest. Prissy little git. Hermione had mixed feelings about this. On one hand, she was angry and frightened that she was out here in the Forbidden Forest, with only the guard and two people clearly angry at her. On the other hand, she had a significant part in this, and their new teacher thought highly of her. She would not betray that trust. She felt a warm glow of pride as she thought of making herself useful. Maybe she, Harry, and Ron would be friends again after this. Kakashi nonchalantly squashed a beetle the size of his ANBU mask underfoot while looking for clearings in which to pitch their tents. It was dark in the Forbidden Forest and full of suspicious noises. Well, suspicious to Ron, though Kakashi himself wasn't too worried. After all, this place had nothing on the Forest of Death. After 3 hours, Kakashi made them stop in a clearing right next to a river and a cliff face. It was a natural defense. The cliff face would be protecting their backs, and the river to their front would delay their opponents long enough for Kakashi to Raikiri them to hell, if necessary. He could clearly see some fish in the water, and he smirked to himself as he said aloud, "One source of food down. We won't lack for fish for lunch." He could also see some snails in here, but he was fairly sure that Ron wouldn't want to eat them. He helped the trio set up camp, double-checking their current fortifications and setting up a rudimentary fire pit for cooking. After that, he sent them to find firewood with a Neen dog each. If anything went wrong, he'd be right there to get them out of trouble. He had warned them to find wood that would not send out much smoke in the air, but in a pinch, any kind of wood would do. After getting firewood, Ron asked plaintively where they were going to get lunch. The guard smiled behind his mask and said in an amiable tone, "We're going fishing for lunch." He seemed relaxed, and the trio felt quite safe. However, the guard added to his words as he threw 3 kunais to their feet. "Take these just in case. Find a way to catch fish. And if you don't catch fish by the end of, let's say, 3 hours, I suppose you'll have to go hungry." Ron looked at him with hints of annoyance before stomping off to find a stick and some string to make a fishing rod with. Harry stared at the kunai before hiding it in his cloak before going after Ron. Hermione, however, thought the better of it and, like Harry, stashed the kunai away, but then she took out her wand and, keeping it in hand, decided to try and get the fish in the river with magic. While she was doing so, the guard simply reached in with lightning reflexes and managed to snare 2 fat fish, still wriggling as they tried to escape his grip. Kakashi conjured up a cauldron, filled it with water, and put the fish in. There was no sense in killing the fish now when they could do it later. As an afterthought, he took out a small piece of bread from his back pocket and crumbled it to feed the fish. Pointing her wand at a nice fat silver bass, she tried to concentrate on what possible spell to use to get the fish out of the water. After a moment, she pointed her wand at the bass and spoke. Expisker. The bass flew straight at the water, landing on the river bank, twitching in its death throes. Hermione gave a relived grin and pocketed her wand for now, gingerly picking up the fish by the tail before putting it away in a water-filled cauldron the guard suddenly conjured along with 2 other fish. After all, if the boys weren't able to catch any fish, she might as well get some for them in case the guard didn't feel like sharing. A while later, Ron and Harry came back, holding 2 rather scraggly fishing rods. Trailing from the ends was a string of twine, apparently found in the pack. Harry was the one holding the squirming insects. Ron had been too disgusted to hold the worms. After all, there had been a spider nearby, and Ron didn't look too happy even after escaping it. Ron and Harry impaled 2 worms to their primitive fishing rods by the means of a hook found in their bags. 1 hour later, they each had 1 fish to themselves, and their future for a sure fact of, which Ron was obscenely proud, since he had caught the biggest fish. Harry smiled. A while later, they each had a stewed fish of their own to eat. The guard's extra fish had been used to feed the dogs the guard apparently owned, and soon the guard hand decided to set up the guard roster. "I'll go first, and then I will wake Ron up. Ron will wake Harry up after a few hours, and after Harry's turn it will be Hermione's. Should any emergency arise, wake me up or send word with my dogs." In which the spiders come. The moon hung over the trees. By then, Kakashi's team had made it to the crossing point, the 5-mile junction between the more hospitable outer forest and the wild, man-eating inner forest. This was around the area where Ron first remembered to encounter the Acromantulas, and he was not happy. He kept looking frantically for any trace of a hairy leg or multiple eyes shining out through the darkness. Fortunately for his state of mind, there were none to be seen just yet. This did not console him much, since he knew they were out there, and in justifiable paranoia his knees were knocking. Kakashi smirked behind his mask as he studied the Weasley boy's face. Oh, he'd paled when he told them curtly and happily that they'd be camping right here of all places. Harry had linked in recognition. He wasn't exactly happy either, but he had the guard and he wasn't as terrified as Ron was. Rather, he clutched at the kunai he had received earlier that day. Hermione gazed at her two classmates with fondness in her eyes as the others began to set up camp. Again, the dogs were paired up with them as Wolf called out names for guard duty. This time Hermione got a huge bulldog, Harry got a large, shaggy hound with shades perched on its nose, and Ron got a pug, a small, brown, entirely cuddly pug. All right, Harry first up for guard duty, then Hermione, then Ron, and then me. Ron will take over the last shift before I take over again. After you've made your tents, I'd suggest you look into your survival kit for the weapons your teacher has hidden. Kakashi rummaged in his own pack and took out a kunai. This is a kunai. Basically, it can be used as a dagger. You can slash things with it or throw it at opponents. And beware of the edge. It's razor sharp, and novices like you often cut yourselves on the edge between handle and loop. I suggest practicing holding it right now, and later practice throwing them to get a better aim. Also, I will teach you this. Kakashi put away the kunai and slowly formed the seals in front of them before saying the jutsu, intentionally keeping the required chakra low for a demonstration. He faced somewhere in the clearing where he wouldn't burn anything vital. Katon, Bokakyu no Jutsu. Inhaling deeply, Kakashi held his fingers up to his lips and blew. A glowing, hand-sized ball of flame appeared, and Kakashi watched the trio's faces in the orange glow. Hermione was wide-eyed in wonder. Ron was stunned like a dead fish as he gaped and pointed at him with a finger. That's wandless magic, that is. How'd you do that? He cried out, while hairy eyes were intent with fascination upon the flame that had been produced. Kakashi lowered his hand as the flame died. The hand seals I did a while ago correspond to the wand movements that you learn in class. Kakashi began. I merely focus and direct my magic through them while visualizing the effect that I want. The flame corresponds to the amount of concentration and magic I pour into the seals. You may want to practice this for a while before some of you go to bed. Kakashi paused and then continued. You use this magic to call me or as a combat spell, but be aware that you must get the hand seals completely right as well as the amount of magic, and focus on saying the word katan well. The rest of it you can memorize, but you don't have to practice it over and over again as long as you keep in mind the end result of what you want the spell to do. Should you be unable to perform the spell, don't worry about it too much. Just send up red or green sparks with your wand. I'll come as soon as I can. I am teaching you this because should you find yourself in a situation without your wand, it would be best for you to have an alternative means on defending yourself. This spell can produce fireballs as large as you want or have the magic to produce. All you need is knowledge and the proper hand seals. Hermione raised her hand, an instinct gained from years of school. Question: what are the hand seals? Kakashi raised his arms. You'll have to copy these hand movements and keep repeating them until you can do it fast. When you get them to a decent speed, concentrate and push your magic through them, and then say Ketanda. Kakashi performed the hand seals, saying the names in turn. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Ron blinked and yelled out. That doesn't look like a tiger at all, or a horse, or a tiger, or a ram. It looks like you're making odd shapes with your hands. Kakashi blinked and then shrugged. These are weird hand seals that will help me do this. At the last word, Kakashi inhaled, raised his hand to his lips and blew. Hard. A huge fireball appeared, scorching the ground and reducing a nearby tree to ashes. Ron was excited, and he ogled the damage made by the jutsu. Harry, however, had other ideas. How can you do that through a mask? Kakashi crossed his arms. It doesn't matter if your breath actually touching anything. What matters is that you focus where exactly the magic's going to come through. I can do this through a mask, a cloak, or anything remotely thin. It doesn't matter if I'm soaking wet. As long as I'm focused, I can make fire. Harry blinked. Ah, but why are you teaching us? Because you're going to need to defend yourself. Kakashi answered cryptically. He then turned the youngsters loose after showing them the hand seals 3 times. After a while, only Harry had gotten a small curl of fire out of his mouth. Hermione had gotten the seals right, but she couldn't quite grasp how to push the chakra out of her lungs. Ron, on the other hand, had gotten one seal incorrect, and the result had slightly singed his eyebrows off. After that, Kakashi sent the two of them to bed. Harry went first for guard duty. Kakashi himself bed down some distance away from them and went into a light doze. He trusted his Neen dogs enough. They were currently patrolling a short distance away. Should anything occur, a simple howl from one of them will wake him up. Harry woke up Ron as he yawned, the dog beside him barking softly. The small pug beside Ron bit Ron's leg in an attempt to wake him up. Ron, in turn, yelped and glared at the pug, but kept silent. Harry gestured vaguely to the rock where he had been keeping watch, and now it was Ron's turn to be the guard. Some distance away, the guard was sleeping, his back towards them. Nearby, Hermione's head rested on the huge bulldog's back, eyes closed in sleep. Ron rubbed at one eye as Harry sluggishly walked away for a moment before bedding down on a bedroll he had found in his pack. Since it was late December, snow had formed on the ground. Some magic, however, kept the bedrolls warm and dry, and Harry was thankful for it. Soon he drifted off to sleep. Ron was left alone. The pug tugged on the sleeve of his clothes, and soon Ron was forced, heels dragging in the snow, to where Harry had been previously positioned. The pug then sat down and stared at Ron lazily. Ron blinked. "Oi, what you looking at?" He was quite amazed when the pug opened his mouth and spoke. "You, of course." The pug replied calmly, gazing at him. Ron was taken aback, and he quickly stared at Harry, who was dozing off. Bloody hell, Harry had talked. The dog blinked and spoke again. "Well, of course I talked. Haven't you seen a Neen dog before?" After that he paused, raised a leg, and scratched behind his ear as Harry and Ron looked at him oddly, with Harry putting his glasses on. "So what type of a dog is a Neen dog? Do all Neen dogs talk?" Harry asked, blinking. Packen stopped scratching his ear as he replied. "Of course not. I'm special." Ron leaned closer. "So why do you talk?" The dog lazily looked at them. "Because I want to duh." Harry blinked again and spoke in a flat tone. "I'm hallucinating." The Neen dog appeared to be insulted. "I'm not a hallucination. Feel the paw." He showed his paw to Harry, who dubiously actually did bother to feel the paw. It was soft. Oddly, Ron's eyes had widened, and his eyes had taken on the disturbingly sparkly sheen. "Aren't you so cute?" The Neen dog smirked. "Well, of course I'm cute. I'm Puckun." "Who are you two?" "Jennings." Harry blinked. "What's a Jenin?" The dog simply replied. "Students." Ron nodded. "Oh, yeah, we are." Packen resumed talking. "I suppose you're here for the Chunin exam." Harry scowled. "What's a Chunin exam?" Packen looked at them doubtfully. "The one wherein you become a higher-ranking shinobi." "What's a shinobi?" Ron asked. Packen blinked. "Never mind." Harry burst out in angry tones. "What do you mean, never mind?" At that moment, the guard awoke, and he simply glared through the mask at their direction. Packen looked at them and murmured conspiratorially. "I'll tell you later, kid, when the boss isn't so mad at me." Harry and Ron sulked. After a moment, Harry went back to bed, still sulking somewhat, and Ron was left on his own at the rock, scratching Packen behind the ears. The dog seemed to be quite pleased. Around 10 minutes later, when they were starting to settle in, the sound of spider legs moving through the underbrush started, an odd chitter-chitter sound. Ron recognized the noise and proceeded to pale dramatically. "The spiders are coming," he squeaked, an octave higher than normal and quite loud enough to wake the half-asleep Harry up on his own, grabbing for his wand. The guard was already up. He too got to his feet fairly quickly while walking over fully armed to shake Hermione awake, and not a moment too soon because spiders skittered into the clearing, jaws snapping angrily. The guard spoke 2 words that made Hermione gasp, Harry blink, and Ron gape. "Well, shit," in which the centaurs come around. Note: please take note, I will be rewriting some parts in the first 3 chapters of Abyssus, as I have been informed they are too similar to someone else's work. For details, Please look at my user profile. The Acromantulas recognized two of them. The two boys had escaped them before, and it was time to get revenge. The other two, the giant spiders, didn't know, but curious as always, they decided to go ahead and capture them. They didn't trust the one in the bone, white mask with a snarling face. He felt too strong. One of them wove a silken thread about the only female, getting ready to carry her to Aragog. Unfortunately, the one who wove the thread died a second later from flaming fireballs shooting out of the masked one's face. They shrieked and made high-pitched noises in fear. This was a human to be reckoned with. They were sure of that as one Acromantula died, burnt legs twitching in its final death throes. The web he had spun on the female cut by a small sharp black object in the black-haired boy's hands. But they had the advantage of numbers, and so, tentatively despite flaming balls of fire headed in their direction, the Acromantulas surged forward, intending to take no prisoners. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger. Kakashi formed the seals furiously, took a deep breath, and exhaled several balls of fire. Gaton, Senka no Jutsu. Ron was quivering, kunai raised in a feeble manner. His arm was shaking, and he wouldn't dare move. Spiders! Spiders were everywhere. He slashed at them frantically as his lower lip quivered, and he screamed as an Acromantula leapt at him, jaws bared and fangs dripping with poison. Fearful, Ron lashed out with the kunai, accidentally cutting his hand on the edge the guard warned them about. By sheer dumb luck, he managed to hit the Acromantula straight in the head, and the creature screeched as it retreated, two eyes blinded with a clumsy cut to the head. Ron blinked. "Blimey, Harry, look what I did!" He smiled lopsidedly, brandishing his kunai like he actually knew how to use it. It seemed that he was on an adrenaline rush now. He lashed out at the spiders without any fear. Hermione, on the other hand, was screaming out spells, pointing her wand at the shifting black hairy forms. The kunai was in her hand too, and she clumsily slashed at anything that neared. There was a near miss, but the guard had it covered, the flaming orange ball hitting the Acromantula's jaws and melting the hard outer layer in a burst of light. Harry was by far the one coping best. He seemed to know how to handle the kunai well, and he cast spells at anything far enough. He was also the one who suffered few scratches among them, aside from the guard who was untouchable. The guard did seal after seal, jutsu after jutsu. He was getting tired too, he knew that. So in an attempt to save Chakra, he whipped out his wand and began casting spells. The spiders were too many, though, and soon even the guard seemed to be too tired to even cast another jutsu of his. Otherwise, he would faint from chakra overuse. The Acromantulas themselves were few now, and they cautiously approached the four with the intent of revenge very, very clear. At that moment, the sound of hooves filled the clearing, and what seemed to be man-horses leapt in, wielding primitive-looking swords, some wielding daggers, and yet some more are using bows. The guard appeared mildly surprised as the man-horses drove the Acromantulas away. One centaur, Harry knew him to be Ronin, approached the guard, pointing his sword at him. The razor-sharp blade shone in the moonlight, but the guard never flinched. The other centaurs were sorting through the Acromantula's corpses, tipping their arrows or swords in poison. Ron and Hermione joined them. "We do not trust those who cover their face in these woods. Take off your mask," Ronin commanded, tracing the edges of the mask with his sword. Kakashi didn't flinch. He was on orders. He was never to take off his mask during missions. A man glued to a horse's body will not make him change his mind. Kakashi gave a stubborn shake of his head. At that moment, Ronin's sword cut the thin thread, keeping his mask on his face, and reaching down, yanked his black mask downward. Kakashi was scowling at him, left eye closed. The long, jagged scar over his left eye seemed to twitch as his eyelid fluttered. The Sharingan eye was closed, and the man-horse seemed displeased. "Open your eye," he commanded, pointing the sword at him again. "Do it." Seeing as he had no other choice, Kakashi opened the Sharingan, letting the man-horse stare deep into its hypnotic depths. Ronin's eyes glazed for a bit, and then a clear sound of a silver bell rung in the dark. Ron had found one of the three bells. The Sharingan closed, and Ronin soon let them go. They reached a small clearing where they made camp again. Harry stared at his closed left eye in shock for a moment before sputtering out, Wolf, what would happen to your eye?" The guard shrugged and said, "As I said, I got this eye from my best friend who died trying to protect me." Harry shouted in indignation. "But eyes like that aren't normal. Do you expect me to believe that you got your eye from a human?" Kakashi glared at him. "I did. This type of eye has been bred into my friend's family for generations. You three," he gestured to them, "are not going to speak of this to anyone else. I will not be held responsible for the death of his family, because you people assume the worst of anyone who has unusual characteristics." Harry looked slightly embarrassed. Ron nodded for once, understanding the guard all too well. Hermione looked quite interested. She clearly wanted to ask more, but the guard didn't look too willing to talk to her. Hermione couldn't resist it, and she blurted out rudely, "Does that mean your friend was a magical creature? Or is he some sort of created human? My friend was a normal human, except for these eyes." He touched his left eye. "It's a characteristic bred into their bloodline. I don't know exactly where the first of his family got it. I only know it's there, and you are not going to talk about this again." Ron piped out, "Can you see anything through it?" Kakashi blinked. "Yes, I can, except it hurts when it's exposed to light too long, because it's not my natural eye." Harry coughed and spoke. "Can you at least tell us who are you? Or what are you?" Kakashi hit his forehead with his palm. Gah, these Gaki would never give up, so he finally consented and told them the seriously censored version. The one with the pitiful-looking excuse such as "I'm from a community of magic users who hire themselves out as bodyguards." At the end of his short and pathetic speech, Harry nodded in understanding, though with the remnants of suspicion still in his eyes. "So, that was why you were hired by Dumbledore?" Kakashi gave a nod. "Yes." Ron looked relieved to know he was in the hands of a professional, while Hermione was trying to fit this little piece into the puzzle that was their guard, in which the card is a great escape. Note: sorry for being so late. Around 10 a.m., the guard woke them all up again. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were starting to get used to the life in the Forbidden Forest, and it wasn't too bad, other than the spiders, the poisonous plants, the random deadly animals, and the poison ivy from hell, of which Ron had run afoul of later that morning. The guard had to call a stop to the trip to tend to Ron. Thank God for calamine lotion. After the unexpected stopover, the guard let them all stop near a stream. Once more he told them to find their own food, and this time Hermione taught the boys how to fish with magic. In no time, they had 3 fat fish in the guard's conjured pot. After the meal, they quickly took up their bags again and continued on. When they reached a huge clearing dotted with huge trees and wild knotgrass, the guard stopped momentarily, head tilted to stare at something. Ron and Harry bristled, and Harry clutched his borrowed kunai. After the spider attack, the guard let them keep the knives. The guard grinned behind his mask. This was it. It took him a long time to track this one down. It was elusive, and it was fast, very fast, also very odd indeed. The guard had never thought such a thing had happened before, but now that it had, he had no intention of allowing such an unusual and quite probably amusing quarry to escape his team. Still, it was not as fast as a ninja, but for a wizard, well, it was faster, he supposed, given their general lack of physical fitness. Kakashi glanced at the 3 kids behind him. He pretended to be serious. The 3 stiffened with fear until Ron peeked around the guard's body and gasped, "Bloody hell, Harry! It's the Ford Anglia." Harry blinked in shock, and then he paused as a soft sound came from within the car. The car was still, headlights off. It seemed harmless. Kakashi struggled to stop himself from laughing. "I think I hear a bell." The musical sound of the bell confirmed that yes, this was true, as did the extremely shiny glint of gold within the vehicle as the bell, swinging with the car's movements, hung from rearview mirror. "Well, I think you have to get it now, before it escapes. It can't possibly be worse than the spiders," Kakashi suggested, hiding an evil grin behind his mask. The trio immediately dropped their packs and rushed forward. At the same time, the car started its engine and began to rev up back, wheels rolling but never moving. Harry supposed it was the handbrake. It was the handbrake that kept it from moving, or maybe the car was trying to gauge the resolve of its opponents. What followed was a very awkward car chase. Ron pounced, or attempted to, but the car suddenly started, back wheels digging into the forest floor, splattering dirt everywhere. Unluckily, Ron was hit by a rather large clump of dirt, and he was knocked back a few paces, ending up coughing up dirt. He screamed at it as soon as his mouth was free of dirt. "Bloody hell you get! I'm gonna hunt you down and kick your dash, Ron," from Hermione. Harry backtracked and urged Ron and Hermione to hurry up. After it, it's getting away. Hermione decided to be smart and aimed her wand at it. Impedimenta! The car swerved, moving away from them. Harry threw his kunai at the tires, but it missed, landing point first into the hard ground. Zigzagging, they screamed spells and death threats at it as they chased after its retreating, zigzagging form. "Stop," from Hermione. "Bloody hell you get! Stand still and let me catch you," from Ron. "Slow down a bit. We just want the bell." "The bell," from Harry. The guard chuckled. The car paid no attention to their screaming, seemingly agitated as it zoomed away as fast as it could, leaving 3 coughing kids in a stream of exhaust. 3 kids who glared at the car and plotted its demise. The trio ran after the car, the whole chase looking like 3 black kittens after a giant mouse. Truly, it was similar to a Tom and Jerry cartoon, and Kakashi had his hands full trying to stop from laughing. Often, one of the 3 tripped over some roots or complains about the thorns they accidentally stepped on. Often, Kakashi had to sigh, appeal to some of their demands, and help them out. He didn't even try to catch the car, though. As the teacher had said, the guard wouldn't help them, only make sure they lived. As the sun sank slowly to the mountains, they were still trying to catch the car. Kakashi was getting bored. The 3 were panting, wands aimed weakly at it. The car was still going strong, though. Kakashi figured then he could help them out. He threw one shuriken just as Ron yelled out a spell. One of the car's tires blew out. Ron jumped up and danced, figuring he had blown out the tire. "How you bloody get? We finally caught you. Now stand still and take it like a man," Ron yelled out, prancing towards the car. "Ron, shut up," she said, annoyed as she tried to climb into the car, having previously unlocked the door of the car. "Let's get this done." He kept casting the full-body bind to stop the car from escaping as Hermione crawled back out, holding the bell. The 3 kids backed off the car, closing the door and stepping as far away from it as possible before the spell wore off. As the spell wore off, the car shivered, looking at them with seemingly wide headlights, and zoomed off, seemingly terrified out of its automobile mind. As it was, Kakashi let the mouse brown-haired girl have the bell. They camped at the second crossing point. This time it was towards what the guard called the Dark Heart. Here, the forest was more than imposing. It reeked of death and fear. The 3 students were nervous now, and it was clearly visible in the way they walked, the way they talked, and the way they looked at him. More to the point, the way they shivered like little scared ducklings. So cute, Kakashi thought, fighting the urge to ruffle their heads as he smiled. They were hopeful and innocent, wishing that his protection would keep them away from the shadows flittering in between the forest trees. The shadows that had been flittering about them mustered around them, closing off their possible exits. And as the 3 children stared at Kakashi, the shadows leapt up and swallowed them in inky blackness. Their screams echoed throughout in the quiet clearing. Then there was silence, and the previous turbulence of the shadowy darkness dissipated, leaving an eerie silence and empty space where 3 children and a silver-haired guard had been, in which much psychoanalysis is done. Ron thought he had been eaten alive. All around him, everything was in an inky black. He seemed to be standing on nothing. Whenever he stepped, small ripples disturbed the inky black, much like black, oily water. Ron ran. He ran until he had no breath left, but it seemed he was running in circles because whenever he turned around, it seemed he had never really moved. Ron began to scream, but his scream was cut off as soon as he opened his mouth. His surroundings shifted, and then the world brightened in a burst of light. He found himself standing alone on the shore of the Hogwarts lake. He looked at the lake. The grass felt real enough, shifting slightly as he moved. The pristine surface of the lake was smooth and unmarred. There was a soft breeze from the east, and then Ron turned from the lake to look behind him. Behind him, burnt patches of grass were smoking. There were dead people all around him. 2 lovers called on each other, eyes blinded with death. Beads of blood were dripping down the once pristine grass, and all around him, people were screaming. Death Eaters gathered at the edge of the forbidden forest, green light flowing from their wands. Ron found himself staring at someone, despite all the blood and death happening right in front of him. It was him. Time had changed Ronald Weasley into a war-torn Auror. Blood dripped down a wound in his temple. One hand was soaked in blood. This hand had a wedding ring on it. A wand was held loosely. In his other hand, Elder Ron's gaze was distracted, but when it rested on his younger self, the eyes focused and stared at him like a hawk. His older self opened his mouth to speak and gestured with his hand behind him, back to all the death. Regardless of their conversation, the war continued on, an endless cycle of death. "What do you want to be?" he asked, with a small smile on his cracked lips. "And what will you do to attain it?" Hermione thought she was in a coma. All around her, everything was in an inky black. She seemed to be standing on nothing. Whenever she stepped, small ripples disturbed the inky black, much like black, oily water. She looked around, mind trying to find a logical explanation for this. When that failed, she opened her mouth to begin to call for help. Her world vanished, fading out into a totally different place. She immediately recognized this as the Hogwarts library. She ran her hand down the set of familiar books, this section wherein she spent most of her time. There was a small smile on her mouth as she took one book out. It felt real, and the scent of it was real as well. Looking behind her, there was no Madame Pants at the desk. She found this odd, but she supposed that Madame Pants had gone to the bathroom, and then she turned around to read. Instead of a book, she was holding nothing but thin air. In front of her, a hand gripping the pink fabric of her over-large shirt was herself. She was a child then, with wide eyes and a small, quirky smile. Her shoulder-length brown hair fell in waves, and the child, normally so happy, looked at her with all the seriousness of an adult in her large brown eyes. Her younger self spoke then, voice squeaky, but the tone made it clear that she was no child. "What do you think is the most important thing?" she asked, eyes staring at her, seemingly to pierce through her. "And what will you give up to gain it?" Harry thought he was dead. All around him, everything was in an inky black. He seemed to be standing on nothing. Whenever he stepped, small ripples disturbed the inky black, much like black, oily water. Harry tried to open his mouth, to scream for help when his surroundings abruptly changed, and then he was falling, and then time stopped, with him suspended in midair, arms in mid-flail. Harry recognized this scene. It was when he had fallen off his nimbus when the Dementors arrived. He craned his head upward, and sure enough, there was a thick black swarm above him. Harry looked around. Raindrops were in mid-fall, frozen. All around him, everything had been stopped. Unsure, he tried to stand. The air below him complied, and soon Harry was standing in midair. "What is true strength?" a voice asked, the deep bass tones echoing in Harry's lone surroundings. Harry looked around and found only himself. Literally, he was standing in midair, staring at himself with the green eyes of his mother. He was dressed in his Quidditch robes, standing there and staring at himself demurely with his hands behind his back. Like an interrogator. "What is true strength for you?" his doppelganger repeated, smiling slightly. "And what do you want it for?" Megan, Gashin Kokoronikinson. Kakashi lowered hands as the Jinjutsu took effect. Sitting down in place, he observed the three people writhing on the forest floor. What shape would their subconscious take to test them, he wondered. He had copied this particular Jinjutsu from an enemy ninja. Having gone through it before, Kakashi knew how had to defeat this was. First, once the Jinjutsu was cast, the target would have to face their subconscious. If they could answer the question and satisfy what their subconscious fretted about, they would be relieved of the Jinjutsu. If not, a simple Kai would bring them out of it. He would not save them from their own subconscious. It was up to them to defeat their own minds. Ron blinked. "Well, I want to be..." Ron paused, thinking deeply. "I want to be somebody, not just another Weasley." This elder self did not seem satisfied, but then the surroundings changed. They were no longer in front of that particular clearing. Instead, they were in a different war zone. Ron recognized this to be his home. The burrow was burning. Black smog rose into the air. Death Eaters surrounded the premises, and on the floor, he could see the broken bodies of his parents. They had died resisting the Death Eaters. He could see some Death Eaters congratulating themselves, and hear their snide comments about his parents. Ron screamed and raised his wand arm, wand in hand, to throw as many spells into those blasted Death Eaters when the surroundings shifted again and flickered into a new place. He could see a joke shop that was also burning, and he could see his brothers Fred and George fighting back to back. Exultant Death Eaters surrounded them as they tried to escape, but their attempts were no use, and in a flash of green light, it was all over. Once more he tried to change it, to counter the horrifying scene, but once again the surroundings shifted, and he was in the Ministry of Magic and watching Percy. Percy, who was working, and who refused to listen to a screaming Ron as he grabbed frantically at the older boy's sleeve, trying to get him to listen. But this too was in vain, and as Percy looked next to him, there was a flash of green light, and Percy Weasley's body hit the floor. His incoherent scream of rage only caused the elder doppelganger to smile sardonically, as, for the last time, the surroundings shifted to depict himself closing Ginny's wide, blank, open eyes. The youngest Weasley was clearly dead, though her face was more peaceful than the others. Ron himself stood, flanked on either side by Death Eaters, who were congratulating him on converting to the dark side. "This is what you wanted, isn't it? To be the only Weasley?" His older self asked him, eyes deadly serious, voice filled with sarcasm. Ron stared in shock at the doppelganger. How could his older self think such a thing of him? He wasn't like that. He opened his mouth to reply. Hermione stared at herself, the younger one, the one that spoke with the wisdom way beyond her years. "I want to know everything." She paused. "I believe knowledge is the most important thing." Her childhood self frowned. "Well, if that's what you want." The young girl trailed off. Their surroundings changed, and Hermione found herself watching herself studying everything in a dark and gloomy home, both dark and light spells. And as she watched herself studying, she saw people coming to her, talking to her, but she paid no attention, and the people stopped visiting her entirely one day. In the end, she found herself white-haired and old in a cemetery full of gravestones, and on each of those gravestones were the names of people she once knew. She knew she should weep, but then again, she had shunned those who had cared for her. Her friends, her family, her teachers, all gone while she had been too busy studying to know this, that they had been in trouble, that they had needed her help. And then she heard her younger self ask her, voice heavy with sarcasm, "Is this what you want?" Hermione opened her mouth to reply. There was a long silence between them. Finally, Harry spoke. "I want the strength to kill Voldemort." Harry replied, "And I wanted to gain vengeance." His doppelganger stared at him for a moment before casually waving a hand. "Very well then. You want that strength? Here, take it." Their surroundings shifted, and Harry found himself pitched into a war. And he saw the light and the dark engage in battle. Spells he both knew and could not name were cast on both sides. As people fell on both sides and the body count kept rising, he saw one by one the defenders of the light fall, several of whom he recognized, the Weasleys among them, and he could see himself fighting with Voldemort as well. His war-torn older self seemed unusually smug, as if he knew something that the younger Harry did not know. Then there was a spell cast that Harry did not recognize, and Voldemort fell on his knees and crumbled to dust. There was a ragged cheer beginning on the side of the light, which ended all too soon as his eyes, flashing crimson, Harry himself turned against his former comrades, killing them one by one as they stared at him in disbelief. Harry's incoherent scream of denial pierced the sounds of the Death Eaters cheering, that a new Dark Lord had risen. His teenage self then asked him, eyes filled with malevolent amusement, "Is this what you wanted?" In which everyone answers their fears. "No," came the echo from all three students as they raged in the face of the abomination the illusion had given them. All three of the doppelgangers froze for a moment, moving backward, and stared at the originals before asking in a most amused and somewhat contemplative voice, "Why? What do you really want if not that?" Ron glared at his older self with contempt. "I wanted things to be better. I wanted to be special. Not all alone." Hermione stared at her younger self with a sort of sad look in her eyes. You're mistaken. I would never ignore my friends in the pursuit of knowledge. I pursue knowledge for my friends and for myself. Harry's voice was hardened as he glared at his other self. I don't want to kill everyone. I just want to protect everyone and get my revenge. I want to make Voldemort stop hurting people. That's what a savior's supposed to do, isn't it? Even if I didn't really want to be one, it's still what I am. Someone has to do it. All three illusions smiled in a peaceful way. Make sure you remember that. When the time comes that you have to make the choices that will make you what you will become in the future, remember that. Not all good choices are easy. Not all things are as they seem. If you get anything wrong the first time around, you will have to live with the results for the rest of your lives. Make sure that you remember that when the time comes that you are tempted to go your own ways. Ron, you say you want to be special, but being special does not depend on how much people admire you for your assets or talents. Sometimes the heroes have to work from the shadows to save those they care for. Sometimes those who are so deeply admired can be rotten within. Do not be ashamed to have less material goods or obvious talents than those who boast of what they have. It is what is inside that counts. Hermione, knowledge is good, but some things men are not meant to know because those things will lead them astray. Would you trade the lives of innocents for a spell to make gold? Others have done it before you. Or would you give up your family for power? Others have done that before you. Before you make your life's work, reflect on what the cost will be on those around you. Some things should never have to see the light of day because they drag everyone else into the darkness. Be careful, lest in your pursuit of knowledge, you lose your humanity. Harry, you asked for power, but power is not everything. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is one of the things that made Voldemort who he is today. He wanted ultimate power and immortality. He gained a portion more than his due, but lost his humanity, his ability to love, which never grew beyond loving himself. And he murdered all those related to him as a result, sacrificed by his own hands, with no concern for the consequences. It is better to earn the power to protect others on your own, rather than to search too deeply into the shadows and make bargains you cannot possibly hope to profit from. In a flash, they saw themselves, all three of them older, more worldly, fighting on the side of the light. Back to back, seemingly invincible as they worked in what seemed like perfect coordination and harmony with the other members of the side of the light, some of whom they recognized and some of whom they didn't, taking down the Death Eaters in a united front before facing Voldemort and his closest minions in a final battle. The scene ended just as they were starting to throw the initial spells at each other. The three illusions appeared once more, and once more they found themselves on the sea of black, back to back with each other. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Harry, Ron, Hermione. The three scrambled up and hugged each other, clinging to each other in what seemed to be a sea of chaotic black. As the sea faded away, they heard the voices of their elder selves telling them simply that, remember, as the fires of your souls burn brighter and you grow stronger, the deeper the shadows they cast become, and the more dangerous the path you walk. Be careful. Kakashi had moved to face the three writhing forms on the forest floor. Then he hinged into his teacher form, and then left a Kage Bunshin of his original form on the opposite side of where he had originally stood. It seemed they were starting to snap out of it as the shadows were flowing away from them and dispersing into the dark woods. Kakashi braced himself for their response, and the first thing the three of them saw was a huge smile on his face. The first thing he heard from them was a very loud scream, and then the three clung to each other, babbling at each other about their horrible dreams. It was quite a ruckus for a while until they got around running out of breath, but before they could take turns to tell each other their stories, Kakashi interrupted with a small cough. You pass. Congratulations. He offered them the single, shining bell, the last bell to complete the set. They stared at him in shock and then shrieked at him in chorus. You mean it was a test? This scream of almost incoherent rage was followed by an attempt to pounce on the teacher, which was only stopped by Hermione's remembering they could be docked points for attacking a teacher. She reminded Ron and Harry of this, upon which the boys proceeded to sulk quite visibly. although Harry's sulk was more of a brooding expression than anything else. Kakashi scratched at the back of his head, quite pathetically. "Well, at least you passed it. I didn't expect you to pass it the first time around. I would have expected you to pass it after failing it thrice." They boggled at him and felt a little bit better, although they still wanted to throttle their freaky teacher. Guy flicked a bit of sweat off his forehead. His hands were sore, and Guy knew he would have to visit Madame Pomfrey for a healing spell to his legs so he could continue his promise to Kakashi. He had done around 499 laps around the whole castle, and he was on his last lap. Wait till his eternal rival heard about this. Encouraged and empowered by the burning flames of youth, Guy rose up to finish the last lap, only to catch sight of the extremely dour face of the permanently black-clad man with greasy black hair heading towards him. This pitiable creature was also known as Professor Severus Snape. Guy gave this poor creature a large berth for the simple reason that he was clearly in the winter of his discontent. Poor thing. He needed the warmth of the flames of youth, and he, Mado Guy, would be the savior of his clearly drab little life. Unfortunately, the poor creature seemed to be unable to utter anything that was not derogatory or insulting in any manner whatsoever. Everything he said was annoying. Guy was so sure he didn't mean to do this. It was an integral part of his makeup, being that he was in the winter of his discontent, and such poor creatures only lived to spread their discontent. Guy would have to break him of that nasty little habit, and he would just as soon as he finished the 500 laps, in which Kakashi and Guy combined. The next 2 days were spent going back to Hogwarts. The guard had given some sort of excuse and vanished in a puff of smoke shortly after Kakashi got them to pack. On the way home, their teacher had shown them the better sides of the Forbidden Forest. That is, the unicorn's other amazing facts about the forest and Fluffy. Yes, Fluffy. Apparently, the three-headed dog had been set loose in the Forbidden Forest to roam and live free and antagonize the centaurs. Professor Hatake had a gleeful look on his face as he mentioned the centaur bit, as he hurriedly stepped over a tree root on their way back to Hogwarts. "It's nearby," Professor Hatake said with a wide grin. "Just around the corner, then." Ron craned his neck around the corner and nearly died of fright. Hermione squealed, and Kakashi had to put his hand over her mouth to avoid it from being startled. Harry simply smiled in reminiscence. Fluffy was clearly happy to see them, pouncing over their squirming bodies as the three heads each chose one target to slobber to death. Kakashi snickered. Fluffy was fat, sleek, and clearly causing much centaur trauma, if the way the dog smelled slightly of horse was any indication. After some time, they managed to escape the overly affectionate Pooch, only to find that they were on a cliff overlooking the lake. Professor Hatake delightedly shoved them off the cliff. As they plummeted screaming into the freezing waters, cursing his name, his eyes closed in a happy curve. He grinned widely and set off to beat them to the lake shore. Apparently, when they hit the water, the disturbed giant squid picked all three of them up, waved them around in intense agitation, and threw them to the lake shore, where a humongous bale of hay broke their fall. Rolling out of the hay, they caught sight of the grinning professor and, annoyed beyond belief, proceeded to throw handfuls of hay and snow at his retreating form as he backed away from the three aggressive teenagers all the way through the courtyard while attempting to block the snowballs with his arms, only to fall into the fountain on his ass. At which point, they dumped armfuls of snow on him and stalked off muttering about bloody gits. They never stopped to wonder where the hay had come from. Kakashi only shrugged it off, grinning at the success of his nasty little prank. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu," Harry yelled, finally having managed to achieve a medium large ball of fire that burnt the air around him. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. "I see you finally learned it." Harry pouted and rubbed tenderly at the edges of his mouth where, when his concentration lapsed, the fireball he had conjured backfired and singed him. Ron had mastered the seals now, and he was able to make a small fireball. Hermione had advanced over to the point that her fireball was medium-sized, according to the teacher. "Well then, I'ma teach you a new technique. This technique may help you avoid a critical attack by a Death Eater. It is called Korimi no Jutsu, or Body Switch. This technique will allow you to switch places with an object, thus the attack, Even if it is the Avada Kedavra will hit the object and not you, causing a distraction long enough for you to hit them with a counterspell. Kakashi pointed out. Ron's eyes lit up. Is it like apparition? He asked. If apparition means that you end up in any place, then no. Kakashi replied. Apparition is a teleportation skill. Kawarimi no Jutsu merely exchanges you with the object. Thus you are safety out of harm's way, and they are blasting your decoy. They will probably assume that you have transfigured yourself with the object. Therefore, given that animagi exist, I would suggest using a specific type of living creature to body switch with, and they will assume, naturally, that they are killing your animagus form and that you are dead, which in turn will buy you more time. Harry had a sudden vision of Lord Voldemort holding up a dead rabbit by the ears and screaming as he shook the rabbit like a flag. Harry Potter is not a bunny rabbit. Harry snickered loudly at the image, causing the other three to look at him strangely. When he finally explained it, Hermione and Ron both burst into loud laughter, while Kakashi smiled. Yes, it works that way. Now the seals are ox, ram, tiger, ram, hare, and monkey. If you do it fast enough, your opponent will not notice the substitution until it is too late. For now, if you three do it right, I'll let you go early to get some food and then a break later by watching the fireworks. The three immediately set to learning the seal with a will, mostly fueled by the thought of Lord Voldemort holding cute cuddly creatures and screaming at his followers to quit fooling around. By the end of the session, they had managed to do decent Kawarimi no Jutsus, if not as fast as Kakashi had wanted them to do. Ah well, that will change with practice. Soon they would learn to Kawarimi like a ninja. It brought tears of pride to his eyes, and then he stopped and smacked himself up the head for thinking like Mado Guy. The green beast was rubbing off on him. This had to be remedied, and fast, before he developed a taste for spandex. Come January 2nd, the Hogwarts Express arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The whole trip was normal, until the rest of Hogwarts arrived in the Great Hall for dinner. At first, everything was normal until the whole of Hogwarts was almost through with the main course. Ron was already eating a bowl of Yorkshire pudding, and Hermione was reading her arithmancy book. Harry himself was sipping from a goblet of pumpkin juice when the guard, appearing quite ruffled, hurried to the staff table. Harry perked up at this, as not everything can actually ruffle the guard, and he was very, very curious. More to the point, where was Professor Hatake? Shouldn't he be at the staff table next to Professor Lupin? The four guards were at their posts as usual when they suddenly perked up and glanced at the place in front of the door, from what the students could see of their body language. These guards were very disturbed, but why? Worried murmurs began to spread among the student body, but then all thoughts were cut off as huge billows of green smoke filled the hall. The first years and second years stared in shock along with the rest of the hall at the billows of colored smoke that was coming from the area in front of the door. Kakashi, Guy. In horror, the trio and the rest of Hogwarts stared at the defense against the dark arts teacher and the newcomer in green spandex as they posed in a Power Ranger pose, with some sort of magic making the light shine off their teeth and sparkle around them disturbingly. Silence, and then the audible sound of Ron's pumpkin juice spurting out of his nose. Duel. The defense against the dark arts teacher said, seemingly deadly serious. Dynamic. Mado Guy seemed equally serious, his teeth sparkling in the light as he gave them a thumbs up before the two jumped up and performed a complex flip and freezing in midair within a kicking pose. Time seemed to slow down as the two aimed for the central parts of the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables. Guy went for Slytherin and Kakashi aimed for Gryffindor. Entry. Their feet, unfortunately, collided with a huge bowl of Yorkshire pudding at the end of the tables, sending both ninjas skidding, screaming all the way as if they were in uncontrollable go-karts, great amounts of flying desserts splattering the entire staff with food, as well as several students. There was a moment of silence before the first years screamed out a war cry and began throwing food at each other. The second years joined in, throwing food at any human being within range. After being splattered by pudding and unmentionables, the higher years gave up and joined in the riot that resulted in a screaming, messy Great Hall and every single student and teacher being covered in multicolored globs of goo. Somehow, In the food fight, the guards had emerged untouched. The two ninjas who had started it all finally managed to come to a skidding stop at the foot of the staff table in front of them all. Dumbledore was clearly smiling, blue eyes twinkling as he balanced a whole bowl of pudding that had somehow landed on his pointed wizard's hat. McGonagall looked as if she was sucking a sour lemon from behind a mask of chocolate syrup from a nearby cake that covered Professor Flitwick's face like a brown mask of goo. Professor Snape would have looked menacing, if not for the fact that he had been hit head-on with a giant banana split and was currently all colors of the rainbow, with bananas sticking out from odd places on his robes. In which Snape gets a new shirt. Flashback. Kakashi, safely disguised in his teacher form, was walking towards the Great Hall to join them all in dinner when a hand shot out from a nearby room and tugged him into it. "Guy, what the hell are you doing?" Kakashi hissed. Guy gave a thumbs up. "Kakashi, my eternal rival, I have come up with a plan that will surely eliminate the Avatar of Winter and make him into a burning flower of youth." "Ava what?" Kakashi asked, blinking. Only when Guy described his futile efforts did he know who was the poor sod that Guy chose to torture. "I followed him about in this magnificent building, holding out one of my greatly desired spandex to get him to wear it, but no, my eternal rival. He was adamant and refused and shut the dungeon door in my face." Kakashi blinked in recognition. "Snape?" Guy smiled, the non-existent light shining off his teeth. "My eternal rival knows him then. Sa, will you assist me in converting the poor man into a burning flower of youth?" Kakashi stared at him stupidly, mouth open. A part of him wanted to scream and curl up into a ball and die right now, but another part of him grinned evilly as he was doing now. "Of course I will." Guy beamed. "Excellent, my eternal rival. I am so glad you are embracing the burning flames of youth. Do you have any idea why he seems to keep refusing my generous gift?" Kakashi grinned evilly. "Of course I do. Come, here's the plan. Surely, you have noticed our dear friend's marked preference for black? Maybe he would like a black spandex jumpsuit and is simply waiting for you to get a clue. After all, is it not said that black is a slimming color and suits everyone? Come, let us humor our dear friend," he suggested, laughing sadistically in the back of his mind. In flashback, looking at Snape's enraged face actually made Kakashi feel good. He snickered silently in his mind as Guy held out a suit of black spandex with a little silver S-shaped creature on both the back and the front. It seemed to be a mockery of the Slytherin crest. "Sa, look, I have brought you a present worthy of one empowered of the flames of youth. Come, put it on, that we may begin your glorious conversion from your winter of discontent to the springtime of youth." Guy waved the spandex in Snape's general direction for added effect. The black spandex was actually Kakashi's suggestion, and he was quite proud of it. "Thank you very much." Severus turned several colors in rapid succession, mostly shades of green, white, red, and puce as he choked on words that he could not seem to express. Guy was incredibly happy. His plan had worked. His new friend clearly liked the gift as he was blushing with happiness and was lost for words. In that moment, Snape could see his life flash before his eyes with the horrible image of the black abomination. How dare this freak of nature corrupt the Slytherin crest? Was that an earthworm? Why, that fiend? The whole hall was silent, and then the only time the silence was interrupted was when the whole hall heard Hagrid's booming laughter. The rest of the hall joined in. Well, except for some of the Slytherins. Ron clutched his sides in laughter as he fell off the chair. Hermione and Harry laughed as well. Malfoy's face was red with rage, and he smacked Crabbe and Goyle upside the head as they were laughing too. Even the guards seemed to join in, although their laugh was a small snigger and the shake of their shoulders. The guard who had approached the staff table gave a small grim chuckle, and then she turned to Dumbledore and began to converse immediately in some foreign language. Dumbledore's face was grim upon the guard's hasty talk, and he gave a small nod before taking control of the situation. "Well, as we've had our laughs, let us go to bed," Dumbledore proclaimed, blue eyes twinkling, albeit forced. Clutching their sides and wheezing for breath, the students left the hall. The teachers, the newcomer, and the four guards remained. Snape was enraged, barely able to control his fury. And when the students were finally out of sight, he whipped out his wand and pointed it at Guy. Crew, Snape didn't finish. The Hufflepuff guard had reached out and put enough pressure on Snape's wrist to break it. The stare coming from the cat mask was cold as death. Stop, she spoke, slightly adding more pressure to Snape's wrist. Snape thought he heard a bone breaking. Snape glared, but lowered the wand. The guard let go of his hand. Snape already felt a bruise forming as he tenderly massaged his wrist. The guard cleared her throat and then began her report. I was patrolling the grounds as usual. Upon my return to replace my replacement in the Great Hall, I found a piece of evidence that would suggest that black sand is here. And that is this from Guy, who had heard of the murdering wizard from the Hokage before arriving. The female guard reached into her pocket and withdrew a small crumpled piece of paper. This is from the grounds. It is a photo depicting the Weasley family, clipped from your newspaper. It is old and has been crumpled into a ball many, many times. She showed it to them. Snape gave a grimace. What's so special about it? It's just a photograph. Ukami Shusho will know what this means. She smoothly ignored him and gave the photograph to Kakashi. In the midst of the food fight, Kakashi had body switched with his Kage Bunshin. So the Bunshin was now the teacher and Kakashi was the guard. Kakashi walked forward and took a sniff. He grimaced. Bad. This is bad. McGonagall blinked. What? Sirius Black is somewhere in the grounds. Kakashi finished grimly. And he's waiting, biding his time. There was another search that night, and like all the others before it, it yielded no results. Kakashi tailed the Potter boy everywhere, both hands clutching kunai and wand respectively, even following him to the loo. He didn't like the bitter cold of winter as he followed the boy outside, but then he was a guard. Guards were tools. Tools didn't feel. So all the way from January 2nd to February 1st, Kakashi tailed the Potter boy like a diligent watchdog, taught them ninja basics in his teacher form as much as possible, avoiding the other jutsus and focusing on their taijutsu and a small dash of ninjutsu. By February 1st, the trio had learned and mastered 3 different ninjutsu, Kawarimi, Henge, and Gokakyu, and 2 new ones called Kanashibari no Jutsu, which, their teacher explained, would put their enemy in a state of paralysis long enough for them to flee. It was similar to the full body bind, but this jutsu did not require a wand. Ron especially looked forward to using it on Malfoy. The second one was called Jinjutsukai, and it would allow them to dispel some illusions. Kakashi warned them that this might not work against stronger illusions. At times, their teacher would take them to one side and teach them their own specific jutsu or technique. To Ron, Kakashi gave him Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, which involved Ron spewing multiple fireballs out of his mouth. To Harry, Kakashi gave him Futon de Tapa, which allowed him to blow away his opponents, literally with a great blast of air. To Hermione, he gave Kizu Chiyu no Jutsu, a jutsu that closed gashes and slash wounds, but could not repair anything major. Each of these techniques took the young wizards a large amount of time and practice to master even halfway. Meanwhile, it had become a common sight to see Guy following Snape around, attempting to engage him in conversation, if challenging him to duels or various contests in order to rekindle his burning flames of youth could be counted as conversation. Sadly, for the students, as Snape seemed to be very happy enough to smile. Come February, this great source of amusement was no longer viable as Guy, with tearful eyes and overblown sobs, was forced to leave his newfound friend behind. That day, Snape was reportedly seen dancing for joy in supposedly uninhabited corridors. This rumor was repeatedly suppressed by the object of the discussions in general, in which Scabbers bites himself. January faded imperceptibly into February. Kakashi didn't know the difference. It was still damn cold, and he was unaccustomed to waking up with icicles at the window. The match against Ravenclaw was drawing nearer and nearer, and Kakashi hated to get out there. Snow had gathered against the castle walls, the bitter cold reaching even into the warmest places in the castle. To make things worse, his charge had decided to drone on and on about his missing firebolt, thus giving his protector a massive headache. He knew he had never complained like this before, but the weather at its coldest was making his temper shorter and shorter each time Harry asked about his firebolt. Cold weather made him cranky, and he longed to scream that his firebolt won't be damn coming back until they were fucking done with it, which he did, right after a session wherein he and a few other teachers stripped the said firebolt down, that night in his room alone. Yes, alone suited him best. He didn't go to the Potter boys' individual anti-demental lessons, because he did not want to step a foot outside his warm room, where he was alone, to scream to his heart's content with silencing charms on the room. To sleep to his heart's content and laugh at the stupid people that were trying to cross the snow-filled grounds. Yes, alone and warm suited him best. When Harry got his broom back, Kakashi felt much, much better. He followed them to Gryffindor Tower, where the Longbottom boy attracted his attention by screaming and maintaining something about passwords. Interesting. I've lost the passwords, the boy told Harry. I made him tell me the passwords he was going to use this week, because he keeps changing him, and now I've lost them, he cried. Ron treated it like it was a minor thing. But as soon as the two were away, Kakashi turned to the Longbottom boy with a snarl. Passwords, he hissed dangerously. That is a very grave offense, Mr. Longbottom. I know. Neville cried again. I wrote them down and left it by my night table, but they're gone. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at this, but kept the report at the back of his mind. If Black chose to attack tonight, Kakashi would be there waiting. A strangled yell echoed in the common room. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and hurried over to look, leaving the Longbottom boy shivering. Ronald Weasley rattled on about his rat. Kakashi ducked into a side room and hinged into his teacher form before sneaking in, taking a big breath, and screaming loudly, Scabbers! Look! Scabdash! What the hell is going on? Kakashi yelled, his voice matching Ron Weasley's as the boy was cut off in mid-sentence, clutching a bloodied sheet and several ginger cat hairs. Kakashi acted as if to calm himself, and then spoke guardedly. What happened? It was my rat professor. She never even tried to avoid this from happening. Her monstrous cat ate him. He wasn't even near your rat. You hated him since he leapt on your head at the magical menagerie. Kakashi grimaced. Okay. I get it. Quiet down. The two immediately shut up. Ron held the bloodied sheets in his hand. Kakashi gestured to it. Give it to me. Shaking, Ron handed the sheet over to Kakashi, who set it on the floor and formed seals quickly underneath his heavy winter cloak before slamming his hand on the floor. Kuchios no jutsu. Kakashi murmured in his mind, so as to not give away his identity. One of his Neen dogs, the one Harry, Ron and Hermione hadn't seen yet, wagged its tail. Kakashi waved the sheet under his nose suggestively. The dog bristled, but hazarded a sniff, and immediately grimaced as he barked at Kakashi. There hasn't been a cat on this bed sheet since Christmas. I can't see why a rat would bite himself. His Neen dog finished. Kakashi nodded as the dog vanished. Eyes stared at him expectantly as he stood up from the floor and spoke. Ronald Weasley, I'll be taking 5 house points from Gryffindor for disturbing the castle. At that, there was a chorus of angry shouts. And 5 each if you all keep shouting like that. Kakashi stared at Hermione and Ron before speaking as the room turned silent. Ron, Hermione's cat as proven, hasn't been anywhere near the boys' dorm. Ron growled and opened his mouth. So that's it? You're taking sides. I am not taking sides. Kakashi hissed through clenched teeth. All evidence points to it. The dog did not detect the scent of a cat, especially not Hermione's cat this week. The scent of the cat is old, and Ronald, even if it is Ms. Granger's cat, the scent dates from Christmas and not this week. It's not her fault you didn't notice it until you saw your rat missing. Ron opened his mouth to protest again. Oh, shut up, Weasley. I didn't make you 3 spend a week in the Forbidden Forest just to let this sort of thing happen again. Kakashi pointed a finger on all 3 of them. The other Gryffindors blinked in surprise. A whole week in the Forbidden Forest, and they were still standing? So, to remedy this disaster, Kakashi began. I'm docking 10 points from Gryffindor for ruckus. Weasley apologized to Granger for being a prat. Granger apologized to Weasley for letting your cat in the boys' dorm. They did so, though Ron was still glowering at everything. I hate to do this, Ron, but another 5 from Gryffindor. Shut up and shape up or ship out. Kakashi growled, his frayed temper getting the better of him. Warm and alone did him good. So he turned and left the common room. Ron was glowering at Hermione sometimes when they mentioned his rat, but otherwise, everything seemed to be fine. As the Potter boy practiced outside, Kakashi stayed indoors, staring at the window to keep an eye on his charge. The next morning, on the day of the long-awaited match, Kakashi wasn't up until 11:15. When he did notice the time, he cursed, stumbled off his bed, and fell in the shower. But he did turn up on time to watch the Potter boy from within the castle, of course, while his Kagebunshin braved the cold. Well, he knew he was getting lazy, but only until winter ends, he told himself. Until winter ends. Later, the Gryffindors were interrupted in their party by a sour-faced Professor McGonagall in her night clothes. Kakashi had long deserted the common room to wander randomly on the 7th floor, leaving Kagebunshin to alert him. He had been staring at a tapestry when he heard a murmur of voices near the Gryffindor portrait. Sword, yeoman, hangman. He also heard the portrait's fierce approval and the creak of something opening. Kakashi cursed mentally, took out a kunai, and stalked towards the portrait. Upon reaching it, he prodded it mercilessly. "Did you let a man in?" The portrait swung, its tiny sword. "Of course!" Inwardly, Kakashi cursed. He hissed out the password and entered the staircase that ascended until it reached the common room. The man, he was sure it was Sirius Black, had come and gone through the common room, directly into the boys' dorms. Harry. Kakashi ran now, huge loping steps. He crossed the common room in no time at all and was just in time to see a silhouette of a man, knife poised, as he walked with deadly intention towards one of the Gryffindor beds. Kakashi leapt at the man, eyes blazing, and the intent to kill rolling off him in waves. In which Kakashi breaks an arm. The attacker turned, kunai in hand, as he blocked Kakashi's blow clumsily, gaining more and more expertise, using as if it was a sword due to the rush of adrenaline. He wasn't as apt as a ninja, through luck and a sheer force of will to block Kakashi's attacks. Kakashi couldn't risk a ninjutsu because they were in the boys' dorm with civilians and his charge in it. As a result, he was confined to taijutsu, and while Sirius Black may have been seemingly scrawny from years in Azkaban, he was surprisingly fast and dexterous when it came to protecting his life with a blade. Kakashi had his hands full as well, attempting to avoid the beds of the sleeping children while Black was under no such constraint and attacked him ferociously. Forced back against the Weasley boy's bed, sparks flew as the kunai clashed together with each block. Sirius was growling like a mad dog under his breath, a growl that grew louder as he saw an opening and opted to take it, lashing out with a kick that would have knocked the wind out of the guard. Caught by surprise, Kakashi dodged, only to nearly lose his balance. Black slashed at him and sent Kakashi's kunai flying to embed itself deep into the dorm door. Kakashi caught Black's wrist as the other man attempted to stab him. From then on, it became a struggle to either throttle each other or to gain purchase to the kunai to stab each other. Sirius' firm grip weakened as Kakashi tried to crush his wrist. Their frantic flailing and struggles resulted in the kunai sent flying by a kick, slashing through the Weasley boy's curtains. The boy awoke with a scream, catching both the fighters off guard. Taking advantage of the moment, Sirius Black kicked the guard in the groin, causing him to keel over. As the guard bent over slightly, Sirius followed him with a sudden transformation, and as a dog attempted to rip the guard's throat out. Raising an arm, Kakashi blocked the furious assault from the grim-like creature. Caught off balance, he fell down the stairs, he and Sirius Black still rolling, and they crashed straight into the Gryffindor common room. Kakashi, unfortunately, met the wooden frame of the armchair, no longer squishy, with his arm. A resounding howl of pain and triumph echoed as the Grim landed straight on Kakashi's stomach, knocking the wind out of him before running pell-mell out of the room and most likely out of the castle. Kakashi managed to use his other arm to prop himself up, holding himself carefully. Bruised, battered, and injured. Attempting a one-handed seal, he tried to send some Kagebunshin after the escaping convict, only to find out that his control wasn't accurate enough without his other hand to create the clones. Drained, he only managed to level himself up in a standing position as he tried to limp after the convict, who was long gone. He could not summon the clones, he could not attack from a distance, and overall, the only thing he could be proud of was that Black had not been able to be near his charge at all. The screaming of the Gryffindor boys who had been witness to the fight brought Percy the prefect running to the dorms, only to follow the anxious students as they rushed to the injured guard, whose arm was clearly broken as it hung limply from his side. "Someone get Madame Pomfrey!" Ron shouted frantically as Dean Thomas rushed out to the infirmary, clad only in his bedclothes. Harry looked in shock at the man who had saved his life, eyes narrowing in a resolve to get even with Sirius Black for this. Moving toward the injured guard, he and Ron tried to support the man's other side to help him into an armchair to rest while the other students went for the teachers. Harry looked worriedly at the guard as the teachers came in. First, Madame Pomfrey with Dean, who came bustling in a small cup of Skeel Grow and in her other hand, a bag of bandages and wood for a splint. The guard did not even hiss in pain as the worried nurse made a tut-tut noise under her breath and tried to set the bone as gently as she could. She had forgotten the anesthesia, but the guard did not seem to be complaining. Ron was dead pale as he realized how close they had been to possible death. "Bloody hell, Harry! He could have killed us if the guard wasn't here," Ron said, pale as a ghost. "Yeah," Harry replied. "And now we have to look out for the guard until he gets better. I'm not leaving him alone like this when Sirius could come back and finish him off at any moment." Ron nodded, eyes narrowing in determination as he moved to Kakashi's right. The guard shook his head. "I'll be fine," his voice was raspy. "As soon as my arm heals." "Do you have anything to make it heal faster?" Hermione asked him in shock. "Why didn't you use one of your wandless magic abilities?" The guard rolled his eyes underneath the mask. "Because my spells could have killed Harry. They're not supposed to be used in close combat situations with civilians in the way. I didn't want to hurt anyone but Black, so I had to use unarmed combat. Rest assured," Dumbledore said firmly. "This will not happen again." He seemed to be there instantly. No one noticed he had come inside until he actually spoke, upon which Snape, who was offering another Skeel Grow potion to the guard, smiled grimly in satisfaction. Sirius Black would never be able to pull this kind of stunt again. Kakashi swore to himself to work out even if it was winter. He couldn't afford to be caught in such a manner again. He ground his teeth as the piercing pain in his arm indicated the bones were growing themselves to their normal configurations. Snape looked at the guard with grudging respect and admiration in his eyes. A new ally against Black. Just let Lupin try to slip anything past this fellow. Severus smirked as he imagined the confrontation. He'd have to inform the guard to dip his knives in silver, just in case. Moving to the door, the potion's master eyed the embedded kunai with some trepidation as he reached out and tried to pull it out of the door. It was firmly lodged, and it took him quite a while to work it out. He returned it to the guard with a grudging, "Nice job. A pity you weren't able to finish it." Kakashi shrugged and said, "Next time, Black will not have the protection of being in the civilian's room. I intend to make sure he never gets near this area again." As Kakashi recovered, he was surprised to be congratulated by the portraits, and he could see an air of approval in the whole school. Sir Cadogan was fired, which he was thankful for if only because the night was so damn annoying. The fat lady was back, but she wanted the guard, or one of them, to stay with her as much as possible, openly jittery. Still, there was an air of pride as the Gryffindors watched their guard. Their guard, damn it. The other house guards hadn't done anything yet like theirs had. Kakashi viewed this with a mild air of indulgence. Kids were so cute, just like puppies. Maybe when he was old enough to quit ANBU, he might pick up some puppies of his own. He just hoped it wouldn't be an Uchiha. That clan was notoriously stuck up, except for Obito, and he still wasn't on good terms with them with the whole "you stole Obito's" fiasco. The Weasley boy had become an instant celebrity, recounting the parts of the fight that he managed to see that no one else did. And you should have seen the guard. He was so cool. He was blocking every one of Sirius Black's stabbing attempts with his thing. Kakashi rolled his eyes. The boy still managed to garble the name of such easy pronunciation. "Honestly, these foreigners..." "It's Kanai, Ronald," Kakashi said, amused more than anything else. Ron flushed and nodded. "Yeah, that's what I meant. Kakashi patted the boy on the head with his good hand before walking off to check on the other students again, in which Kakashi throws a fit. Dear Harry, Ron, and Hermione, how about having tea with me this afternoon round 6? I'll come and collect you from the castle. Bring the guard with you. Cheers, Hagrid. Kakashi was waiting for them at the entrance hall, his once broken arm now healed. The trio smiled in relief, and they were sure the guard smiled at them in return from behind the mask. While waiting for Hagrid, the three decided to talk among themselves, while the guard stood nearby as a silent sentry. So you okay now? Harry asked the guard, who gave a simple nod. He held his own arm out for inspection. I'm fine. The three burst out in relieved smiles. Listen, thanks for protecting us. Ron spoke, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Hermione gave a smile as Hagrid burst into the hall. Oh, there you three are? Hagrid spoke, smiling behind his big bushy beard. Nice work you did last Saturday. Kakashi gave an amused bow as Hagrid shepherded the four of them outside. The sun shone on them merrily as they crossed the grounds and entered Hagrid's hut. Kakashi stared about him in curiosity before sitting down on the bed next to Buckbeak after bowing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went on to talk about school, Buckbeak's trial, and the guards' efforts to protect them. After 3 hours, Hagrid led them all back to the castle while the guards spoke some excuse and teleported away in a puff of smoke. Kakashi appeared right outside the stone gargoyle. He spoke the password, stepped into the spiral escalator, and barged into Dumbledore's office without a word. He then tore his mask off and proceeded to speak, hands planted palms down on Dumbledore's desk as the old man looked up. It is time for my report to Sandaime-sama. Kakashi hissed in Japanese. According to normal mission parameters, I must ask my employer on the status of the target and about anything that's happened. What will I tell him? Kakashi began, voice rising until a near scream. You said the castle was perfectly safe. I do not like being surprised, Dumbledore-san. Konoha will hear of this breach of terms. You said, before we even agreed to it, that Hogwarts is warded, and no trespasser will even dare to get in. Twice he's snuck in. Twice you have failed. What will I tell Konoha now that the terms have been broken? Dumbledore blinked in shock. The wards were and still are in place. I assure you. I admit I don't know how he got in. I know none of my staff have been smuggling him in. Konoha will have my apologies. Kakashi blinked and then responded in kind. So, you admit you don't even know anything about your school? Black shouldn't even be able to even put one finger eye in this school. Dumbledore waited patiently as the ANBU mentioned about his knowledge of the school. Quietly, he spoke with a forced calm. No one really knows Hogwarts completely. Besides, the security breach was your fault as much as mine. Kakashi growled, like a wolf. Dumbledore gazed at him calmly as Kakashi resumed his outburst. I know that, but at least I was not the one who failed. Kakashi's voice lowered, a dangerous hiss. I did something. I prevented this breach of yours from getting worse, even though it was not within the parameters of my duties. Were you the one that got injured defending the boy? No. I was injured, I bled, and I wasted my time in this hell. Kakashi's eyes were narrowed dangerously. With incorrect information, no less. I will not accept this, Dumbledore-san. You have to live up to your end of this contract as well. I demand full information on this Sirius Black, and on all entrances and exits from Hogwarts. I cannot do my job unless you do yours, Dumbledore-san. Dumbledore nodded. I will agree on your terms, but there is one more thing I ask of you. Kakashi, who was by this time most exasperated, glared at Dumbledore before snapping. What? Dumbledore gave a small smile. I would like you to teach a few of the four houses a lesson on your famed teamwork. Kakashi frowned. It is not my famed teamwork. Obito or Sensei would have done a better job. Too bad they're not here. Nevertheless, I will do my best. You will have to give me full clearance to do whatever is necessary for the duration of this exercise. Dumbledore frowned, considered this point before agreeing. Very well, but you will not put my students into life-threatening danger. Kakashi snorted. Yes, I will not put them in danger, but if they think it's life-threatening, that's not my problem, is it? Dumbledore frowned, but reluctantly agreed. The next day, the students were shocked to see that once again, Professor Hatake was taking charge of their class out of the normal arrangement. Professor Lupin looked fine today, so why was the second teacher taking over? They were not kept waiting for the answer long because Professor Hatake immediately started out on a seemingly prepared explanation speech at breakfast. One of my comrades once told me that teamwork was the most important thing in the life of a magic user. He began, rising from the chair. With teamwork, all things are possible. And stop nodding off, Weasley. I can see you. He snapped. Fred blinked and straightened up in his chair. Dumbledore has instructed me to teach you teamwork under any circumstances necessary. United, the school will stand. Divided by strife, it will fall. As the school has been infiltrated by an escaped convict, I should think that we do not want the situation to get any worse. Therefore, I will further the cooperation between all your houses. From now until June 4th, you 4 houses will be engaged in a team-building exercise. 1 member from each house will be assigned to a team. Therefore, the resulting teams will be composed of members from all 4 houses. The only weeks that will not be covered by this exercise will be the ones with Hogsmeade weekends and Quidditch matches. Anyone who will not attend will fail their defense against the Dark Arts class, and if I can convince your teachers, all your other classes as well. There was a great outcry of denials from the students, especially the Ravenclaws. He frowned and then resumed, giving them an evil glare. You will eat, sleep, and work with your teams on all the exercises given from this point on. There will be a multitude of contests and quizzes given to you, and the highest-ranking teams will get medals, commendations, and note-taken in their permanent records. This will be helpful for you if you want to graduate and enter the Ministry of Magic. Oh, your grades are hanging in the balance as well. From this point on, there will be no sniping at each other's houses, no random pranking of your teammates, and no yapping about purebloods and mudbloods. Your team will be your house. You will learn to work together. Most of the Slytherins revolted, or would have revolted if it weren't for Professor Hatake's evil glare. Silence. I will not accept no for an answer. I do not care about your bloodlines, or whether you think you're better than anyone else. I don't care about your house loyalties, and I certainly don't care if you can't stand the person put in your team. In life, you cannot choose who you are stuck with, so right here and right now, you will learn to deal. As an afterthought, the teacher added, and shut up, Malfoy. I don't give a hippogriff's ass if your father cannot deal with this. Your father is not God. Your eternal soul does not rest on his happiness. And 5 points from Slytherin, I saw that, Crab. You cannot keep anything from me. All teachers have eyes at the back of their heads. Stop sniggering. WSLEY. Yes, Itis, the both of you. As Malfoy sat down, subsiding into muted grumbling, the teacher began to give out the teams. All right, teams are as follows. You may pick a team name. Kakashi cleared his throat and read off a list. Team 1, leader, Cedric Diggory Jenin. Javi Poto Cho-chang, Pansy Parkinson. Team 2, leader, Percy Weasley, Jenin. Draco Malfoy, Luna Lovegood, Hannah Abbott. Team 3, leader, Penelope Clearwater Jenin. Vincent Crabbe Oliver, Wood Wayne Hopkins. Team 4, leader, Marcos Flint Guinan, Terry Bolt. Ernie Macmillan, Lee Jordan. Team 5, leaders, Fred and George Weasley Jenin. Zachariah Smith Morag McDougal Gregory Goyle. Team 6, leader, Roger Davies Jenin. Hermione Granger Kevin Whitby Millicent Bulstrode. Team 7, leader, Adrian Pusey Jenin. Ronald Weasley Michael Corner Megan Jones. And so he continued splitting up the 4 houses into multiple teams, watching as the grumbling students began to group themselves by their teammates. He rolled up the list and gave a smile, too happy for these circumstances. Ah, the joy of tormenting students. Such cute puppies they were. A pity that Malfoy needed a bit more housebreaking, in which the teams name themselves. Note, the next few chapters will be a series of drabbles of the many teams in Hogwarts. On their first day, Team 1 had decided to call their team the Seekers, mostly because Cedric and Potter liked it. Cho-Chang thought it was cute, and Pansy spent the rest of the day sulking and tried to sabotage their efforts. On their first day, Team 2 had argued for the most part. Malfoy insisted on pure blood pride, and Percy wanted to call his perfect prefect. Luna Lovegood and Hannah Abbott didn't care. Finally, Luna had forced them to call their team the Crumplehorned Snorkax, much to the two boys' chagrin. On their first day, Team 3 spent their time looking for a name. Oliver wanted to call their team the Golden Snitches, while Penelope Clearwater wanted to call it Snuffle Bunnies. Crab, apparently no idea what to call it, but kept looking longingly at Malfoy. Finally, Oliver, Wood, and Penelope had come to an agreement. They called their team Quidditch Angels. On their first day, Team 4's leader owned his teammates. Marcus Flint began chewing up his minions, enjoying the fact he could torment the people outside his house. Lee Jordan had initially suggested the name Quidditch Fan, but Marcus Flint whacked him on the head and told him they'd be naming themselves Slytherin Heirs, but then Jordan intervened. And so came the name Slytherin Slimes. On their first day, Team 5's team leaders decided to give each and every one of their members a wedgie. All of their teammates didn't like it, nor did they think it was fun. Everyone complained, however, when Fred and George named their team Wizard Wheezes. The reply from the leaders was yet another wedgie and a dung bomb stuffed down their pants. On their first day, Team 6, by popular agreement, called themselves the Cat Lovers. Hermione insisted on this, and being a gentleman, Roger Davies could not refuse. Millicent Bulstrode, to everyone's surprise, seconded this, and even Kevin Whitby approved. On their first day, Team 7 argued among themselves. When Ron got a rather bad bruise from Michael Corner, the others had sighed and simply called themselves Team 7 to avoid further argument. All teams wrote their names and team name in parchment. Professor Hatake raised an eyebrow at Team 2's team name, but gave a smirk as he collected the parchments with an Accio charm. The first thing he had them do was to go into the Forbidden Forest. Everyone winced, and collect a rare kind of blue mushroom that grew only at the first crossing point. Harry, Ron, and Hermione grinned. Everyone else squealed in alarm. By the end of the day, only the Seekers, the Cat Lovers, and Team 7 had managed to get the mushrooms. The rest of them, those who did not get the mushrooms, were sent to different places in Hogwarts to do kitchen duty, hallway cleaning, and other mundane tasks, in which the teams go into the forest. The next day, and the following weeks after that, Kakashi had the teams assembled in the entrance hall, upon which he began to smile broadly. The rest of the populace did not find this amusing. Your assignment for today, he lowered his voice to a whisper, is to bring these blank, hardbound books and these quills and get in the Forbidden Forest as far as you can, taking note of everything you see and bringing back proof that you went that far. Kakashi shook the said things at their frightened faces. I will be entrusting these notebooks to your team leaders, and the schedule will be 4 teams in the forest a week. By the rules of safety, I am supposed to assign one of the 4 Hogwarts guards to your team, so you can pass through safety. When you want to escape the forest, simply shoot red sparks up with your wand. Everyone nodded grimly. By the end of the first week, the Seekers had come across many different creatures. Harry made sure to include the Acromantulas. They made it as far as halfway from the first crossing point until Pansy Parkinson shrieked as she tripped over an errant bowtruckle. Harry had managed to salvage their team by quickly grabbing hold of the bowtruckle and stuffing it, kicking and screaming, into a sack. The Crumplehorned Snorkax, however, had suffered gravely. They hadn't even gotten past the first 3 miles. Malfoy had given a high-pitched shriek as a passing hippogriff stared at him before walking calmly past. Percy had sputtered that hippogriffs were dangerous and squealed as he raised his wand. The Quidditch Angels fared slightly better, as most of them were upperclassmen. They made it as far as the stream where Harry camped before fleeing from Acromantulas. They had managed to take more notes than Malfoy, at least, and brought back a feather from a hippogriff. The Slytherin Slimes hadn't even entered the forest, as Marcus Flint ran screaming from the gate that opened into the darkness. Lee Jordan sniggered openly as their other teammates cheered. By the second week, Wizard Wheezes had, by Fred and George's bravery, scored the most points by aptly taking note of everything, bringing back doxy eggs as proof, and more besides. The Cat Lovers were second only to Wizard Wheezes in points. Acting like a general at war, Roger Davies quickly assigned his teammates jobs. Hermione was to take down notes, while Millicent Bulstrode was to spot the various pieces of proof as Kevin Whitby and Roger Davies captured it. They were only stopped when Millicent Bulstrode tripped over a tree root and squealed out loud as she raised her wand to emit sparks. Team 7 had entered the forest as they were arguing. They made it as far as the clearing where the hippogriffs were kept before Adrian Pusey turned tail and ran. Ron took as much evidence as he could, scrawled out some hasty notes, and ran after his team leader. They exited the forest arguing, with Ron clutching several items in his arms. By the end of the 2 weeks, only the cat lovers, wizard wheezes, the seekers, and Quidditch angels had been spared from even more menial labor. Malfoy was found rapidly scrawling out letters to his father that day, in which the trio hexes their teacher. The next few weeks were of OWL-level exercises, and one that Hermione would never speak of again. Kakashi had them do potions, with one team member brewing the draft of peace as everyone else scrambled for ingredients. The cat lovers won. The next few tasks were to dive into the lake and find the glittering galleon, with the whole team looking for one galleon, and one particularly troublesome task. They had to hex their teacher, and hope to God they actually hit him before he throws a spell at them. So far, as Harry and his team, and several others waited for the call, Kakashi had single-handedly slaughtered the first few teams. He had called on them randomly, with 3 teams entering the dueling room on the other side simultaneously. As the Slytherin Slimes, the Crumplehorn Snorkax, and the Quidditch Angels limped out of the room, Harry looked on horrified. Oh gods, the teacher did a number on them. Malfoy was being supported by his teammates, as 2 large moose antlers erupted from his head. Oliver Wood was nursing a rather nasty burn on his arm, and Marcus Flint was continuously sprouting slugs from ears. Professor Hatake burst his head out from the door. The Seekers, Cat Lovers, and Team 7, get in. The way he said it indicated that they were doomed for sure. Harry saw Hermione and Ron wince before they all entered the dueling room. They were on a platform, Harry saw, surrounded by spell-proof glass. The platform was inside the Great Hall. The house tables had been overturned on the walls, and the rest of the school was staring at them in excitement, sitting on wooden benches, with Dumbledore and the other staff on their chairs, smiling. Kakashi smiled as well and took off his cloak, letting it rest on the ground, drawing his wand out with a small snap from its leather holster. He was attired in a leather vest with a gray linen shirt underneath and wore knee-length boots. He noticed their stares. Dueling uniform. He replied, smiling slightly, cracking his knuckles. He then cleared his throat. All right, in a duel, one must bow. He was saying, until Hermione interrupted him. So it's like the 12 of us against you? Professor Hatake gave a smile. Yes, is there a problem? Hermione found this discomforting, but Professor Hatake assured her that they would not get even a few paces near him, nor would they hit him. After they bowed, Kakashi turned, exposing his back to them, wand raised. Turn around and walk 5 paces away from me, then spin and start the duel. Kakashi said as they did so. As the count ended, Harry instantly took out his wand and tired to do a full-body bind on their teacher as Ron did the same. Hermione threw a stunning hex. All around them, their teammates did other spells. Kakashi gave a smile and vanished. The people outside their glass box clapped as Professor Hatake appeared behind each teammate and stunned them with a hushed stupefy. So it was then that only the Golden Trio was left standing. Kakashi holstered his wand and gave a smile. Sa, teach me what you've learned. I'm anxious to find out how you use what I've taught you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and nodded. Harry formed the seals for Great Fireball while Ron ran at Kakashi, hands forming seals. Hermione was standing by, seemingly concentrating as her hands formed the seals. Katon, Wokakyu no Jutsu. Katon, Osenka no Jutsu. A second later, a great burst of yellow-orange fire came from the Potter boy's mouth as Ronald Weasley somehow found out how to launch multiple fireballs out of his mouth. Kakashi seemed riveted to the spot. If he tried to move, a shock went through his body. He smiled. Hermione was whispering under her breath, and Kakashi knew what it was. Kanashibari no Jutsu. She whispered, her eyes on her teacher, seemingly saddened as the fireballs hit the teacher with shocking finality, the corpse burning brightly. Everybody screamed outside the glass box. As the charred remains of his body hit the wooden deck of the dueling platform, smoke rising in huge billows of gray. Harry knew then they had made a fatal mistake. Still smoking, the remains of a Hogwarts tapestry lay down on the dueling platform. Behind him, Kakashi was already behind Hermione, casually knocking her out. He was walking towards him and Ron, one sleeve smoking, the flesh underneath raw and bleeding. Kakashi pointed his wand at the shirt, and it repaired instantly. There was a slight frown on his face as he massaged the small burn on his arm, wincing. "No more games," he said, frown descending into a glare. At an instant, Kakashi had knocked Ron out and was now behind Harry. The teacher took his time as he leaned forward to whisper in Harry's ear, "Meet me by the lake tomorrow." And then, Harry's world grew dark. In which Kakashi teaches water jutsu. Harry awoke the next day in the hospital wing. Someone nearby handed him his glasses, and soon he found himself staring at Ron and Hermione. Hermione looked relieved, and Ron smiled. "We're excused for the whole day," Ron told him, leaning back on the chair. Harry blinked before he remembered. Professor Hatake told him to meet him at the lake. "What time is it?" Harry asked as he turned to look at Hermione. "It's nearly 12 o'clock. "Why?" she answered, tearing her gaze off the clock on the wall. "Professor Hatake told me, before he knocked me out, to meet me at the lake." Harry replied, scrambling out of bed. "Where's my wand?" Ron took it from the bedside table. "Here, mate, I'll come along. Nothing to do anyway." He shrugged offhandedly, and then stood up as Harry got off the bed. "What about Madame Pomfrey?" Hermione asked, looking at them. "She just won't let us walk out, would she?" Ron glanced around and then shrugged. "If we can get away, I don't think it matters." The three nodded at each other and left the room. They found Professor Hatake sitting on a patch of melted snow and wet grass, hands propped up behind him. He was singing a song as the three approached. He didn't even seem to notice them as they stood behind him. Feeling lonely, at the brim of being alone. If you're buried, close your eyes and sing Even If We're Apart on that same land. Professor Hatake turned and gave a small smile. "Oh, there you are." He gave no indication he actually heard them miles away and gestured for them to sit. "I applaud you three for your performance back at the dueling ring." He began as the three sat down on the wet grass and frowning as their robes turned damp. "Don't mind the grass. Anyway, that was smart of you three to use Kanashibari no Jutsu to stun me, and then follow up with 2 Katan Jutsus," he began again. "So, I'm going to get Wolf to teach you. I'm going away for a few days after the 26th of February, so Wolf will teach you what you need to know." The three blinked in shock, and then Hermione blurted out, "What's your relation with the guards? I can't see how you could do Kawarimi no Jutsu like they do, nor know the name of their techniques." "We come from the same place," the professor said curtly. "That'll be all. For now, let me see you do your Katan Jutsus before we start on something new." The three eagerly did so. All of them had improved, and by the end of an hour, all were able to do massive fireballs. At this time, the whole castle had been turned loose for lunch. Most were ogling at them through windows as the three conjured fireballs out of their mouth. Some had the guts to walk outside, run over to them after the fireballs had dissipated, and ask them how they did that, with eyes full of awe and quite a lot of envy. Malfoy, in particular, after walking outside, was whining about them receiving extra lessons, and that the rest of the class should have been taught that as well. Fred and George wrapped an arm each around Harry's neck and tried to weasel the spells out of him, but Harry wasn't telling, and he was too busy grinning as Ron sauntered over to Malfoy and proceeded to gloat at the expression of complete and utter envy at the Slytherin brat's face. Kakashi smiled by the sidelines. Ron had the audacity to grin as Malfoy snapped at him. "I don't know how you got the defense against the dark arts teacher to teach you that stunt, Weasley, but you can bet I'm going to have my father make him teach me that too." Ron grinned viciously at the annoyed Slytherin. "Well, good luck, Malfoy, but he doesn't take bribes, he doesn't like your father, and he certainly doesn't put up with whiny, spoiled brats like you. He teaches students based on their abilities, and clearly, Malfoy, he doesn't have a good enough opinion of you to teach you squat." Kakashi frowned as Malfoy wagged a finger in Weasley's direction. "My father will hear of this." His pale face was red with rage and embarrassment. You're just getting free lessons because you're friends with the Potter boy. You're just a stinking, freeloading blood traitor. Kakashi walked over, tapped the Malfoy brat on the shoulder, and glared down at him. I beg your pardon, I did not teach him just because he is friends with Mr. Potter. I taught him because he and his friends understand the value of teamwork. You, on the other hand, only passed because your teammates pulled you through like a sloth on sake. When you learn how to pull your own weight, Malfoy, I'll start teaching you things like this. But until then, you'll put up with the fact that Weasley is better at something than you are. Turning, he yelled, "All together now." With impressive synchronization, the three proceeded to cast Katon Gokaku no Jutsu at exactly the same time. Kakashi smiled. Congratulations. You've learned that spell. Now, I'm going to teach you another one. Preferably, he glanced at Malfoy somewhere far from bystanders who haven't earned the right to train. He gave a smile and leaned forward. Harry blinked as he told him. This spell is called Suidun, Suryuden no Jutsu, and it summons a dragon made of water to blast away your opponents. If you have sufficient control, you might actually get them to eat them. This is a B-rank jutsu, and thus cannot easily be mastered. Kakashi took a step back and formed the seals, keeping his back to Malfoy and the other inhabitants of the castle. The three ran to him to watch the seals, eyes widening at the great number and speed. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, serpent, ox, ram, serpent, boar, ram, rat, ninth, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, serpent, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, ox, monkey, bird, ninth, rat, ram, bird. They openly gaped at the speed of his hands. Ron almost screamed, but that's too fast. We'll never be able to dash. Suiton, Suiryudan no Jutsu. Kakashi said, eyes trained on the lake. His sentence was cut off as the lake bubbled as Kakashi completed his seals, rose up in a huge fountain of water. Features of a dragon's head were forming at the top of the fountain before the rest of the dragon's features came into sharper focus. The dragon coiling around itself before screaming and launching itself at the frozen part of the lake, some meters away, utterly destroying the ice and sending floes and shards of ice everywhere. The whole castle erupted with cheers. Malfoy squawked at the damage done. I want to learn that. Before he could stop himself, looking hungrily as the dragon destroyed the ice before turning to Kakashi. What will it take for you to teach me that? Kakashi smirked. When you learn to rely on yourself and learn to work well with others, instead of always whining to your father, I'll think about teaching you that. I don't base my teachings on purity of the blood, Malfoy. I base it on ability. If you cannot learn on your own and have to keep going back to your father, I have no reason to teach you one of my spells. I have no patience for weakness. Kakashi looked thoughtfully at the lake. In the world, those who violate the rules and laws are called trash. However, those who don't take care of their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi quoted before finishing with, "My teammate taught me that before he died, saving my life. I have no patience with someone who is worse than trash." Kakashi turned to the trio. You're dismissed. Keep practicing the jutsu. Don't concentrate just yet. Focus on speed and memorizing the seals. I'll leave a leaflet in your trunks for you, in which Trelawney makes a prophecy. Note, special thanks to Angelfire007 and everybody else that's been replying positively. This is for you guys. Weeks passed, and soon some of the teams had a semblance of teamwork at least. By June 4th, Kakashi had managed to drill the lesson into most of the teams, especially Malfoy, who had finally managed to convince Kakashi to teach him a jutsu. The crumple, horned Snorkax had been collecting acromantula webs nearby when Ronald decided to run away screaming from an acromantula. Malfoy, in an uncharacteristic show of teamwork, proceeded to use Incendio on the acromantulas, causing them to shriek and flee. Of course, Malfoy, being Malfoy, proceeded to snark at Ronald right after that. Kakashi sighed and let it pass. At least the brat was trying. The goal was to collect acromantula webs deep within the forest with another team and 2 Hogwarts guards. Impressed, Kakashi decided to teach him one jutsu, just as an experiment. Knowing Malfoy's preference for the shiny, destructive spells, Kakashi decided to teach him a Katon Jutsu. On their first day, Kakashi had sighed, sat down on the melted snow, and proceeded to stare lazily at Malfoy's pitiful attempts to light a flame. Memorize the seals first, he said, rubbing his temples. They serve to focus your energies like a wand would. Assume it's the same as flicking your wand during transfiguration. Observe. Forming seals, and without standing up, Kakashi produced a huge fireball coming from his mouth. Malfoy stared with envy and then asked him to show him the hand seals again, watching avidly with an Uchiha-like tendency, as if the Sharingan would burst from his eyes. Kakashi shuddered mentally at the thought of Malfoy with a Sharingan. Okami? No, he thought, rubbing his temples again. Damn it, if Sensei went through this, he never would have volunteered. As the exams loomed closer, Kakashi finally let them go. People were smiling in relief as he sighed and rubbed at his temples. A move he saw a lot of the teachers do and had gained the habit of doing himself. Once Malfoy was able to make a small spurt of flame, Kakashi left it at that. The exams arrived. Everyone wanted to go outside and lounge, backs to the soft, verdant green grass with several pints of pumpkin juice, and laughing with friends as they watched the giant squid propel itself dreamily across the lake. Just like what some of the guards and Professor Hatake were doing right now. Right outside the window. Were they taunting them? Yes, they were. When the third years emerged from Transfiguration, many people had sworn they saw the guard laughing as he held a turtle with a willow-patterned shell, assisting Professor McGonagall in packing the reptiles away. After a hasty lunch, with the guards standing in the Great Hall, they went back upstairs for charms. Once that was over, they began studying for other exams. The guard by then had been known to point out a few mistakes in their notes in a voice that barely carried beyond a whisper, assist them in studying, and of course, telling them to cheat with style. No flashy or possibly easy-to-detect skills here. He suggested a few techniques he nostalgically remembered seeing others use during his Chunin exam. But of course, he had the best. No one, not even Marino Ibiki, could have resisted him at his old pouty lip trick. But then again, he was 7 years old at the time. He made no mention of this, or of his own method of cheating. Next morning, the guards were quite relaxed. Thank you very much. Hagrid had provided more flobberworms, and the guards were content to sit down on the grass and talk among themselves. They had potions that afternoon, and thanks to the guard's advice, Harry's confusing concoction had thickened sufficiently, and he was able to hide his victorious smirk as Snape scowled, but put something that looked like a 100 on his notes. Harry had put a protection charm on his cauldron, just in case Snape wanted to vanish the potion again. Midnight came and went. The guard had been very particular about the position of the planets and such. Next morning, History of Magic. Harry was glad for Florian Fortescue's help on medieval witch hunts, and well as the guard's assistance on trolls and goblins. It had seemed that only the guard had been listening to Binns while everyone else fell asleep, aside from Hermione. This, Harry found very disturbing, since he could not imagine staying awake in History of Magic for more than 5 minutes. He was almost as bad as Hermione. At least the guard's accounts were more interesting, though, spiced with random comments about bloodshed, arson, troll boogies, and odd goblin customs he'd heard Binns describe once everyone else had been too busy sleeping to remember. Wednesday afternoon meant herbology. The guard did not seem to be good at herbology at all. Harry was quite disappointed, but then again the guard had more clothes than they did, and probably did not want to get stuck inside the greenhouse to the point of overheating, which explained why the guard always stood by the half-open door to the greenhouse. It wasn't just to guard them from black. It was to take advantage of the breeze. On Thursday morning, Professor Lupin and Professor Hatake had conjured the oddest defense against the dark arts exam ever. It was a sort of obstacle course/maze. They had to cross a deep pool containing a Grindylow, with stepping stones that moved in a most unpredictable pattern. After that, cross a series of potholes containing red caps, squish their way across a patch of marsh while ignoring a hinkapunk, and then climb into an old trunk and battle with a boggart. Harry was not surprised to see that the guard was conspicuously avoiding the boggart's trunk. He didn't blame him. Harry had managed to do it well, But Ron was just happy to see there were no acromantulas in the test and passed with full marks. Hermione passed as well, outstandingly despite a particularly nasty moment when she fell into the Grindylows pool and had to fight her way back out. Later, it was divination. The guard appeared to hate Trelawney with a burning passion like 1,000 suns. Harry wondered what about the boggle-eyed woman the guard hated so much, but then disregarded it. He didn't like Trelawney either. At long last, they were called. Kakashi gave a signal waiting downstairs. Harry went ahead, and as was his tendency, he proceeded to make up a story. When the time was about to end, Harry was about to leave when Trelawney gasped and wheezed in a voice most unlike her own. He wheeled around and stared at her. It will happen tonight. The pivot point is now. The future depends on the alliance of the Grimps. Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. The dark mark rises in the sky, and only the alliance of the four houses will prevent the evil one's return. Beware the traitor who hides in the shadows. Beware the rat and snake. Look carefully at the path you take, for what you think is real might not be so. Listen first before you go. The rat is loose, and on his way, the snake's bite will soon be fatal. Do not be afraid to ask for help, though help comes in unlikely places. Suddenly, Trelawney's eyes cleared, and she blinked furiously as she sent him away. Harry, very much disturbed, was that her idea of a joke? Still, he memorized what he had heard just in case he would have to talk to Professor Dumbledore about it. It wouldn't do after all, if it was true and it was lost, in which Hate and Guy come to Hogwarts, somewhere in Kanahigakure no Sato. Geku Hate looked extremely disgruntled as he eyed his new partner, the self-proclaimed beautiful green beast. It was only an hour after the assignment, and already Hate could not understand him. He could understand why Kakashi-senpai had been all too willing to take the assignment, and to be packed off to a barbaric foreign country with odd customs, just to be away from the green evil. Already, Guy had gotten on his nerves, attempted to convert him to the virtues of the green spandex of youth. Frankly, Hate wanted to curl up and die. Unfortunately, despite his recurring illness, he could not even do that. His mood lightened, though, when he thought of dumping Guy on his unsuspecting superior officer. Hate coughed, cursing the particularly nasty jutsu that the goddamned Miss Neens had done on him a year ago. Once again, he wondered if that asshole who did this to him was still alive. He would give much to go back in time and rip out that bastard's arms. His thoughts returned to his beloved girlfriend. Would she miss him while he was far away, stuck in the middle of nowhere with Guy, of all people? Why couldn't it have been Jiraiya-sama? Anyone would do, except for Guy, even Orochimaru. At least Orochimaru killed you quickly instead of yapping on you about spandex. This was torture of the highest and most horrible kind. He could only wonder why Marino Ibiki hadn't recruited Guy yet. Oh wait, he knew why. Oh yes, it was because Guy would no doubt torture even Marino Ibiki with spandex and the flames of youth speech. And the manly hug, which was what Guy was doing right now. Guy, Hatkoff, my friend. Glomp, it is good to be joining you on this mission to met our friend Kakashi. I hope you have been getting better from your illness. Have you recovered the burning flames of youth? Let it shine through you. Gak splutter. Hate turned blue and struggled vainly in the green beast's clutches. Trying to get air to breathe, and failing miserably, he managed to wheeze out that surely they had to go right now, in order to meet Kakashi-senpai, as early as possible. Guy looked sort of disappointed, but recovered quickly and proceeded to give him what Hate has dubbed Shiny Evil Grin number 5 and the thumbs-up sign of ultimate doom. Hate blanched and began coughing. Guy whacked him on the back and sent the Jounin to meet the floor. This was going to be a long trip. Great Hall, Hogwarts. Kakashi was startled out of his wits when a horribly familiar voice boomed from behind him. A chill of ultimate horror as his hair stood on end and his hackles rose. Not that it was very visible because his hair was always standing up anyway. And then an equally horribly familiar hand rested on his shoulder. Not taking any chances, he turned and socked the thing in the face. Could it be a hinge? A horrible apparition from the depths of hell? The thing was still there, sprawled for barely a few moments with typical Guy enthusiasm and bounced disturbingly toward him. My eternal rival, it said, giving him an all-too-familiar shiny grin and a thumbs up. Damn, that thumbs up! Would it never stop? He thought he'd escaped it by leaving Guy in Konoha. There was a sound of coughing to side, and Kakashi dodged Guy's hug and turned to the special Jounin, ignoring the series of squawks and thumps as the unfortunate green beast fell to the ground and fell down the stairs to the dungeon. Abruptly, there was a familiar, horrible anguish scream in Guy's happy voice. "My friend, it is so good to see you. Are you in your springtime of youth?" And as Kakashi turned to the stairs, Severus Snape breezed past him like a bat out of hell, on a mission. To Dumbledore's office, Kakashi repressed a terribly juvenile and inappropriate snigger as he watched Guy chase after the potion's master's rapidly retreating back. Hate looked relieved to be away from Guy. Kakashi didn't blame him. The beautiful green beast got on almost everyone's nerves one way or the other. Hate simply took out a scroll in between coughs and handed it to Kakashi. Taking the possibly infected scroll gingerly, Kakashi rolled it open and proceeded to read his extended orders. "Kakashi, I hope Guy and Hate got there on time. If not, well, we all know whose fault it is. Say hello to Hate for me. Tsunade's looking for her patient, and she asked me to remind you to tell Hate that he owes her money for the medicine again. Konoha is doing well. Your mission will end by the end of the school year. As per instructions, Konoha will not be present during the Triwizard Tournament, as it is felt that our techniques might be considered cheating. I hear you have taken the boy under your wing. That is good, very good. He needs to survive. This is priority one, and as we all know and have seen, you are the ultimate survivor. Try to keep him out of trouble while you still can. Come 5th year, another guard will take your place. Saratobi." Kakashi nodded, rolled the scroll back up, and asked Hate how long he was going to stay. Hate said mildly, in between coughs, that he would be staying for a week. Guy, he added with a malevolent gleam in his tired eyes, would stay much longer, in which a lot of stuff happens. Kakashi's room, Hogwarts. Buckbeak had lost his appeal. His execution date had been fixed today at sunset, and Dumbledore required one of the ninjas to attend. There was also the other small matter of Buckbeak's executioner. Dumbledore wanted this to be small. So what else could he do but make his hired mercenaries do it? Kakashi glanced at the letter again. Another set of orders from Dumbledore. He read it. Well, yeah, he could do that. At this moment, the guard watched the owl fly away. He took up his ambu mask and stared at it thoughtfully before putting it back on his face. Well then, he just had to borrow Hayate's sword. He could not get attached now, not now. He was a ninja, shinobi, a tool for killing. Tools didn't feel. Kakashi zipped his jacket to hide his bone-white armor, and then taking a last look of his room, turned and left. Gryffindor Common Room, Gryffindor Tower, Hogwarts. Buckbeak lost, Ron said sadly. He sent us a letter. Kakashi glanced at it before nodding. I know, he replied and stood up a little straighter. The three glanced at him for a moment before shrugging it off. The two foreigners who had arrived overnight were just entering the room. One of them looked ready to drop dead, while the other was Guy, whom they all knew, and secretly cheered for the simple reason that he annoyed Snape. That said, it was too difficult to hate Guy. It was like kicking a puppy. The sick one tried to get away and ducked behind an unlucky Gryffindor who was tackled as Guy mistook him for Hate. The sickly one made his escape and ran towards Kakashi and began to converse in their native language. The guard seemed to look around before shoving the trio aside and leading the sick one to one side and speaking in an angry tone. My orders are to— I know your damn orders. This is insane. Does Dumbledore-san actually expect Konoha Shinobi to fail in execution? What fail? Our orders are to let the thing— I know the orders. I'm not too happy with this. It makes us look incompetent. The guard seemed to compose himself. But go ahead and do it. Demand a raise. Kemi-sama knows I need one. Gryffindor Common Room, Gryffindor Tower, Hogwarts. We have to visit Hagrid. Harry spoke determinedly. The other two nodded. With the guard distracted, now's the perfect time. The guard's distracted and everyone else is going somewhere anyway. We'll blend right in. Get the cloak, Hermione. I'm not letting Buckbeak die like this. Ron spoke, determined as Harry told Hermione where he left his cloak. Kakashi's room, Hogwarts. You know what to do? Kakashi asked Hate. The former Yimbiu nodded and gave a tired smile. Affirmative. Kakashi gave a smile and made a seal. A few seconds later, Kakashi the teacher stood in front of the other shinobi. Hate gave an approving smile, and soon Geku Hate headed out of the room, leaving behind Professor Hatake. Hagrid's hut, Hogwarts grounds. As Hagrid shut the door, Harry tore the cloak off their bodies. Soon they were visible. "Where's Buckbeak, Hagrid?" Hagrid's hands trembled so that the milk jug in his hand slammed to the floor. "I took him outside. I hear that one of the foreigners would be doing it." His voice was shaky, as if the very mention of the shinobi made him shake in fear, as he was doing now. "He's tethered in me pumpkin patch. Thought he oughta get some fresh air, and so—" Hermione hurried over to clean up the mess of the milk jug. Harry opened his mouth. "Isn't there anything you can do, Hagrid?" Hagrid sat down on a chair, making it creak slightly. "Dumbledore's tried. He told him Buckbeak's all right, but they're scared with Dumbledore making one of the foreigners do it. According to Dumbledore, they've never failed such an easy task." Harry did a double take. "Hold on. One of the foreigners? Then the guards or the new guys would be doing it." His voice faded. They all knew. If the guards did it, there was no hope. Hogwarts grounds, Hogwarts. Hate had coughed so much during the trip from Castle to Hagrid's hut that once in a while, the entire party would stop and wait for him to finish. Fudge thought he'd fall down and die after the last coughing fit. Amazingly enough, the ill ninja made it all the way to the hut without falling down. Dumbledore raised a hand and knocked on the door. "Hagrid's hut, Hogwarts." Previously, Ron practically hugged Hermione as he took Scabbers from her hand. He smiled widely as he kept speaking to the rat as if the rat could understand. Scabbers looked dreadful, like that sick foreigner who looked ready to drop. Hagrid suddenly stood up, his eyes fixated on the window. His normally ruddy face had gone white. "They're coming, and they're bringing one of them." Hagrid turned to them and ushered them to the back door. "Go, go. You're not supposed to be here." There was a knock at the door. Once Hagrid was so sure they had left the hut, he answered the door. Dumbledore's face was grim, but his blue eyes twinkled. "Good evening, Hagrid." Hagrid bowed. "Headmaster." Fudge appeared inside, followed by the foreigner, McNair, and finally an old ministry wizard. The sick one cleared his throat and coughed for a few good minutes before speaking. "Be a cough, cough that all people cough, cough present at this TI cough. Cough time in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry cough know and understand the terms. That this cough storm gray hippo cough griff with black wingtip markings will be executed this time today." Dumbledore sang the time. They waited as Dumbledore filled it in. And then the foreigner coughed for about 5 minutes before continuing. "Let it be that this time of 5:35 in the afternoon, that's 5:35, that I, Gekka Hate cough will be the executioner this afternoon of 5:35, that's 5:35 cough. A vein was throbbing on Fudge's temple by the time Hate finished the long speech. He made everyone sign and then took out his sword. "So, where is it?" he asked, looking out the window. The rope that tethered Buckbeak to the pumpkin patch looked like it was cut by a small, sharp object. Amberhound's Q&A. Here are some questions you'll all be glad to see answered. Is Kakashi really going to leave after all this time? Yes, unfortunately. As per agreement with Hogwarts, Konoha will not interfere in the Triwizard Tournament. When will Itachi make his appearance? Sometime later. Can't tell right now. Is he going to be the replacement? Maybe. Emoticon, riant de toutes ses dents. How long is Guy staying there? Until the end of school year. Will Kakashi be back? Of course. Itachi, in this FIC, is he going to be good or bad? Good for now. What does Bijou and Jinchuriki mean? Bijou, tailed beast. Jinchuriki, the human in which a Bijou was imprisoned in X, Naruto, Gaara. Is Lupin a Jinchuriki? No. And thanks, Ashen Rose, for the poem. Jumping from branch to branch, forcing the mission through. I don't know if I should take the chance to get away from you. This is going to be hell, and I'm now running pell-mell, out of these woods and back to the school, where I can hide in the sewer pools. Anything is better than with you, Guy. In which Black drags everyone. The three of them had made it to open ground. Darkness was settling like a spell around them. Scabbers was struggling madly, though the trio did not know why. Soon enough, when they had only stepped a bit further, Scabbers bit Ron's finger and scampered away, even as Ron hollered in pain and cursed wildly. Bloody hell! Scabbers! No! Crookshanks! No! It was Hermione's voice. In one bound, Crookshanks, who had been stalking them in the dark, was chasing after Scabbers. Ron threw the invisibility cloak off himself and ran pell-mell into the dark. "Ron!" Hermione yelled. They pulled the cloak off themselves as they ran after Ron, who had been screaming at the cat and cursing. The cloak trailed behind them like a banner. They could hear Ron's feet as it touched the grass and his shouts of anger. It seemed like a millennium until Ron leapt and managed to grab Scabbers. Immediately, Crookshanks leapt for him, and together, the two hissed in their own language and rolled away. Hermione and Harry almost fell over Ron. Hermione began to berate Ron for his foolishness and was ushering him under the cloak again when Harry heard it. The soft pounding of gigantic paws. Something was coming for them. The footsteps of an enormous, pale-eyed, jet-black dog. But then there was another sound, another set of paws hitting the grass. The dog made to leap for him, and was actually at midair when it came. It came flying at the living shadow, teeth bared, claws outstretched. Its white fur rippled in the moonlight. It slammed head on the black dog's side, and together, the two attacked each other, savage cries cutting the night air. Dazed, Harry dared to breathe as the two fought it out on the grass, howling and growling like savage beasts. But then they are, Harry thought as he watched them scuffle. Ron was on his feet, and Hermione was staring at them to see if they were safe. He raised his wand. Lumos! Abruptly, something hit him in Hermione, and blinking blood out of his eyes. He paled immediately. They were in range of the Whomping Willow. There was a howl of pain, and then the black dog leapt for Ron and gripped at his arm. It tugged on Ron's sleeve, and the boy was forced to follow. The guard had arrived, angry, to be sure, but he glanced at them all once before leaping at Ron's leg, which had been jammed on a tree root, as Ron clearly did not like going down a tunnel with a dog biting on his arm. Kakashi gripped Ron's pants just as Ron's leg gave way. Kakashi grabbed the root, and soon he was tugged down. Harry and Hermione did not see this, as they were being pummeled by the Whomping Willow. Finally, Crookshanks snuck over to the trunk and prodded a knot. The tree had gone deathly still. Scared for their friend and the guard, Harry, Crookshanks, and Hermione went down the tunnel and into the unknown. Finally, the tunnel began to rise, and the three found themselves in a decrepit old house. Paper was peeling from the walls. There were stains on the floor. Every piece of furniture was either broken or smashed. The windows were all boarded up. The room seemed deserted, but a door to their right stood open. "I think we're in the Shrieking Shack." Hermione spoke, looking around. "But Harry, this place is haunted." Harry gestured to one of the chairs. It was heavily damaged. One of the legs had been ripped off, and the stuffing long gone. "Ghosts don't do that." He spoke, a little scared. Crookshanks seemed to wait for them, and then he decided to go upstairs. "Let's go." Harry gestured upstairs, where a creak had just sounded. Hermione nodded to Harry, and together they followed Crookshanks upstairs to Sirius Black. The scene that awaited them was not very reassuring. The guard was right in front of Ron, protecting him. Black had his stolen wand pointed at the guard's heart. Crookshanks purred loudly at their appearance, and beside him, Ron was gripping his leg, pain flooding his senses. "Ron, are you okay?" Hermione cried out. "It's a trap. He's the dog." Ron yelled, "Expelliarmus!" Black croaked, sending Harry and Hermione's wand and flying. Harry's kunai dug deeply into the wall opposite. Black took a step closer. "I thought you'd come help your friends. Your father would have done the same for me." He smiled, showing yellowed teeth. "I'm grateful. It'll make everything easier." Harry growled and stepped forward, but the guard stepped back slightly and blocked Harry's way. It was an unspoken no. Harry took it and stepped back, seething. "If you want to kill Harry Cohen, you'll have to kill me," Kakashi said in a calm tone, though he wanted to break that little stick and throttle him. Black shook his head. "There will only be one murder tonight." "Why's that?" Harry yelled in anger. "Didn't care last time, did you? Didn't mind slaughtering all those muggles to get at Pettigrew. What's the matter? Gone soft in Azkaban?" "Harry," Hermione whimpered. "Be quiet. He killed my MOM and Dad." Harry screamed, and with a huge effort, he broke away and ran at Black. The guard turned around and stopped him by curling both arms around Harry's waist and holding him as he knelt down. "Sit down," Kakashi said, using the low, silky voice he used when he was angry. "You are an idiot to even go against him, so you will do as I say and shut up." Harry glared at the guard and struggled against his iron hold. Harry was unusually light and small for his age, which was good. Kakashi had seen that fat girl over at Hufflepuff who could polish off 3 plates of food. Finally, Harry obeyed, slumping in Kakashi's hold. "Going to kill me, Harry?" Black whispered, gazing at him. Harry glared at him. A small squeeze from the guard indicated he should shut up. "You killed my parents," Harry whispered. Black shrugged. "I don't deny it, but only if you knew the whole story." Kakashi was suddenly interested, as was Harry. "Do tell," Kakashi replied in a silky voice. There was a sound of footsteps outside, and then the door burst open. "Expelliarmus!" the newcomer cried. All their weapons flew off. All had time to gaze at the newcomer. "Where is he, Sirius?" Lupin asked in a tense voice, in which Kakashi loses his temper. Harry looked at Lupin. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Around him, Ron and Hermione were looking quite bewildered. Slowly, Black raised a bony hand and pointed at Ron. "But then," Lupin murmured, staring at Black so intently that it seemed he was trying to read his mind. "Why hasn't he shown himself before now?" Unless Lupin's eyes widened, and he suddenly came to a conclusion. "Unless he was the one. Unless you switched without telling me?" Very slowly, Black nodded. "Professor," Harry interrupted. "What's going on?" But he never finished his question, as before his eyes, Lupin lowered his wand and hugged Black like a brother. Immediately, the cogs in the guard's head began to turn. "Jinchuriki!" the guard screamed, while taking out Harry's kunai from the wall and letting it rest a hair's breadth next to Lupin's throat. "All this time? You!" He swallowed slightly. "Your smell!" Lupin jerked back, and by reflex, Kakashi cut his throat slightly that a ruby-red drop of blood dripped onto the black metal. "How long have you known?" Lupin asked the guard. "How long have you known that I'm—" Now it was Hermione's turn. She gasped in shock and began pointing a finger at Lupin. "Why you?" she gasped as Lupin tried to step forward. "You've been helping Sirius Black into the castle. You're his friend. You're a werewolf." Hermione screamed. Silence followed, and then the guard hissed in his own language. "Vakemano." He spat the word out with so much loathing that it could have melted rock. He dug the sharp edge of the kunai closer to Lupin's throat. "You're a demon, a monster. How did you know?" Lupin asked Hermione. "As far as I know, I have never told you to do anything concerning werewolves." He was prevented from moving as Kakashi dug the knife deeper, causing the blood to flow. "I borrowed a book. Professor Hatake told me I could." She whispered fearfully. "You're the cleverest witch of your age, Hermione." Lupin praised, albeit forced. "No, I'm not. If I had been a little cleverer, I would have told everyone what you were." Hermione replied. "The staff know what I am." Lupin replied, although the guards do not seem to know. This he directed at Kakashi, who narrowed his eyes behind the mask. "If I had known, I would have killed you by now." "Bakemano," Kakashi replied with malice. "Dumbledore was right to hide it from me." Lupin blinked. "Why?" Curiosity was overcoming him. "Because one of your kind destroyed my life, murdered my teacher in front of me, and took away everything I was trained to defend." Kakashi finally burst. All the locked-up emotions formed into a tsunami of pain and hate and hit Lupin like a punch to the face. Lupin's eyes widened in horror. "That's but I—" "Bakemano," Kakashi spat out, drawing back his arm to strike Lupin. A millisecond later, he launched himself at the surprised werewolf, leaving Ron and Harry's, keeping as a shocked Black attempted to separate the enraged guard from the shocked werewolf, who was trying to defend himself. This was not doing much good. Harry pointed his wand at the struggling people, unable to get a clear shot. Finally, Black had managed to separate the two of them. Lupin was sporting a black eye and a cut lip while one half of Kakashi's mask had been shattered. His closed left eye was slightly bruised. "How did you know he was here?" Hermione asked, breaking the silence. "The map," said Lupin, relieved for a change in topic. The Marauder's map. I was in my office examining it. You know how to work it? Harry asked suspiciously. Of course I know how to work it. I helped write it, Lupin said, waving a hand impatiently. Sirius, it's time. Sirius nodded and explained everything. How Lupin was bitten, how they had managed to turn into animagi, how James was a stag, Peter a rat, and Sirius a dog, how they explored every inch of Hogwarts and how they made the map and signed it. Finally, Black turned to the supposed murder of Peter Pettigrew. Everyone thought I killed Peter, Sirius said, with Lupin nodding. He confronted me in a street full of muggles, yelled out that I had betrayed Lily and James for proof, and then he cut his finger and blew the street with his wand behind his back, turned into a rat, and headed down the sewer. I believed it myself until I saw the map. Lupin supplied. The Marauder's map never lies. Peter's alive. Ron's holding him, Harry. Ron, if you want this thing to be done, give me Scabbers, Lupin said, holding out his hand. Ron held Scabbers close to his chest. Why? He asked. Lupin held his wand aloft. If he's a real rat, this won't hurt him. After a while, Ron agreed. The bedroom door creaked open suddenly. Kakashi had his right eye on it, but it appeared that the door creaked open of its own accord. Soon he didn't pay attention to it, either as Lupin finished his tale. Forbidden by Dumbledore to tell anybody, but from that time on, he knew what I was. So that's why Snape doesn't like you, Harry said slowly. Because he thought you were in on the joke? That's right. A cold voice sneered from the wall behind Lupin, his upper body visible as Snape pulled the cloak off. In which Peter is the rat? Hermione screamed. Black stepped back, Lupin jerked, and Harry felt as though he had received an electric shock. The guard felt he had let everyone down, but his left eye without it he couldn't see. Kakashi reached up to rub Obito's eye. It was watering. Obito was crying from hurt. Maybe. Very useful, Potter. Thank you, Snape was saying, keeping his wand pointed directly at Lupin's chest. Snape was slightly breathless, but his face was full of suppressed triumph. You are wondering, perhaps, how I knew you to be here. Severus, Lupin began, but Kakashi cut him off. Shut up, Bakemono. Snape-san, we have to move the children out of here. It's not safe with... Kakashi gave a nasty look at Lupin and Black. The Jinchuriki. Unable to keep it in, Harry burst out in loud, angry tones. So you're siding with Snape now? Kakashi glared at him. Harry-kun, excuse me for wanting to save you from a creature that can eat you whole. You do not like Snape, San, but honestly, I'd rather trust Snape-san than the Jinchuriki. Kakashi spat the last word out. Jinchuriki are not to be trusted. Sooner or later the beast inside will drive them insane, and then they will lose control and destroy everything in their path. Snape smiled deviously. Finally, someone who shared his views on Lupin. What in the world is a Jinchuriki anyway? And what is a bijou? Lupin asked, curious, and at the same time most depressed. Jinchuriki, in my language, means human sacrifice. In essence, it is the vessel of the bijou, a tailed beast that lives to destroy human life. Kakashi said flatly. In the old days, such creatures were used as weapons, sealed in human form until they were needed and unleashed to wreak havoc to the rival village. Lupin looked shocked. And one of those was unleashed on your village? My teacher died sealing one of them away. It was called the Kyubi no Yoko, a 9-tailed demon fox. The foul creature destroyed 2/3 of the village before it was sealed away permanently. I have no intention of allowing another such creature to threaten what I have to protect. Kakashi glared at Lupin all the while as he explained. Once he was finished, he turned to Snape. Snape-san, the children must be moved. Snape gave a sneer. The children. He gave a laugh. Do you think I care about the Potter brat or his friends? The time has come for meddling brats to be taught their place. Snape walked toward Harry, eyes glittering at the thought of revenge. You're like your stupid father, arrogant till the last breath. Kakashi moved in between them and said flatly, You will not hurt the children. Snape shoved Kakashi away. What's stopping me? You. Why would a hired mercenary take care of children? Snape laughed. Again, you have no wand. You may be working for Black all along, acting as if you were protecting them. Pa! Get out of my way! Snape advanced toward Harry, raising his wand to perform the killing curse. The guard moved in between them faster than the eye could see and snapped open his painfully swollen left eye. Shutting? Kakashi said coldly, staring deep into Snape's black eyes as the pupils within Obito's eye began to spin in a mesmerizing manner, drawing Snape into the illusion. The people around him began to gasp as Snape's face contorted into a glassy-eyed mask of complete and utter fear. Kakashi smirked sadistically. He turned to Harry. Harry-san, you should really go now. No, Black objected. I want to clear this up now. I switched with Pettigrew, so just do the spell on the damn rat. Lupin, who had been holding the choking, squirming rat in white-knuckled hands, tore his eyes away from the look on Snape's face, tossed the rat on the wall to stun it, and then cast the spell. It was like watching a tree grow, only in a more deformed and really ugly way. If Pettigrew were a tree, he would be a mutated, scraggy offspring of a shedding pine and a really ugly cactus. Hello, Peter, Lupin said pleasantly. We were just talking about you. Sirius, Remus. The rat squeaked in a high-pitched voice, eyes glancing towards the door and the guard, who had moved toward it to block his path. My friends, my old friends. Kakashi glanced at him thoughtfully. Well, what do you know? Maybe the convict was telling the truth after all. The trio were staring at this new piece of evidence with something akin to horror and disgust. Pettigrew was alive. That meant that maybe Sirius Black hadn't killed Harry's parents. Maybe everything Sirius said was true. They had to bring the rat to Dumbledore now. Harry was the first who had snapped out of it. He formed his hands into a seal and spoke softly. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Lupin and Sirius worked like brothers as they cast additional paralyzing curses on the rat before he could get away. They did not know how long this jutsu of Harry's would last. Sirius had to admit he was quite impressed with James' son. That sly dog. Was it wandless magic? After a few snatches of conversation, mostly on how Pettigrew betrayed them all, they moved out of the tunnel and into open ground. The grounds were very dark now. The only light came from the distant windows of the castle. Harry's mind was buzzing. He was going to leave the Dursleys. Silently, they tramped through the grounds, the castle lights growing slowly larger. Snape was still walking behind them, a glazed look on his face. The guard had mesmerized him into walking. It made things much easier. A cloud shifted. There were suddenly dim shadows on the ground. Their party was bathed in moonlight. Snape collided with Lupin. Pettigrew and Ron had stopped abruptly. Black froze. He flung out one arm to make Harry and Hermione stop. Harry could see Lupin's silhouette. He had gone rigid. Then his limbs began to shake. Oh my, Hermione gasped. He didn't take his potion tonight. He's not safe. Run, the guard said, mask glowing in the moonlight. Run, get Dumbledore, bring Pettigrew. I'll handle Lupin-san. The others were frozen in place. But then the guard decided he could throw secrecy out the window just as Lupin leapt at him, mouth agape in a snarl, and baying like a dozen hounds. The password is Konoha. Now go. Harry and Ron grabbed Snape and dragged him along as they ran. Black was practically carrying Pettigrew, swearing under his breath viciously as Hermione ran ahead of them, keeping an eye on Snape to make sure he didn't break a leg at the fast pace Ron and Harry were running. Behind them, they could hear the savage cries of the werewolf, now interrupted by a second, more unfamiliar sound. A glance back, and they saw a white wolf attack Lupin, the two seeking to clamp their jaws and rip out their opponents' throats. Cry havoc, and let loose the dogs of war. Epilogue. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius carrying Pettigrew raced away. The savage cries of the beasts behind them did not improve the mood. Worse, a dark cloud of Dementors were following them. Somehow, Harry didn't know how, they made it to the doors of the entrance hall. Two guards stood and saluted them when they passed. Upon being asked why exactly, they cryptically replied that their captain had told them to, and that the hall and the path towards Dumbledore's office were clear. Giving their thanks, the odd group ran for the office. Guy and Hate cursed as they searched the grounds. They had been amazed, of course, when Kakashi's prone, white-furred form, bleeding, had been found. The wolf had raised his tail slightly as he saw them, but made no move to rise. Kakashi, Guy called out, worried. His manner was serious, of which Hay was glad for. The ambu wolf tried to wag his tail and failed. What happened? Hay managed to blurt out in between coughs. Wolf Kakashi began to shake, and soon Kakashi the ANBU was sitting on the blood-soaked ground. I stopped him. I really did. When he was towering over me, something distracted him. Kakashi began. There was a bleeding gash on his face that went from his cheek over his nose and ended at the other end. Kakashi could taste the saltiness of his blood, but made to go on. I did it. I gave him time. Guy frowned. You're not going to die, are you? He reached out and took Kakashi up in his arms. The other man was very light, and this troubled Guy. Kakashi made no move to tell him off. His eyes were seemingly looking at something else over Hayate's shoulder. The children, did they? Kakashi asked. Hayate gave a nod. Yes. We've cleared the path to Dumbledore's office. Guy smiled slightly. You did good, my eternal rival. Konoha will be proud. Kakashi gave a tired smile. I need proof of Sirius Black's innocence. Fudge growled, face turning to the color of puce. Where is it? Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling. It will come soon. Bursting into Dumbledore's office, the group was not surprised when they saw Fudge's head in the fireplace. The man told them to prove it to him, and soon they did. Black! Fudge screamed. We finally caught you. Sirius blinked right before tossing Pettigrew casually at the minister's face. The rat landed with a thump in front of the fireplace. What? Who is this? Fudge asked, stepping out of the fireplace. Pettigrew. Sirius explained casually. Really now? Fudge asked. Why don't you prove it? Gladly, said Sirius, and then he turned to Dumbledore. With your permission, Headmaster, could we use some Veritaserum? Of course, said Dumbledore, eyes twinkling as he took out a vial from a drawer on his desk and handed it to Sirius. Sirius held the vial carefully and allowed one drop of it to fall into Peter's mouth. Like a bird under the questioning, Peter began to sing. The whole story came out in front of the shocked minister as Pettigrew's information suddenly made sense. Soon, Aurors began to troop out of the fireplace as Fudge saw a way to take advantage of this information. I will need other witnesses, of course, said Fudge. But then until then, Black is under suspicion, but at least he is no longer under the pain of the Dementor's kiss. We have no further proof except the word of a supposedly dead man. I expect that your guards will be in court under Veritaserum to testify. Not right now, Dumbledore pointed out. I will serve as a willing witness as well, if you'd like, and be aware that I'll save this memory in my pensive for all to view. Fudge did not look too happy, but at least he thought he still had control over this, because Dumbledore was releasing Pettigrew into his hands and Black seemed to be willing to give credit into his hands for the traitor's capture. He could use this to his credit in the Wisengamot. After all, this would make him a hero. So now, how to make this news best fit him? They had taken Peter away through the fireplace. Harry was smiling as Sirius hugged him. He was going to live with his godfather. Harry hugged Sirius back. Already, the now innocent man looked more like his old self when he smiled. Dumbledore's voice interrupted them. What we need is more time. Dumbledore began. You can still save one more innocent life. Miss Granger, 2 turns will do it. Be back in the Gryffindor common room before 5 minutes to midnight. You know the rules, Miss Granger. You must not be seen. That said, Dumbledore turned and walked out of his own office, leaving the 4 of them behind. Hermione was digging something out of the neck of her robes. As she did so, she was speaking. Ron, hurry back to the Gryffindor common room. Mr. Black, Harry, please come closer. Quick! As her tone of voice made it very clear that she expected them to do what she said, they neared her as Ron shuffled outside towards Gryffindor Tower. There was a tiny hourglass in her fingers, and as soon as Sirius and Harry came near, she threw the gold chain over their heads so that in a sense, they were wearing it too. She then turned it 3 times. The room disappeared. Harry tried to scream, but couldn't as his feet soon hit solid ground. We've gone back in time, Hermione said, lifting the chain off Harry and Sirius' necks. 2 hours back. Harry's hand traveled up his other shoulder, and he gave himself a pinch. It hurt a lot, but it also meant everything was real. He was in Dumbledore's office, and it was empty, save for them. But there were footsteps outside, and soon they found themselves staring at the faces of the two foreigners. "There you are," the sickly one said, stuffing something on a fine gold chain, just like Hermione's down his own shirt. "Good. Makes things cough a lot easier. Gekka Hate at your service, and this is Mato Guy." Hate pointed to the green spandex-clad man behind him. "We're here to help with the cough creature's rescue." "You mean Buckbeak?" Harry asked. It made sense, of course. He had to save Buckbeak. Sirius nodded. "I see. So how do we do this?" Hate looked around and nodded. "Coast should be clear. Dumbledore told us this place would be empty. Come along then." Stealthily, they made their way outside. Always the sickly one seemed attuned to his surroundings and warned them always if there was someone coming. Always just in time, Mato Guy had already found a place to hide. So in no time at all, they had arrived in the grounds, currently taking shelter behind Hagrid's hut, giving them a clear view of Buckbeak. Hate nodded and took out a kunai. He edged closer, bowed, and watched as Buckbeak returned the gesture. Everyone else could hear their other selves outside, and were suddenly glad that Hate's other self was stalling the entire world in general. That this cough storm gray hippo cough griff with black wingtip markings will be executed this time today. Dumbledore san, the time. Hate's voice drifted out the window. They all knew they had plenty of time as they watched Hate slowly coax Buckbeak to their hiding place. "That's done," Guy whispered. "Now we must make it seem. Hate, if you will make it so." Hate nodded and searched somewhere in one of the numerous pockets on his green flak jacket. Soon he had taken out a scroll, and in no time at all had summoned a huge eagle the size of Buckbeak. Hate made a seal, and soon the eagle was in Buckbeak's image. "Jinjutsu," Hate explained as he petted the eagle a bit before sending it flying. Not a second later, there was a shriek of outrage, and Fudge ran outside and spotted Buckbeak's clone flying far off. "Get it!" Hate's other self spotted it quickly and threw a shuriken at it. It hit, and soon Buckbeak's clone was spiraling downward and hit the lake with a very real splash. Hate returned the summoning scroll to his pocket. Good. Guy shepherded them off, keeping a careful eye at the grounds. They stayed in the forest when night fell, and soon they heard Lupin's telltale howl. "Good," Guy said, and then he howled like a wolf. That drew Lupin's attention, and soon he was standing in front of them. Lupin gave a snarl and leapt for him, but Buckbeak intervened and knocked Lupin away, hitting him in the skull. "He'll be out for a few minutes. Let's go," Guy said. "We have one more thing to do, so go back to the tower." Harry, Sirius, and Hermione made their way back to the castle and into the Gryffindor common room. Ron was waiting with Professor Dumbledore. He smiled as he saw them. The guard was already there, supported by his friends. Though his face had been marred, the guard was smiling a boyish smile. "I take it all went well," Dumbledore said, smiling as he handed Sirius a bunch of papers. "Here are Harry's adoption papers, and your papers for your release." Sirius gave a tired smile as he took them. "Thank you all," he simply said before taking Harry in a one-armed hug. "James was right making you Harry's godfather," Dumbledore said just as Lupin clambered in from the portrait hole. "Harry will be very happy in your care." "And mine," Lupin said brightly. "I'll be living with you, Harry. Someone has to make sure that you're godfather." He gave Sirius a nudge. "Doesn't spoil you too much." Dumbledore turned to the guards. "As per agreement with Kanagakur no Sato, I have sent payment to your Hokage. Thank you for your services." The three nodded as they received a letter. "To your Hokage," Dumbledore said, smiling slightly. During breakfast, Snape finally snapped out of the illusion the guard had put him under. And lo, the explosion that ensued when he read the news that Peter Pettigrew had been taken into custody, black a free man, and with custody of one Harry Potter. The guard had dragged a kicking and screaming Snape out of the hall, leaving a shocked populace, Slytherins and all, staring at him as if he'd lost his mind. There were even pictures on the news of a pathetic Pettigrew clutching with his four-fingered hand at the bars of a cage. Harry was in a wonderful mood. After all, he'd no longer have to live with the Dursleys. He could study magic without being scorned, his godfather, from what he had seen in their time together after Pettigrew had been taken away, seemed to be a decent man, and actually cared about him. And to top it all off, Snape had just blown his top off in public. The day was slightly marred, however, with the guard's goodbye. "I will be leaving for my home," said the guard, standing right beside the door to the entrance hall. "This year has been eventful, but all good things must come to an end. Before I go, I leave you with the information you have worked so hard to uncover." The three in front of him held their breath. Lupin and Sirius beside them looked interested. "My name is Hatake Kakashi, and I also doubled as your data teacher." Lupin was stunned. "Why, you were my assistant teacher?" Kakashi gave a smile. "Yes, and I apologize, Lupin-san, for my previous prejudice. Maybe I should have not been so quick to assume you are all alike. You care about the children more than Snape-san did. That is a credit to you, but I am afraid your other nature worries me. Is there any way for you to coexist during the full moon without attacking anyone?" Lupin gave a smile. "Fortunately, yes. There is a potion called the Wolfsbane Potion, which allows me to transform and lets me keep my mind when I take it. Unfortunately, on that day, I had not taken it yet. So again, I am sorry, Kakashi. Well, I suppose you can't help it." The guard looked resigned more than anything. "But I will be having someone keep an eye on you just in case. You may not be the QB, but that other form of yours is dangerous enough." Kakashi dug a hand into his cloak. "Come around, the three of you. I have something to give." Perplexed, the trio neared him. Kakashi dug out a mask similar to the one he wears. "Harry, this is yours." Harry took it. "It's a mark of status where I come from. The YNBU, or rather elite forces, similar to your aurors, wear that. Keep it close and do not wear it. I hate to see someone attacking you because they thought you are me." Kakashi ruffled Harry's hair before moving on. "Ron, I'm sorry about what happened to your rat. I hope that this owl will make up for the amount of trauma the creature gave you. At least you know this will not transform into a human being." He took out a bone, white whistle, and blew. Almost immediately, an eagle owl came swooping inside and landed on Ron's shoulder, carefully, trying not to claw him. "She is called Rin, after my old teammate. Take care of her," giving the bone whistle to an overjoyed Ron. He turned finally to Hermione and gave her a scroll bound with a red ribbon. "In the hopes that you can translate this, it contains certain saying by the wise men of my country. If you can also translate it, you will find my friend's famed saying. Take care of your comrades, Hermione-kun." He gently patted her on the head. The train ride home was one Harry would never, ever forget. Right now, Harry was content to lean on his godfather. Sirius, once he had gotten himself cleaned up, almost looked like his old self. On the floor were numerous wrappers, from Lupin's attempts to fatten Godfather and Godson. Dumbledore had sent word ahead. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius' ancestral home, had been cleaned up and redecorated. The Dursleys seemed happy that Harry had gone off to live with his godfather, and made no more to regain custody. All in all, Harry decided it was a good year, as his eyes slowly shut to the rhythmic swaying of the train and to the sound of his godfather's beating heart. The end.